Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Monday, the 3rd of August. And I hope you are well. I hope you had a fantastic weekend. If you're still in the weekend, then kudos to you. I hope you're enjoying your freedom from the clutches of capital. Got Jag checking in already. Why? And I do not cry when they tell me why. I'm glad you know the lyrics. Those repetitive lyrics. Hobo Joe in the house. Yo, yo, yo. Up to Spain we go. Ravy Baby checking in as well. Thank you, everyone, for doing the morning roll call. Just a public service announcement to anyone who's paying attention today. I think I have figured out the whole dual stream scenario. And you will actually, moving forward, have 2 streams on YouTube. You have. I have. I've figured it out. So you actually have now 2 options. On YouTube, you can watch on your phone, and or you can watch horizontally. It's up to you. But there are 2 streams going, and it is on purpose. It's not a trial and error thing. I've figured it out. Dilemmas has entered the chat. Hope you're well. You can see it. Okay, I'm glad that you can see it. And I hopefully have figured out and sorted out my audio issues. I have had some audio issues recently. Yee, Kangoon to 2 E's. It really is. It really is where it's at, Mamupa, not gonna lie, hey? Why get 1 E to Goon 2, hey? When you can go the double. Good to have you, Mamupa. Hope you're well. Hope you had a good weekend away from the clutches of capital. And yeah, so I figured out some audio stuff as well. So hopefully the levels are more balanced. So when I play videos or any type of source material, you're not having to ride the volume on your own, and like my mic is more balanced to that. So hopefully that goes well. So yeah, anyway, shall we get into the day's affairs? Today we're going to be having a look at, I guess, some of the stuff that's changed or unfolded over the weekend or over the last couple of days while we have been off. We're going to have a look at that situation with the border invasion in Spain, or the Spanish territory, Ceuta, I'm pretty sure it's called. So if you're not down with that, tens of thousands of people have invaded Europe, even though it's not really Europe, but whatever, it's a European territory. Europe has fallen. I repeat, Europe has fallen. Isn't one stream better for the algo? Yes. Yes, I think it is, because it doesn't it doesn't it doesn't spread out the metrics, but unfortunately this is the only option I have. If I want to go for a vertical style of stream that shows up in the shorts format, so like when people are scrolling through shorts and doom scrolling on YouTube, you got to serve that separately. So I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say to you there, but this is how they do it. Fortunately or unfortunately, but yes, it does spread the metrics out a little bit, so whatever. But it seems to be there's potentially more discoverability this way. Like people might accidentally come across the stream, like I said, as they're doom scrolling through shorts. So there's that element, I guess. Dilemmas. E showing his love of bureaucracy by having 2 streams when really there only needs to be 1. It's true. I'm not gonna lie with you. I'm not gonna lie to you or fight with you on that one. It does seem like double up, and that's what the bureaucracy is all about. Am I right? Eh? Double handling. If only they were efficient like the private sector. Eh? They'd never do any double handling. Never. Never. It's just pure German efficiency all the way. How about you? This session of World War is getting exciting. Invasion on Spain was not on my list. No, it wasn't on my list either. But yes, Europe has fallen. If you didn't know, Europe has fallen. Need to get Doge in here and cut some waste. Yes, double fisting him like every good bureaucrat. Hey, am I right? Am I right? All right, everyone, calm down. Leave the bureaucrats alone. Somebody has to do the pencil pushing that makes this incredibly complex division of this society that is divided over many layers of different types of labor. Somebody has to keep it going, and the bureaucrats are always thrown under the bus. I'm here to stick up for them, and so from now on, I intend to split the stream into as many fragments as possible. Take that, critiques. I knew E was working for the bourgeoisie. No, the bureaucrats work for the real people, not the bourgeoisie. I swear. So anyway, back to the story. We're going to be looking at what's happened and why Europe is under attack. But not really. But it is. But like it's a minor technicality. But we'll get into that. Um, he's gone mad with stream power. I have the power. Yes, welcome to the world of business. Yeah, get rid of the competition. Fuck yeah. I blame is not real. Yes, that's right. Seems to be the dumb thing these days. Let us blame is not real. Um, yeah, we're going to look at that. We're also going to look at, as Ravy loves to call it, we're going to be looking at the Board of Piss. The Board of Peace has done something over the last couple of days. So if you're not sure what we're talking about, the Board of Peace was some weird organization, a bureaucratic organization that was set up by the Trump regime to basically control Gaza, I guess. And so anyway, the Board of Peace came out with some announcement like a couple of days ago now to say that Hamas has agreed to fully disarm themselves. Apparently, I don't know if that's true or not. We're gonna find out. We'll have a look at that as well. My beloved piss. So we're gonna look at the Board of Piss, not to be mistaken with any form of peace. These things shall not be conflated from now on, and we'll be having a look at that. Sure, if Israel completely leaves Gaza, which will never happen. Well, conjecture already. Who would have thought? We're going to have a look into that and see if there's any substance to it. I would say probably not. There's an interesting drop site news article as well that's come out about Israel screwing with artificial intelligence, like chatbots and stuff like that, to get out favorable news stories, which I think is fascinating. So we're going to get into that. Like, if you didn't think it was enough already, manufacturing consent through, the mainstream media, the way to do it is to, change artificial intelligence, like feed it stuff, slop, data. So, ChatGPT starts being more favorable to Israel and less to the Palestinian cause. So we're going to have a look into some of that as well. Jordan in the house. How you going? Well, USA, Israel, and Morocco going after Spain. We're going to have a look at that. Trump calls it the Board of Peace. Does the opposite. Very surprising. Eh? Very surprising. PJ. What's the PJ? Hit me up. And we're going to look at some other stuff today. But let's start with the whole frantic situation. If you did not know, Europe has fallen. Europe has fallen. And so it's really the beginning of the end, if not the end already. Like, they've tried to warn us. How many Far Right Fridays have we watched? Okay, if only they did the remigration conference sooner. Like, honestly, then we'd still have Europe. Europe now does not exist. If you think you know anyone that lives in Europe, you're wrong. Okay, right? It doesn't actually exist anymore. It has fallen to 60,000 Moroccans, or people that have come via Morocco, apparently. Not enough Far Right Fridays. US sent those immigrants. There's so many good conspiracies out there about this, isn't it? We'll get in there. Morocco, of all places, they let them all in to begin with. What on earth are they complaining about? All right. So if you're not across the banter that is going to ensue, I'm sure, with such a touchy subject like this, let's just get some context. So this happened a couple of days ago, and let's just see the event as it unfolded, and then we'll go through it to catch up to things. Because at the moment, like basically what happened, like these people swum around a fence and came into a Spanish territory, which is on the other side of the Strait of Gibraltar. So, like, the entrance into the Mediterranean Sea, Spain on one side, Morocco on the other. And like there's a small slither of Spanish territory on the other side. And so people swam around a headland basically to get into Spain, not across the Gibraltar Strait. Like, let's be honest, just to another part of Morocco or North Africa. Essentially, they swam from one beach to another, or a series of beaches, and like they did it in the thousands. And yes, people are very upset about this, and like Europe has reacted poorly, and it's just like, oh my god, Spain can't handle itself, and so like Spain has sent in troops and law enforcement to drive them back through the fence, which has effectively happened. Not completely, but like for a large part. And like Europe is coming together now to talk about what to do with like the end of its days, etc., etc. I can't imagine this would be a controversial topic here. Best border defense ever, lol. uh, 4AS in the house. How you going? What's up? What's up? We have a fence. Where does it end? Well, the sea, of course. No one can swim. Duh. Yes, or like kind of walk around it slightly. Morocco, way too chummy with Is Not Real, with the whole Abraham Accords. In return, they got to annex Western Sahara. Yes, I've heard a bit about this. USA and Is Not Real recognized that. Also naming a highway after Trump in Morocco. Yeah, I saw that too. The Trump Highway, and yes, they have officially, and Trump recognized part of the Western Sahara as part of Morocco or something like that. And then all of a sudden, like people are crossing over, right? And everyone's questioning Spain, and like if it's threatening Europe and the European Union, etc., etc., etc. Anyway, we'll get onto all of this. Let's get some context. I thought Morocco used to be very heavy-handed to stop migrants as part of the deal with Spain. I wonder if Morocco is still helping or not. Apparently, relations have soured, and Morocco and Spain don't get along very well. And this is potentially one of those things. It's kind of like, we can really fuck you over, Spain, if we really want to. And they kind of demonstrated that. Apparently. Let's have a listen, shall we?
Through the floating debris left behind by hours of chaos and frenzy, still more people came to Ceuta today, landing on Spanish territory, having skirted round the headland from Morocco. More surges by land too, adding to the tens of thousands of people who've breached this border with mainland Africa since just yesterday. Spain's left-wing government has sent reinforcements, projecting a tougher response. It says it's cooperating with Morocco to end this sudden crisis.
Like, why do you think it's necessary? Like, if you just put your manufacturing consent hat on for a second, like, why do you think it's important for them to have said that? Spain's left-wing government has, like, isn't it just like Spain's government has responded? Like, why do they have to paint it exactly like this? The association is like, look at these scenes here of like marauding like Moors invading Spain, basically, and like associate that with the term left-wing government. And this is like, I know it seems subtle, or it's like seems like a non-issue kind of thing. It's like, oh, get over it, conspiratorial mystery. But like, it's all really important. If you say things enough, people start recognizing those things together. This hurts my heart so much. Well, some of the scenery is not great, is it? Remember when Russia pressured Belarus to use immigrants into border with Poland? It seems USA and Is Not Real copy and paste that tactic. So many women and children, poor refugees, lol. To be honest, it kind of looks like how Israelis act when invading the West Bank. Yeah, it's just like a bunch of teenagers, right? At least I guess these ones don't have weapons. I was just wondering the same thing. Like, it's subtle. You blink and you miss it, but you're just like, oh yeah, It's a left-wing government that's allowed this to happen. How's it going to handle it now? As opposed to just like, the Spanish state or Spanish law enforcement or something. What are they going to do, eh? Spain's left-wing government has not been complying with Trump, has a record of being cruel, vindictive, and does not forget a slight of non-compliance. Very Israeli tactic as well. You're going to be detained. You're going to send the strongest member of your household or vulnerable that will likely not make it. Well, if you were truly a refugee, you wouldn't have a choice. That's kind of my point. Fair enough.
But it's already sustained major political damage.
Definir lo que ha sucedido.
We define what happened yesterday as an attack, a violation of Spain's territorial integrity. Ceuta is a Spanish city, and what happened yesterday deserves our strongest possible rebuke and condemnation.
Toda nuestra condena.
Listen to that soft lefty government there, hey? It's just like obviously very welcoming language. We are under attack. We are under attack. What's happened here? So the implication is, and like I have no way of verifying this. I'm not sure if anyone does or if anyone's seen anything consequential, but the implication is that Morocco and Moroccan human traffickers, I guess, organized crime, or just, let's just say the elite of Morocco or whoever, the establishment, let's say the establishment, have somehow helped manufacture this event by like promoting it and being like, hey, Spain's open for business. If you go over now, kind of thing, you're going to get in. Everything will be fine. And so people were G'd up, let's say, by Morocco somehow to do this. It wasn't just an organic event. People were being told and encouraged to do this on the other side of the border, apparently.
What about explanation? Spain's Prime Minister blaming trafficking networks for spreading viral disinformation about a Spanish Supreme Court judgment preventing repatriation for those arriving by sea. Others accusing Morocco of allowing, even engineering the crossings as punishment for Spain's warming relations with Algeria. Moroccan government sources issuing denials of that to the media today. Undeniable, the will, the desperation on display by thousands upon thousands to chance everything on a ticket into the EU.
I'm so angry because there are so many people here and all the shops are closed. There's no food, there's nothing. We're all Moroccans who came here looking for a different life, a new and good life, because in Morocco there's no future, there's nothing. No jobs, no government, we have nothing. We're dead.
This tiny Spanish territory of 85,000 people utterly overwhelmed and unprepared to deal with
it looks like in schoolies or something like that, or what I imagine Cancun or something like that to be during spring break. It's just like a bunch of like young dudes. I know there's a bit of a mix there. There are families, but it's just like, young people crossing over via a coastline, and they're just like trashing the place as they go, by the look of it. And then they just get rounded up and get taken back. But like a lot of the footage that you see, this is what it's like when you watch Australians go to Bali or something like that. The Balinese are probably like, we've been attacked. We've been attacked. Send in the troops.
70% overnight rise in population. Spain says most of the migrants, many hungry, exhausted, were helped return today, some taking warnings with them that their attempts were in vain. Nonetheless, these scenes triggering political spasms around Europe, Italy suspending its Schengen visa-free travel arrangement with Spain, Finland and Denmark publicly toying with the idea. Spain a regular target for Trumpian invective in recent months, the US president didn't waste this opportunity today.
It looks like an invasion of a country by hundreds of thousands of people. And that same thing's going to happen to us if the Republicans don't get elected.
That's such a good opportunity, isn't it? It's like hundreds of thousands of people. I'm telling you, hundreds of thousands. And if we fail the midterms, it won't be just Europe that's fallen. It'll be the entire of the United States. Everything gone. Just think about that, eh? Isn't this a beautiful opportunity? Like, there's so many people around the world, like governments and like certain political parties, are just absolutely creaming themselves over this event. Like, they've got footage for decades now. Like, this is going to be on the reel for so much anti-immigration content or anything of that nature, if you know what I mean, forever. Do you remember the hordes that invaded Spain from Morocco? Look at this footage. Look at these animals everywhere. These guys are loving this. So grateful that this has happened. He loves it. So happy. Anything to distract from the Epstein files.
Except worse.
Spain's Prime Minister travelled to Ceuta this afternoon. He's proposing extending a physical barrier into the sea to bypass the protections provided by the Supreme Court judgment. But less clear exactly the legal mechanism for quickly returning those migrants who refuse to go back to Morocco themselves.
I heard from unverified sources that there's been this agreement between the two governments that they will be returned, everyone will be returned. But how is the question, I think. And
I guess they're frothing for a second reconquestia of Spain. How you're right to. It doesn't mean there's no danger at home, or that's why you're leaving. It's the strict legal definition. Are we talking about semantics here? Is that what's happening?
over what period of time as well.
The consequences of the chaos extend beyond the politics of it all. Dozens were killed, many more injured, trying to get into Ceuta. In a year that European leaders had been hailing a sharp drop in undocumented migration, a reminder that the motivations behind it, the appetite for risk, remain as strong as ever.
Harry Fawcett reporting there. Well, earlier I spoke to Gerald Knaus. He's the chair of the European Stability Initiative, a think tank focused on EU enlargement and integration.
Boo. Boo. All right, back to it. I really want to set the stage on this one and know, as it broke, what the manufacturing consent machine wanted us to know. Look at that. Hordes of people coming across. According to Trump, hundreds of thousands invading Spanish territory.
We've never seen scenes like this before.
Tens of thousands of migrants have now made it from Morocco into this Spanish sliver of North Africa.
Madrid is...
It looks like that scene in the start of Saving Private Ryan, when all the people are trying to get onto the beaches and stuff like that. We've never seen anything
have now
like
made
this
it
before.
from Morocco into this Spanish sliver of North Africa.
Madrid is deploying military units to its border with Morocco in an effort to...
If we don't see degrowth, these scenes will become more common? Interesting. What do you mean by degrowth exactly? In like the economic sense we're talking about? Or are we talking about like some Malthusian style population decline? We're going to go start, cut the population down, if you know what I mean. 60K is already a lot. Why do you have to try and make it sound worse? LOL. But it's so good. Like, never miss an opportunity. Degrowth capitalism. Okay, right. As in, instead of like letting us continue to grow infinitely, like some type of cancerous growth, you curb it, right? That's what we mean by degrowth capitalism. Saint Chi in the house. And the dementia is the captain now. Capitalism by design destroys the third world, and people will flock to places with resources. Interesting. Yeah, I have heard reports that a lot of these people came from places of civil war, like along the North African coast, like, and have like made their way across through Libya, etc., through Egypt. Like, they've just been moving across, like from Syria onwards, all the way through and across. It's interesting, isn't it? Like, what do you want? What do you want exactly? You got to stop destabilizing regions of the world if you want to stop people from moving around. I guess that's just a step too far. terms of a logic train for some. Also, the degrowth philosophy means all people, not just for the whites, are eventually to die out. All right. Back to it. This is the BBC. So we got, like, this is the lion's den of world news for the manufacturing consent machine. So this will tell us what we have to really think on this issue. No more, no less. 60,000 too much for Gaza, not enough for Ceuta or Iran.
Restore order.
Ceuta es una ciudad española.
Spain's far-right Vox party called this an invasion.
The big story. Yeah.
The images are stark, so are the numbers. About 60,000 migrants have crossed into Spain's North African territory of Ceuta from Morocco in the last 24 hours. That's according to Ceuta's president. At least 43 others died during the crossing. Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez described the situation as an attack. He said all illegal migrants would be returned to Morocco as soon as possible. Officials say that more than 35,000 have returned to Morocco voluntarily so far. Over the next 10 minutes or so, we will look at why it has happened and reaction to it. But first, one of the big questions a lot of people are asking is where exactly is Ceuta?
It's so good. That's the same thing when there's so many people that are experts on Ceuta now. And I had never heard of it until 2 days ago. And everyone's an expert on it. It's where is this place? What is going on here? This is outrageous. What's this? The act of Moroccan security forces throwing stones at Moroccans returning from Ceuta to block their entry sparked widespread outrage. Dude, that's fucking mental. Look at that. No, you crossed over there, you're not coming back. Dude, that's crazy. And an equal exchange of resources mixed with damaging practices at the demand of the global north's capitalism creates poverty, death, and degradation of the environment in the name of infinite capital growth. Yeah, well, who would have thought the pressures of that system are causing displacement and movement? It's not like the first time in capitalism's history where people have been forcibly displaced and sought opportunity elsewhere and been heavily criticized for it. Held in contempt for doing so. This is this happens all the time. There's nothing new here at all. Look at all the people that were fleeing into the US from Europe. Fleeing the poverty and despair of industrialization and the growth of capitalism within Europe itself. And when they got to the US, they were treated like second-class citizens anyway. Many of the Irish, Italians, etc., etc. A government using people as pawns again? Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Now, where the hell is this place? Actually, if you don't know where it is, this might be very interesting. It's not even in Spain, or on the right side of the Mediterranean, let's say.
Quick explanation.
Ceuta is a Spanish North African territory.
It is on Morocco's northern coast and is separated from mainland Spain by the Strait of Gibraltar and has long been a focal point.
That old displacement playbook. Yes. Well, it's more even if it's not the displacement is deliberate, let's say, it's it's the effect of what happens with displacement that everyone's shocked and awe about. They're just what? These people are moving around the world trying to get away from issues that are basically they are the victims of. Say it ain't so. People do that? No way. But why do they have to come here? It's outrageous.
Migrants attempting to reach Europe.
Along with its larger sister city, Melilla, situated some 400 kilometres further south along the coast, together they form the European Union's only land borders with Africa.
They have long been a flashpoint.
Dude, that's hilarious. Looks like Ceuta should belong to Morocco and there wouldn't be a problem. Hello? Hello? Anyone? Yeah, I know. It's a bit like that, isn't it? Very good. Very good. That's the trillion-dollar question. What has Spain got this territory in the first place? Where people have to put up these fences and people have to like do crazy acts like this. What's going on there? Why is it a Spanish territory? Because they want to have a foothold in the region. Wait, what? They are from North Africa? That's not really geopolitical as much as African. Their displacement has zero to do with foreign influence. That's an interesting take. It's a very interesting take. Wow. Well. They had that enclave since 1580. Mystery. Okay. Fair enough. But like, that's nice. But like, do we need territories that are outside of national boundaries anymore? Sure, like there was a large scale movement to decolonize areas after World War II, led by the Americans as well. And so like, do you need to have foreign territory holdings anymore? That's the trillion-dollar question. In this age, is that necessary? Well, it's civil war in North Africa. I wouldn't blame it entirely on the outside. Yes, I'm sure no one's interfering in North Africa or profiting off the fact that there is civil war and selling arms to everybody. Everybody gets arms. Yes, I'm sure there's no outside interference at all. There are interests, but that'd be happening with or without them. Ooh, I don't know, man. I don't know. Considering all the stuff that we know, like, let's be honest. All the stuff that we know about how the entire area has been destabilized for, more than a century now to get access to resources and to pin people against each other in order to claim those resources. Like, look at the history of Algeria. There was nothing but the French pinning tribal groups against each other so they could slowly turn this kind of, I don't know, what's the word? A society based on people like being able to move around on land, like in a communal sense, and like just converting it into private property. So then it could be turned over to a kind of more capitalist economy. Like the history of destabilization in the area goes back a long time. And I'm not even saying it's just because of foreign influences, like a foreign nation state. It may just be for economic reasons. But like so much destabilization. So much. For more than a century now. I mean, it's rough, but Africa have been in civil war since before the British, really. Yeah, fair enough. Reminder to all the chat, we appreciate discourse and differing opinions, but please no personal attacks. Like, outside influences don't help, but it's not like they cause it. Again, like, the history of North Africa is littered with this type of stuff. Like pinning tribal groups against one another in order to capitalize on territories for economic benefit. Yeah, okay, like the tensions may have been there, but have they been deliberately exacerbated for profitability and like to sell, weapons to both sides and all that sort of stuff? Yeah, like this is industrial level warfare now. Like we're talking about a different scale. Like if people were fighting before and they're like, I don't know, clashing with traditional warfare means, that's one thing. But industrial scale warfare is completely different. It renders entire territories basically useless for human habitation. It's a different ballgame now. It's industrial level warfare. Crazy stakes. Crazy stakes. I'll be nice. We hope so. We hope so, Saint Chi. Be nice.
in diplomatic relations between Morocco and Spain.
Morocco does not officially recognise them as Spanish territory.
They trace their Spanish past back to the 15th century.
Historically, both port cities developed as military and trade centres linking Africa to Europe.
Since 1995, they have enjoyed a limited degree of self-government.
So what exactly has happened in Ceuta over the past 24 hours? Our Southern Europe correspondent Sarah Rainsford explains.
These images are of thousands of migrants suddenly rushing towards Morocco's border with Ceuta, a tiny sliver of land that belongs to Spain. They swam across in such huge numbers that the border effectively collapsed. There was chaos. The swim isn't long, but some people clearly struggled and several dozen have drowned. Those who did make it to shore, though, were euphoric.
For a hot second, I thought the background song was Easy by Faith No More. Yeah, what's going on with their choice of music? It's a bit weird, I must admit. Be Nice like an Arnott's biscuit and tea. A few people crossing the border. Much to do about nothing. Ben saw Ben in the house. Does Spain really have a problem? Well, not mainland Spain, it would seem. Seem to be fine. Nice are the best bickies to use for a cheesecake base. Several dozen drowned. Okay, maybe they were right. The fence doesn't need to go into the ocean, LOL. Yeah, well, that is pretty sad, let's be honest. There's some pretty harrowing footage of people struggling to swim and stuff like that. It's pretty awful.
Marruecos, viva España, viva! So why Ceuta? Well, it's a spot where Europe and Africa meet directly, a stepping stone, something on the way to a better life. It's just a few...
Nice or niche biscuits. So I say niche biscuit. Niche.
Square miles in size and with around 80,000 inhabitants. So 50,000 more arriving in just one day was quite something. Spain has now sent troops and police to help keep the peace and to reinforce the border. But there are also questions about what Morocco did or didn't do to stop people crossing. Right now, it's not happy with Spain because of Spain's relations with Algeria, not a friend of Morocco. Spain's government is playing that down because...
So, like, what's going on there? Does anyone have any speculation on that one? Any, I don't know, etc., etc.? Any thoughts on that? I'm going to ask my research assistant because I've heard like the manufacturing consent machine talk about this a lot. That Morocco has done this to get at Spain because of Algerian relations or something. Wonder if anyone's got any details on that. Apparently the situation in Ceuta involving the illegal crossing of tens of thousands of immigrants from Morocco into Spanish territory has been allegedly spurred on by the Moroccan government in response to relations between Algeria and Spain, which come at pains to Morocco. Algeria. Are you able to briefly clarify this talking point? Yes, the argument you're referring to is that the Ceuta migration surge was not solely a spontaneous migration event, but also may have been influenced by regional geopolitics. Can't you just call it geopolitics? That's the word, right? Morocco and Algeria are long-standing regional rivals, primarily because of a dispute over the Western Sahara. Morocco claims the territory as its own, while Algeria backs the Polisario Front, which seeks independence for Western Sahara. This rivalry has shaped North African diplomacy for decades. Some of the analysts have argued that Spain's recent diplomatic engagement with Algeria, including high-level meetings, angered Morocco, which viewed it as tilting towards its rival. Okay, so Spain's in there. talking to Algeria. It's pissed off the Moroccans because Morocco controls the border around Ceuta. Ceuta? And some commenters and officials have suggested that Moroccan authorities reduced or relaxed border enforcement, allowing a mass crossing to occur as a way of exerting political pressure on Spain. Similar accusations were made during the 2021 Ceuta crisis. Fair enough. Dun, dun, dun. Who would have thought, eh? Who would have thought?
It needs help from Morocco now to be able to send people back there. Many have already gone, but many thousands more are still in Ceuta and unsure of what happens next.
CBS News reporter Aidan Stretch is in Ceuta and sent us this update.
Over the last 48 hours, tens of thousands of people have poured across the border from Morocco into this tiny Spanish enclave of Ceuta. You can see many of them are now lined up here in the water, ready to come home. Many of them told us that they came here in search of jobs, of money, of food. One of them told us that he wanted to play European soccer. They haven't found that here yet. Some people that we spoke to said that they haven't been able to find food for 24 hours and are now lining up to return home voluntarily.
No way.
So that's what's happening.
And Oath is in the house? Bro, it's been a long time. Ken Oath is in the house. It's an invasion, bro. It's an invasion. Hey. No one's arguing with you there. Even the Spanish Prime Minister has said the same thing. They're under attack. Are you trying to make a point past that, though, Kenneth? Let us know. Can you imagine the uprising if America had to pay $10 a gallon? Oh, this is a separate conversation about Iran, I think.
Ground, but why are the migrants opting to go via this route? That's a question for our global population correspondent, Stephanie Hegarty.
Well, for one, it's a relatively easy crossing compared to other ways to get from Africa to Europe. It's the only land border connecting the EU and Africa. It's a short swim from one place to the other, or a climb over several fences. And that border is heavily secured, but as we've seen, it's relatively easy when there's this number of people to overwhelm those border forces.
Well, this is the biggest mass crossing for 5 years in Ceuta, so why is it happening now? Here's Stephanie again.
Yeah, poor guy won't become a European soccer star. Not anytime soon. They're going to send him back.
So earlier this month, Spain's Supreme Court ruled that migrants who reach the Spanish enclaves of Ceuta and Melilla from Morocco by sea cannot be returned to Morocco without their being given the chance to claim asylum. So it's possible that is what inspired all of these people to cross now. But it's not clear exactly how such a large number of people, tens of thousands of people, coordinated and organized to make this move in one go. Most of these people do seem to be North African. They're not black, not sub-Saharan African for the most part. And from what the Spanish authorities are telling us, they seem to be Moroccan.
What's been the reaction from Spain to the influx of migrants from Morocco? The Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, condemned it as an attack and violation of Spanish sovereignty. Take a listen to what he said.
Ceuta es una ciudad española.
Ceuta is a Spanish city, and the scenes we saw yesterday I condemn in the most energetic way. I reject them. I condemn them. I condemn them as deplorable. They were a violation.
I wonder if that actually translates well or not. And that's the actual word that they use. People love using the word deplorable, eh? To describe situations and peoples, the deplorables. Gotta watch out for them.
The territorial integrity of a Spanish city, the Spanish city of Ceuta.
Several European leaders have expressed concern, some promising to tighten border controls. The European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said no one should be allowed into the EU without following the rules. In a moment, we'll hear from Emanuele Loperfido, an MP for the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni's Brothers of Italy party. But first, here's the UK Government Minister John Healey.
We've never seen scenes like this before. What it shows is that illegal immigration is an international problem, and we're working really closely with countries across the world to try and deal with these terrible people traffickers.
Isn't it crazy how different the vibe is, like in just a few years? How the Overton window has shifted, or like the ability to have conversations like this has just shifted completely. it is now fully acceptable for the radical centrists out there, the neoliberal core, to be right across migration and to have the conversation about how Europe's under attack, and like they have to stand fast and hold fast. It would seem that the right wing, the far right, as they like to call them, have set the tone on this one to an incredible extent that the radical center has to respond and has to show a front, a united front on this one, and say that this type of stuff is not acceptable. We're going to tighten our borders. We're watching this situation closely. We've never, ever been supportive of illegal immigration. Never. We've always been tight on this stuff. We've always controlled the conversation here. And the centrists are just following whatever's politically trending or popular at the time. Real chameleons, just so they can maintain power in the center. Very interesting.
Of the European countries to control who is entering in the European Union. So that is what we are asking to Spain. It is just to say that there is something possible inside the European Union to have a temporary suspension of the Schengen Agreement. That is what we are eventually thinking about the situation with Spain, because there are thousands of immigrants that are arriving in this Spanish city. It is not only Italy that is eventually thinking about that. There is also the Finnish Prime Minister that already stated that Giorgia Meloni was doing correctly, and France already announced very severe control on the border with Spain.
So that's a flavour of the reaction from Europe, but what about from Morocco? BBC Monitoring's Gregory Holyoake has been looking at what has been coming out from the country.
So the official response in Morocco itself seems to be one of almost deafening silence. We in Monitoring have not observed any comments by the king or officials within Rabat or the kingdom. There has been some reporting in pro-government media, but it has generally suggested a positive picture of cooperation between Rabat and Madrid. In opposition media, there's been more questions that have been coming out about why people are trying to leave in the first place.
It does, doesn't it? That's what I was saying. Like, it seems like this is what it looks like when Australians go to Bali or they go on schoolies. So I'm assuming this is what happens when Americans invade Mexico during spring break or something. It looks like a water park from hell. There's just like people who have just been swimming, shirtless, maybe in board shorts or something like that, soccer jerseys. And they're just like running rampant on the streets, running around cheering. We made it. We swam around that little headland there. We did it. It looks like a water park scene, a crazy water park scene. I think we need a day at Bunnings where we put migrants on a bit of garlic sauce. There's a bestseller right there. Well, I can get down with the garlic sauce part. Okay? Everybody loves garlic sauce. It's the best. Bali recently are tightening down on tourists now, supposedly. Soylent migrant avec garlic sauce.
Melilla have long been a focal point for migrants attempting to reach Europe. Gregory has more on previous incidents at the border.
Now, this certainly isn't the first time this has happened. Just a few years ago in 2021, we saw a similar influx of people coming in. Up to 8,000 is what was being reported at the time, coming into these two enclaves at the top end of Morocco. We saw reporting at the time, and even now being referred back to, that was also a sort of pressure technique that Morocco might be using.
Oh my God, won't it? Yeah, Jakarta method will make you think about those Bali beaches differently. Yeah, you definitely don't want to do any digging when you go to Bali, right? No making sandcastles. Just stay above the surface, please. Garlic sauce is a bit foreign for me. Oh, come on, bro. Seriously. Garlic sauce is the bomb. Best thing the Lebanese have ever done is garlic sauce. Then Lebanese bread, and then the rest of the cuisine. But like garlic sauce all the way, man. All the way. You haven't lived. You haven't lived.
Over Spain's position towards Western Sahara as well. There has been a very long dispute between Spain and Morocco over sovereignty of these two areas as well. There has been a lot of kind of quotations and citations in Moroccan media saying that they are occupied territories and that this is showing that they are not sustainable as Spanish territory going forward. So we will have to see what happens with the diplomatic fallout.
Interesting. So maybe it is an invasion. Who's been saying that? Morocco wants the territory back, so they just encouraged 60,000 people to go and take it. We're going to take that territory. We want it back. Crazy. Like the stream. That is a good point. I haven't said that yet. If you are watching this and you're on YouTube and you haven't already, do yourself a favor. Activate the like button. Activate the like button. Remigration means no more HSP. Think about that. Think about that. All right, all the people that work in basically the hospitality sector and make food can stay, but everybody else has to go. Somebody needs to make kebabs, bro.
And finally, let's look at the migrant numbers across Europe. How many people make in each year? Back to our global population correspondent, Stephanie Hegarty, who has been looking at the numbers.
So the UN's International Organization for Migration has estimates for how many migrants cross into Europe in these irregular routes every year. And last year, their estimate was 150,000 people for the whole year for all of the different routes into Europe. But that's actually a decrease from the year before of 300,000 people. Most of those people are coming through different routes, through the central Mediterranean, from Tunisia or Libya to Italy, and then a huge number also from Turkey into Cyprus, Bulgaria, or Greece. When it comes to this route that we're talking about, it was much smaller numbers. So for the whole of Spain, there were last year only about 36,000 migrants entering Spain, through most of them on the much more dangerous route from West Africa to the Canaries. So you can see from those numbers just what a huge contrast that is, to have 50 to 60,000 people crossing into Spain in one day.
And that is all you need to know about the migrants.
Oh, it's all you need to know from the manufacturing consent machine, or at least we're across it. So, like, that's how it unfolded. That's the situation, if you were wondering, because there's been a lot of beat up about this whole situation from, like, as we have seen, Europe has fallen. Hundreds of thousands of people have got into Spain. It's not even in Spain. Like, it's not on mainland continental Europe, let's just say. I know it's a touchy subject, apparently. And then, like, from the opposite, which is just, like, you know, there's no point fighting against this stuff. There is no such thing as a border, etc., etc. What does it mean to be human? Man, this is so 80s. Children overboard and all that. So sick of seeing anything about migrants. Never anything positive, ever. Unless they play soccer. And then if they represent your country and do something nice, then it's all positive. Used to get good Lev food in Arncliffe when my dad lived there. And did live in the Shire for a couple of years. Shireling? That's God's country, Mamupa. Eh? God's country. It's too common in Myanmar now as well. I miss banh mi the most. Ah, yes. The Vietnamese make a great roll, that's for sure. So good, actually. My God. All right. Let us move as the story did over the weekend, shall we? Oh, my God. Is Lab Jeff here? I know it's not the same, man. It's News 24, but like here it is. This one's for you, Lab Jeff, if you're watching. All right. This is what ensued over the weekend. I can't believe it's not Sky News anymore. Just going to have to get used to that one. Cop it on the chin. Dang, I've missed most of this while talking to a client. What was the quick, short explanation? Was it is not really's doing? I don't know. I haven't really heard that claim from the mainstream on this one. It seems to be that Morocco and Spain don't get along specifically. This might have been spurred on by the fact that Spain has been chummy with Algeria recently over the whole Western Sahara issue, which Morocco claims and Trump has supported. And like, because Spain's not playing nice on that front, they just encouraged a whole bunch of people to go over the border and kind of just like were like, on their side, and we're just like hands off. And miraculously, 60,000 people got the message that they should bum rush the border into Ceuta. And so like that's basically what's happened. But here it is, all right? You've missed nothing, Hobo Joe, because we're about to go to formerly Sky News, now News 24, to find out that Europe has fallen. Love Jeff, you're here, bro. This one's for you, man. I only saw like 30 seconds of this, and all I wanted was more. But I thought I'd watch it with you, bro. Let's do this. Every time I go to Brizzy, I go to a place called Dara that has 4 Viet bakeries next to each other on the main street. So good. Hey, so much for the monoculture, am I right? Hey, Viet bakeries. They're basically Australian culture now anyway. That's fine. Are you spending the whole morning on Spain? No. Just enough to get across the issue. Because like it happens over like 2 days. And I want to catch up to it, on it, and see how the story unfolded. So, no, not the whole morning.
Well, now it is time for the debrief. Europe has fallen. I'm about to show you the consequences of the mass migration, open borders, multiculturalism experiment. This is Spain's North African enclave of Ceuta, where thousands of migrants have invaded the coast, breaching Morocco's border.
I love when they say debrief. Open borders. The West must wake up. I'm pretty sure the long and the short of this story is that they're not open. And like they may have been forcibly or intentionally left open by Morocco and people encouraged to swim over there. But like, hey, obviously open borders. And now they're trapped in effectively just another beach of the same landscape, just on the other side of a fence. Not in Europe at all, but the West needs to wake up, says News 24. We take all the good parts of people's cultures and claim them as our own. Many say banh mi is better here than in Vietnam. Hard to believe, to be honest. And like coffee culture as well. I think Australia has developed coffee culture from particular parts, or taking the best parts and then, really refine that. I love supporting cash-only businesses. I don't like taxation either. Yeah, we pay cash.
Unbelievable. Spain's civil guard chief has declared the border has totally collapsed. Adults, even children, soaked and wet, entered the town after having swum around barriers on the coast. They are running on the beach. They're running on the roads. Migrants reportedly walked cheerfully through the streets, thanking the Spanish police and calling out, "Bye-bye Morocco, hello Spain."
It does. It looks like a water park gone mental. It's crazy.
Migrants were seen climbing over barbed wired fences, practically swinging off them as if they were monkey bars. I mean, this resembles the third world. This looks like Somalia.
Practically swinging. These guys are struggling to not get sliced up by barbed wire. Very delicate affair. If you've ever tried to jump a fence with barbed wire. Very delicate affair. Practically swinging. Running on the beach. That's so good. So good.
Or Nigeria, it is utter madness. It's chaos. It is carnage. and at least 9 people have died. Now, it comes after more than 1,500 migrants arrived in Ceuta by sea over the past week alone. And this is indeed an invasion. How would this ever be accepted in any civilised nation anywhere else in the world? But we shouldn't be shocked by this. Spain is in a diabolical immigration crisis.
Oh, here it comes. Are we ready? Are we ready for the line here? Did you know that Spain naturalised 1 million people a month ago? Did you know? And they let them all free into Europe. This is a very different situation. They've already come out saying that they're under attack and they're trying to get everyone back through and over the border again. But no, here it comes. Here it comes. I'm so opinionated on this topic. I spelled debrief from the 90s. Migrant boys will be boys.
Its own making after the government unveiled a mass amnesty plan to grant legal status to illegal migrants.
You can't connect these two things. They're not even close. We did our investigation, all right? We had a look, and it's like a tiny percentage of these people were coming from Morocco that were being naturalized under that large-scale program. Most of them were coming from the former empire. They're all coming from places in South America. The propaganda is so lazy. It is, isn't it, 4AS? She just has D on the mind. It's so lazy.
1.2 illegal migrants in Spain have already submitted applications over recent months to receive this legal residency. So we're talking work permits and other benefits, and of course, likely paid by the taxpayer. It even led to a rush of Pakistani migrants in Barcelona filling out their paperwork. And why wouldn't they?
No, not the Pakistani migrants, eh? Why do you single out Pakistan? Why not Colombian migrants that are seeking refuge in Spain? Eh? No, it's just the Pakistanis, eh? Eh? Anyone feel that? I wonder if it's got anything to do with the general kind of, ooh, Muslims, ooh. Those assholes filling out their paperwork to become legal, they're the worst. Things have gone down since the bowling ball stopped. The debrief. The bowling ball. Migrants completing paperwork. What has the world come to? It's exactly the same as people bum rushing a border between Morocco and a Spanish territory. 100 years ago, they would have all been shot. Hey, a lot of things were different 100 years ago. Hey, she definitely wouldn't have been on the TV presenting, giving us her debrief opinion, Ken Oath, that's for sure. 100 years ago, they wouldn't have let her out, eh? To give us her debrief opinions, that's for sure.
January, the Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez hit back at the criticism of his immigration policies.
Some say we've gone too far, that we're going against the current. But I would like to ask you, when did recognizing rights become something radical? When did empathy become something exceptional?
Dude, this is from fucking January 31, 2026. Look, that was... I'm sorry if my maths is a little bit off here. That was 8 months ago. Come on. Seriously? What's going on here? Why are they getting this guy to talk about this? So woke. How dare they let a woman read the news? But apparently we need to go back to the standards from 100 years ago. That's where it's at. Isn't that right, Kenneth? Eh? That's where it's at.
Spain is above all a welcoming country, and this is the path we choose.
Well, what could possibly have gone wrong? I mean, he said they chose this path and now you lie in it. The consequences of mass migration, open borders, multiculturalism, they're playing out in real time in Ceuta.
Oh, is this the claim, Bandsaw Bandit? This is the one. All right, here we go. Anyone want to get on the conspiracy train? Bandsaw Bandit has delivered. Yeah, a lot of things have changed in 100 years, but how much better off are we? Well, like, why start with that one? Why start with bayoneting or shooting people at borders? Eh? Why not questioning people like this host over at Sky News and whether she should be there in the first place? Let's start with that. We can all get down with that one. But I hear you. Eh? They just don't do things like they used to. That's for sure. All right, let's have a look at this one. This is from RT News. Eh? And watch out for the Russians. US and Israel staged Spain migration invasion, says Iran. Of course, Iran would say that. The Ceuta crisis was supposed to serve as punishment for Madrid's stance on the Middle East conflict, Tehran has argued. Who wrote this? Mirandi? The US and Israel orchestrated the mass migrant crossing from Morocco into Spain's North African enclave of Ceuta to punish Madrid for its refusal to bow to pressure on the Middle East conflict, Iran's embassy in Kenya has suggested. Spain has been at odds with Washington and West Jerusalem over the Gaza war and strikes on Iran. Over the past several days, roughly 50 to 60,000 migrants. Wrong. Fake news. We saw Trump said it, hundreds of thousands of people. 50 to 60,000. Fake news. Over the past several days, roughly 50 to 60,000 migrants crossed from Morocco into Ceuta by land and sea, in numbers equivalent to some 70% of the enclave's regular population. The local authorities admitted that they have been completely overwhelmed by the sudden surge. The crisis, the largest human traffic invasion in EU's history, claimed the lives of at least 86 people. I haven't heard that number come out yet. A toll expected to rise. Many of the victims drowned in the sea or were crushed in the stampede at border checkpoints. On Friday, the Iranian embassy in Nairobi described the migrant surge as an operation organized by Washington and Tel Aviv, coordinated with certain neighboring authorities to destabilize Spain. What a wild claim that is. Bandsaw Bandit, hey? Coming out with the conspiracy. Times of Israel. Here it is. Israelis appreciate Berlin's refugee policy. New poll finds. Yeah, I wonder why. Changing public opinion on things. It also branded the crisis a gift to Europe's far right and punishment. And punishment for the country that dared to challenge the American empire and his Israeli henchmen, warning that the empire never tolerates defiance. Neither the US nor Israel commented on the accusation. However, Israeli ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, slammed Spain's handling of the crisis. Spain, which never misses an opportunity to lecture Israel, has declared a state of emergency in Ceuta following the crisis over its immigration policy, Danon wrote on X. Maybe before it continues lecturing us, it's time to explain to the world why it still maintains colonial enclaves in Africa. Yeah, a pertinent question though. Spanish Transport Minister Oscar Puente responded to the post saying, well, it all seems to be becoming quite clear. Far-right US commentator Alex Jones separately claimed Israel launched an Islamic invasion of Spain, alleging Washington backed the move. Catalan Republic Left parliamentary spokesperson Gabriel Rufián also suggested that the migration crisis was serving US and Israeli interests. The comments come against a backdrop of deep acrimony between Madrid and Israel over the Gaza conflict and the US-Israeli war in Iran. Spain recognized Palestine in May 2024. Yeah, but how did they do this? How? What's the actual accusation here? Apart from the theory of alleged US-Israeli involvement, several other explanations for the crisis have circulated. But like, what do they do exactly? I wonder how they manufactured it, or what the actual allegation is. Like, how did they do it? Because I've heard that people said that this is something that was manufactured on social media, as in like people were getting like the go ahead, the nod, and spreading stuff on social media and be like, oh, the borders are open, or think the border's down and there's no one there. Like, let's bum rush the borders and swim over, and then just like went viral. And like in a world where the information space is largely controlled by the US, let's be honest, and US companies, unless you're in China or Russia or something like that, then like they could easily use their surveillance capitalist architecture, their applications, and all that sort of stuff to disseminate information and get people to be like, oh yeah, let's just go for a swim. Why not? Let's go for a swim, baby. Damn, Iran, you crazy. Oh man, so good. And those platforms are run by Italian uncles. This is not wrong. Like, they are infiltrated by them. Eh? And they will soon be merged with one another. Most went back on their own. Nothing burger, really. That's a fair point, isn't it? Like, most of them have returned, apparently. Like, 90% of them have already gone back. Happened pretty fast, if I understand. Nothing burger, really. Well, there it is. There's your wild conspiracy theories. This whole thing was manufactured by the empire and its lackey, the Israelis. And like, it's plausible that this could have been orchestrated through social media. Like, a lot of things can be done going viral. And like a whole bunch of young people, like, let's go for a swim, boys. Yeah, this is the theory I heard. It's always the Jews. Yeah, you got it. Quite wild theories. And yet the Americans need to get it together then, or else China will take over them. Yeah, well, while they're distracted playing these sort of games, that's pretty much what's happening. All right, shall we let News 24
even
finish?
told a local Spanish TV station that he fled Morocco because he is linked to a murder case. And how many others are also facing criminal charges?
Dude, it's so good. Like, they've got one person out of 60,000 people, and they're just like, we got him. We knew it. They're all criminals. We've got him. It does. It really works with the general narrative. And like, maybe they are. Maybe all 60,000 people are just like this guy fleeing a murder case. But like, they're so happy when they find stuff like this. Sky News. Oh yeah, we got them. They're full of criminals and murderers. Yes. All right.
Many will now likely make their way across Europe, possibly even into the UK, to enjoy the welfare benefits that come with it.
Will they? Will they? So from what we've heard, like 90% of these people sent back, and the rest of them are just sitting on a beach somewhere. But this is outrageous propaganda, can I just say? Like, for all we know, they're already in Europe right now. They're probably hanging around the Vatican, maybe in Berlin, maybe in Paris. They've probably made it all the way to Norway. Let's be honest. Let's be honest here. They can swim fast enough. We all know they're going to England. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. That's right. So they can go fight with Tommy Robinson in the EDL in the streets, yeah? Let's go have a fight. Fisticuffs.
The Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni said the images coming out of Ceuta are striking and demonstrate once again that...
We know they're in your house, in your bed, leeching off your love. You're at work and they're just at your house, watching the TV, kicking back, leeching off you. So good, man. They're probably at your house right now, eating your snacks, having your popcorn, petting your dog.
Uncontrolled illegal immigration poses a concrete threat to the security of Europe's borders Italy will not stand by and watch. We are prepared to intervene with extraordinary measures to defend the borders and the safety of citizens, including the suspension of the Schengen area with Spain.
Ooh, just here to watch a trash fire in the house. How you going? Finally, another case we can be racist towards Sky News writers, probably. Correction. It is no longer Sky News. It is News 24 to you. Excuse me. How dare you? Stealing your women. Yep, taking them straight out of the news studio while they're reporting. Just picking them up and running away with them. Yes, that's so good. They're in your house and Bill's house. So good. What are you doing with my illegals, Bill? LOL, my apologies. You are forgiven, but make not the mistake again. They are in your bed, making love to your wife, not Pedro, the pool boy. You wouldn't let that happen on your watch, would you? Eh? Would you?
Countries need borders. Now, right-wing leaders like former Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, Marine Le Pen's National Rally Party, they've warned about this for years, and they've been ignored by left-wing leaders in favour of multiculturalism, or as they like to call it, humanitarianism. Now, a few months ago, the European Union agreed to...
Sure, the concept of multiculturalism has been around for longer than like the last decade of migration policy in Europe. Like, I'm surely it's been around for longer than that. Come on. I was watching an old school Aussie YouTuber talk about this the other day, and his only take was, what are all the men going to do when there isn't enough women due to all the young men coming in? And couldn't help but think, you have heard, oh yeah, have you heard of prison rules? That's right. Do countries really need borders? More daddies for me. Bring them on. If only I spent time on my life instead of consuming Simpsons quote, I might be better off in life. A life well spent. Half of Australia says that you aren't a man till you've had a man, and they kind of take them seriously.
A deal to allow countries to send migrants ordered to leave the bloc to third country return hubs. But gee, you're about 10 years too late. Spain is finished. Europe is too far gone. The UK is in a disaster.
Spain's
it's all
finished.
because governments have pursued a multicultural agenda because, of course, diversity is our strength. The West needs to be saved from itself.
It can't.
Well,
How can you save them? It's finished. Spain's finished. 60,000 people in an offshore enclave. It's finished. Actually, let's do the fucking comments, shall we? That's an invasion, not migration. Yeah, they're not migrants. They're invaders. Your tolerance is their weapon. All done by design. Whose design? Eh? Which regime's behind this one? Which one? The Moroccans? These not Israelis? The Americans? Everybody? A little bit of all of them? Europe has fallen owing to the toxic and corrupt and dysfunctional career politicians. If this doesn't wake you up, you are truly lost. This is not empathy. This is self-destruction. The EU has destroyed Europe. Fair enough. Very interesting. We should have listened, man. We should have listened. I feel like that'd turn on half of the News 2024 crowd. Oh, Kylie Wyote in the house. That sucks. I really wanted to visit Spain. Dude, Spain doesn't exist anymore, Kylie Wyote. Have you not been listening? If you actually look at satellite imagery of Earth, there is nothing there anymore. There's a big hole where Spain used to be. It's just filling up with water now. Reducing sea level, actually, and counterbalancing the costs of climate change. Wait, I can fix this narrative to suit us. But look at all those working class that Spain just gained. Yeah, 60,000 apparently. Ready to work. It's over, finished, too late, a disaster, there's no hope. Run for the hills. No need to learn Spanish anymore, guys. Spain is dead. It's true, it's happened. Just a twink invasion. That's what it looked like. Yes, a wild, wild water park. Bear invasion, Australia. Let's go. That's a sexual reference. Got it. Got it. Is that a sex thing? The Spain servers crashed. This is all a sex thing, mystery. Thank you. It's a public service, really. It's a goddamn public service. It's a goddamn public service. All right. Let us watch another hit piece on all this. Oh, after... Yeah, you want some... So shall we have some cruel humanitarianism now? Eh? After we've listened to this woman criticize all of these migrants. So we see the stark reality of what this actually looks like in real life. Cut through all the sarcasm that's been going on. Look at this kid. He's a kid. Just remember that. Children. It's not all culture wars from Sky News. There is real people involved. What does she call it? Multiculturalism. What the left calls humanitarianism. This is what multiculturalism looks like according to Sky News. You can't have humanitarianism isn't a real thing. It's just multiculturalism. Dude, 5-cent life jacket? Yeah, dude, this kid's got plastic bottles strapped to him so he doesn't drown while doing this. It's all fun and games for all the other people that are rushing around making this look like a water park. This is a kid who is struggling in the ocean and is going to be intercepted by armed guards, basically. Armed by the state. Yeah, this is the stuff that got me into politics in the first place. Okay, it's mental, man. What do you reckon? He's like 16? So heavy, man. So heavy. And he's gone. I bet you this place used to be nice and picturesque before all this border infrastructure was there. Wire fences. Military compound looking stuff. Must have been a nice area, I would have said. I would have thought back in the day. Before it looked like this. Exhaustion is real. Can't imagine starting your life off like that. Yeah. What a desperate attempt to start off a life. Imagine being, just think about that though, like for a second. Remember what you were like when you were 16 years old. If we can agree that this is a teenager here. Looks pretty young. Imagine if that was your plight. Okay? Whole bunch of people being G'd up to go across a border. You're in there, in the thick of it. You made yourself a little makeshift life jacket out of empty plastic bottles, strapped them to your waist and gone for it. Just get apprehended by a couple of soldiers. Like, soldiers are confronting at the best of times. Like, even if you've done the right thing and like they're asking you stuff, it's terrifying, this stuff. Poor kid. But won't somebody think of the children? There's no families there. 99% of them are single men. You clown. I don't know, man. He looked pretty fucking scared just then. We can think of that child. If you don't want to think of the children as a collective, you can at least think of this person here and show some empathy. I'm not asking you to think of all of them. Hey, but they're all men, you clown. I'm not asking you to think of all of the other people. I was asking you to think about this kid and think of yourself as a young person. But if that's too difficult for you, too much of a mental exercise, then I completely understand. It's not for everyone. Empathy. It's not easy. It's not easy. When I was 18, fresh out of school, my cousin called me from Darwin and asked if I wanted to go backpack around Australia. Had $2,000 and just up and left. Had a world of opportunities and I ran. Couldn't imagine how they feel. Yeah. Having nothing, coming with nothing. Yeah. Poor kid. Poor kid. And being mixed up in all of that as well. Single young men being the man faces you see in these cases. What is your point, Kenneth? I think it's just like, but what about everybody else? They've done the wrong thing. And yeah, fair enough. Why not? Why not? Still doesn't mean you can't show compassion to this individual here. All right, so what happens next, basically? I don't know if this piece is going to be very enlightening, but like the EU, what's going to happen? Actually, that's not the piece I wanted. This is the one I want. I want to know what's going to happen next. What is Europe going to do about this? Because all the talk now is Europe is going to come down heavy on its borders, and it's going to. They've all come together. The European Union, in all of its strength and glory, has come together, and they've written Spain an angry letter to say they shouldn't have allowed this to happen in the first place. Okay, let the child in, shoot the adult invaders. I have no problem with that. We can see that. Let the child in with the plastic bottles, but kill everybody else. Lovely. Lovely response there. Fair enough. Fair enough. Imagine doing all of that and then you're not even free. You still tied your home to your home through obligation to provide. Like I thought I was escaping the shit, but now I look back and realize how lucky I was, especially when you look at what some of these people go through just for a glimpse of the life I had. Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? Why do you think a majority of these cases involve single young males? Why would they have an idea why, mate? All right. Let us hear. Yeah, so from what I understand, Europe is mobilizing to write an angry letter to Spain to say, how could you have let this happen, you bastards? And then Spain will respond accordingly. From what we understand, though, it's not like the general line on this one is, oh, Spain just let, 1 million people naturalize like a month ago. And now 60,000 people have crossed the border. So those two things are obviously linked, and Spain doesn't care about this at all. It would seem that Spain has responded to this and doesn't like it and has tried to get everybody back, but that's not really the way it's being presented here. The reason it's mostly young men is due to them having families that they're looking to send money back to. I knew it. They're going to bleed the country dry and send all the capital back. I knew it.
Say the European Union's interior ministers will meet this coming week to discuss breaches of the bloc's external borders. 60,000 Moroccan migrants entered the Spanish enclave of Ceuta in just a day. At least 67 people died in the attempt. Some countries want Spain suspended from the EU's borderless Schengen zone. Spanish officials say most of the migrants have now been sent back.
Police and military escorting migrants off Spain's Ceuta exclave. A disappointing end to a risky journey. This man was so exhausted that medics had to help him get back to Morocco. Many migrants have been left frustrated and angry. They risked so much trying to get to Ceuta, only to be turned away, or in some cases met with threats and violence.
My name is Imad. I entered Ceuta via the sea crossing. The Spanish said they treated us well. They did not. First, they closed all shops and stopped us being able to get food. They treated us harshly. They took up arms against us and threatened to kill us.
I want to skip to where they actually talk about Europe. We've heard the stories and stuff like that. I want to know what Europe's going to do.
Yeah, Spain was outraged about that and called in the Italian ambassador to complain about this 1-month suspension. So you can see that goodwill between neighbors is certainly in short supply here. Now, this letter from the 22 prime ministers, of which, of course, Spain did not sign it, acknowledges that none of these people made it out of Spain. So they're saying that basically Spain did everything it needed to do in protecting the freedom of movement. But as you mentioned, this 1-month suspension is really getting on Spain's nerves. And countries as far north as Finland said that they were going to strengthen their internal border checks. Now, it's pretty unlikely that any of those people would have made it all the way up to Finland, but it just shows how neuralgic this issue is. So at the moment, it doesn't appear that this incident will have a longer term impact than perhaps this 1-month suspension by Italy of the border-free situation arrangements. But in terms of the feeling, the solidarity between countries, I think there we're really seeing some damage.
Meanwhile, the mayor of Ceuta says the crisis is not really over.
So what is this, what is it called, Schengen Agreement? Does anyone actually didn't know it existed before this? Let's ask the research assistants, shall we? What is the in Europe? Oh, that's all it is. So this is just like a group of countries in EU. In the EU, I'm assuming then. The Schengen Agreement is the agreement between most European countries that abolishes routine passport and border checks between participating states. Oh, not all EU countries are part of it, though. There you go. Ireland maintains its own border controls. It created the Schengen area where you can travel from one participating country to another without stopping for passport control. The agreement also includes shared rules for external border security, visas, police cooperation. There are 29 countries. Most EU member states, plus several non-EU, such as Switzerland, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. Ireland not part of it, though. There you go. Very interesting. It's once you enter one Schengen country, you can move freely between them. Okay. No, I didn't know it was called that. You didn't know the Schengen existed? No, I just thought they had an agreement between them to move around in the EU. But it includes more than EU countries, apparently. It includes Switzerland, Norway, Iceland, sorry. It's the most important part of the EU besides the euro. Yeah, but see, the euro is dictated by the European Union. This seems to go beyond the European Union and its general requirements for travel. This is like a little bit more than that, it would seem. But even not all EU members a part of it either. So it's a little bit more choppy. Ireland, probably not part because of its UK border. Yeah. Interesting. Alrighty then. Alrighty. And so what? Italy suspends Schengen agreement with Spain. And so they're on a month pause, it would seem. Whoa. What the fuck? Why did that happen? You bastard. Oh, that's weird. Ah, there we go. Back to normal. I just want to check if that's true. And Italy has just suspended this agreement with regards to Spain for at least a month. Can you confirm? Yeah, Spain and Italy are on a break, lol. Yeah, we just need some time, man. Italy has not withdrawn from the Schengen agreement itself. Instead, it's temporarily suspended the normal border free travel arrangement with Spain, as permitted under the Schengen Borders Code. The measure mainly affects air and sea travelers arriving from Spain. Italian authorities will carry out targeted passport and document checks, particularly on non-EU nationals. Fair enough. Too many Yank tourists, eh? Too many seppos, it would seem. All right, that's enough with that one. Now, shall we move on to another topic? Shall we cover something else today? I actually wanted to have a look at this, just to see if there's any validity to it. But if you weren't sure, the Board of Peace, affectionately known as the Board of Peace, which was an organization set up by the Trump regime, or just by Trump himself by the look of it, in regards to settling the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians, especially in relation to Gaza. They set up a Board of Peace, and the Board of Peace was supposed to, deal with ending the conflict between the two parties, Israel and the occupants of Gaza, and then set up some type of organization with worldwide input from key players that had a $1 billion buy-in, and they're going to reconstruct Gaza like it was Vegas in the Mediterranean. And it's just going to be a playground for the rich and the powerful, served by an underclass of Gazans. And there's going to be like hotels, resorts, and casinos everywhere. I'm sure that's what the Gazans really wanted for the Strip, not to return back to their own lives and their own culture, but have Donald Trump and the boys reconstruct it as a Mediterranean resort town. So anyway, the Board of Peace was established, and there was certain levels of agreements that was supposed to be undertaken, or like stages of peace between Israel and the occupants of Gaza. And part of that agreement was the disarmament of Hamas. That's right. And like, as is usual decorum with these type of discussions and activities, we must all now say that we condemn Hamas. I, for one, like hummus. I think it's delicious, and it's really good in like a wrap and stuff like that, or on a kebab. But like, most people generally condemn hummus, especially in relation to what happened on October 7. But as part of the agreement for the Board of Peace, Hamas was supposed to disarm. And so I don't know why this announcement came out over the weekend, but apparently, yes, Trump made some huge stepping stone announcement with the whole peace plan. And yeah, Hamas is agreeing to disarm. And like, in order for them to do that, though, the reciprocation of that is supposedly Israel backing out of Gaza. Like, I don't know if all this is going to happen. Like, honestly. Why are you covering a fake board mystery? What is the point? It's just to be across it. Like, I guess. Like, I just want to know what's the actual... What's the conversation point here? So, like, I want to know what effectively is being talked about, whether that actually means anything in reality. Who knows? Hamas are not agreeing. Well, that's not what the manufacturing consent machine says, Bansal Bandit. How dare you? There is nothing to be across. Yeah, well, let us find out together as a collective, as opposed to individually. No one is talking about it. Yeah, well, except you and the ABC and all the other sources that I found on it. But yes, except for me. Fair enough. Hi to the sausage. How you going? Me too. Huge fan. It is delicious. It is delicious. All right, let's have a quick look, shall we?
The US President Donald Trump claims his board of peace has reached an agreement for the complete disarmament of Palestinian Hamas militants and other armed groups in Gaza. In a post on Truth Social, Mr. Trump has called it a major milestone in the implementation of the Trump 20-point plan to end Israel's war.
I ain't impressed by your barbecue sauce, Mr. E. Don't worry, it's not my sauce. I'm just indulging in it. Why? Sorry. What? Can you even say the name? Sometimes I will say it, but like, I'm not going to risk it. So if you take exception to it, I do apologize, but like, sorry, not sorry kind of thing.
In Gaza. Our America's editor John Lyons joins us now from Washington. John, what exactly is in this deal and where do we park our expectations?
Where do you park your
Jeremy,
expectations?
it's quite vague.
Bandsaw Bandit, eh? Park 'em, baby. Park 'em.
That's not unusual with Donald Trump. He's put out a short statement not long ago saying that his Board of Peace has come to an agreement for the complete disarmament of Palestinian Hamas militants and other armed groups in Gaza. And he says that the deal would be carried out in phases, with Israeli forces withdrawing as disarmament proceeds and an international stabilisation force working with a new Palestinian police force to secure the enclave. And he thanked the mediators.
What is with the word enclave? Everybody starts using the word enclave now. Like, come on. The Palestinian enclave. It's always been referred to as Gaza. Now it's another enclave. It's not an enclave. Hello? Hello?
Egypt, Qatar and Turkey. But I think that we should take this with a certain amount of scepticism. This is the same president who more than 30 times has said that he's on the brink of ending the war in Iran. And there's no detail much here.
Is that you, Bandsaw Bandit? Do you work as a Washington correspondent? Is your real name John Lyons? We should really not take this seriously. This is the same guy that constantly says the Iran war is over. We finally found you, Bandsaw Bandit. Soon it will be the Palestinian regime in control of an enclave. Oh, man. So good.
And I think George Orwell from the famous 1984 novel would have a chuckle if he looked at this Board of Peace, because Donald Trump announced this big Board of Peace in January. He unveiled it. This was going to be Donald Trump's competitor or replacement for the United Nations. And even at the announcement of the Board of Peace, he said that within 10 days or so he would consider going to war with Iran. And within weeks of the establishment of this Board of Peace, he did decide to begin a major new war in the Middle East, of which the world is...
This is what these people don't understand. It's the Board of Peace, okay? If you keep calling it or thinking it's the Board of Peace, Then you're going to be outraged to find out that, like, after announcing an alternative to the UN for a peaceful world and then declaring war on Iran and bombing them and trying to destroy their civilization, of course you would be outraged by that. And you would think that would be some type of Orwellian double speak. Eh? It's the board of piss. Thank you. Ravy has only been saying this for months now. Let us call it what it is. Call it what it is.
Is currently feeling the consequences. And I think George Orwell would think board of peace, unveiling, and then you declare a war, that the names are just getting replaced with each other. So let's hope that there is a disarmament in Gaza. Let's hope that this is the beginning of something more positive.
Stop kink shaming the board of peace just because they are into wet play. Yes, they just love those wild water parks. They love orchestrating those situations.
That same unveiling in January, Donald Trump said this board of peace, which has people like Tony Blair on it, this is going to be involved in the reconstruction of Gaza. Any of the children at the moment in Gaza who can get no medical attention after 2 years of bombing, can barely get clean water or medications, would not be looking around the rubble. And that's what Gaza is now. It's essentially one large garbage pile, one large rubble. We can see from those pictures there. There ain't any reconstruction going on there at the moment. So when Donald Trump
this
says...
guy's getting fired up. Hey? There ain't no reconstruction going on there at the moment. Hey? Outrageous.
These things, you know, the world sort of jumps and talks about them all, but I never see much action out of what Donald Trump promises in these postings.
It would be helpful at this point to hear from Hamas, which is party to this purported agreement. Have they made any comment?
Dude, so savage, wasn't it? Garbage pile. Savage. Hey, he's really... And he's gone off the handles, this guy, today. Bandsaw Bandit, not happy. Eh? We found you deeply undercover. Bandsaw Bandit is pissed. We need to hear from Hamas. Is too much... Can you ever have too much garlic, Hamas? Really? Really?
They've made no
Looks
comment
like
that
a
I can
Red
see,
Cliff
and it's
swap made.
An interesting point, Jeremy. Not just Hamas, but from the time I've spent in Gaza, I've sort of done a study there of some of the Salafi groups that are part of Gaza as well. And apart from Hamas, there's about 8 or 9 other hardline groups. Some of them, believe it or not, are more hardline than Hamas. These Salafi groups, these extremist Islamist groups in the Gaza Strip. So when Donald Trump says that they've reached an agreement for the complete disarmament of Hamas militants and other armed groups in Gaza, my question to him would be, which other armed groups? And is he seriously saying that these 8 or 9 Salafi groups that are often more hardline than Hamas, that they have signed onto this agreement? There's really no...
I did a study. How did he know? He's stealing my material. Y'all talking about garlic sauce, and I'm like, LOL.
No detail at all to this. To me, it's classic Donald Trump, where he gets the headline, he talks about how he's brought yet another deal. He's often talking about how he should have got the Nobel Peace Prize, but there's so rarely detail. Let's hope that Hamas has agreed to this. Let's hope there is detail. But as so often the case with Donald Trump, it's the headline effect. It's the announcement, and within 24 hours, it disappears into the dust.
Let's say, best case scenario, Hamas has...
No, it's called garlic sauce. Okay, all right. It's been adopted as part of the monoculture in Australia. All right, okay. It's garlic sauce.
Agreed to this proposal. Where does that leave Israel? Israel needs to have buy-in here as well, right?
Well, that's right. It's not just the United States, Donald Trump and Hamas. It is also Israel. Now, Israel has taken reported estimates of 50 or 60% of the Gaza Strip since the war began. They've now occupied that. They say they're doing that for security reasons to ensure that the atrocities that Hamas committed on October 7 can never happen again. So Israel says we need to set up a major buffer area inside Gaza, as they're saying they need to do in Lebanon to ensure groups like Hamas and Hezbollah cannot get anywhere near their border and reduce the chances of them being able to do damage to Israeli civilians. But I haven't yet heard anything from Israel either. So, and I think the key phrase in this to me is that he says the deal will be carried out in phrases with Israeli forces withdrawing as disarmament proceeds. So if based on a lot of experience, you know, in the past in terms of Hamas and Israel, and I've covered 3 or 4 wars there between the two of them, I think what may well happen here is that Israel, even if Hamas does disarm to an extent, one of those other 9 Salafi groups may not disarm, and Israel may say, well, in fact, it was based on us withdrawing as disarmament proceeds, and we claim or we believe that Hamas continues, or these other groups continue to hide their weapons, and therefore we don't withdraw. And so let's hope that finally there could be an outcome, because I think for civilians in both Israel and Gaza, this is a dreadful situation. This is a dreadful war. And as always, it's the civilians. Look at the Israeli civilians on October 7. Look at the atrocities committed against those Israelis. And look at the atrocities of
It's just, they can't talk about what happens in Gaza without mentioning October 7. Like, it's just impossible in the manufacturing consent machine to be like, to go so staunchly for 6 minutes and just talk about how outrageous this situation is for the people, as he has said, living on what is effectively a garbage heap. He can't talk for 6 minutes without saying, oh yeah, but like, isn't it outrageous what happened in October? Outrageous. Outrageous. Can't talk to me about garlic as an Italian. All of it is good. Fuck October 7 means nothing. Let's see the checklist. Must talk about Oc 7. Must condemn Hamas. Hamas. Real vampires don't know what they're missing.
Been committed, those tens of thousands of women and children who've been killed by Israel since this war began. So let's hope that there's something to this deal. Let's hope. But the interesting thing is Donald Trump rarely follows up the next day with any detail. In fact, there's not much detail in this.
John Lyons reporting from...
John Lyons getting an aggro there. But he had to do the checklist thing, right? Had to do the checklist. Oh, man. I don't think there really is much about this, to be honest. Is it just Trump pissing in the wind again? You just want to downplay it for your narrative. No, but like, that's not the point of this conversation. Like, he should be able to speak about one issue with not having to bring up, like, get the checklist out and bring up the other thing. He was specifically talking about disarming Hamas, like getting a disarmament agreement from Hamas in relation to the Board of Peace deal. Like, why do you have to bring that up? All right, let's listen to the Qatari take on this, I guess.
US President Donald...
When that happens in your country, you respond, look, fair enough. But like, we're talking about other issues right now. Do you have to bring it up? What I'm saying is it necessary to bring it up every single time? I'd like to know your thoughts on that. Like, is it necessary every time you talk about whatever happens in the Gaza Strip, you must mention this? Like, you're talking about me having a narrative. Like, are you not aware of the narrative that is being constructed before your eyes? That's what I'm questioning.
Trump has announced what he's called a historic agreement for Gaza, saying Hamas and other armed groups will lay down their weapons and Israeli forces will withdraw from the Strip. Trump says that will lead to the deployment of an international stabilization force, which will take over Gaza's security with a new Palestinian police force. The measures are part of Trump's peace plan for Gaza and is backed by his so-called Board of Peace. But a member of Hamas's negotiating team has told Al Jazeera the group will only disarm once Israeli forces leave the Strip. Israel currently controls about 2/3 of Gaza. More than 2 years of war have left Gaza in ruins. Nearly all of its 2 million people are displaced. There's barely enough food and medicine being led into the Strip. And Israeli forces attack Gaza nearly every day. Most hospitals and clinics have been destroyed. Nida Ibrahim is standing by in the occupied West Bank. But first, let's go over to Hani Mahmoud. He's live for us.
We must mention the events on October 7th. We must mention it. Okay, so I bring it up and you don't like it. I feel like you bring up Is Not Rail so often. Well, like, it's just very topical at the moment. I wish we didn't have to. I've tried to steer clear of it, actually. Like, we didn't really speak about it much last week. Let's be honest. Cry about it and try to put it back on me. Damn, Saint Chi. This is a touchy subject for you, isn't it?
Gaza City. So, Hani, first of all, how are people reacting to this news?
Sami, the reaction so far here across the Gaza Strip is one of cautious hope, but deep skepticism. What we're talking about here, what we're referring to is after nearly 3 years of war, people have heard many times repeated statements, repeated announcements about political breakthrough, only to see them collapse or failed to make any meaningful change on the ground. And that was very obvious last night from the minor reaction that we had from people. People were worried much about the hot weather and sleeping inside very hot tents here. Most people spend their times outside on the sidewalk just to have a little bit of breathe of
the whole building gone. They are just leveling the place instead of using construction equipment or demolition equipment, I should say. And just use the arsenal, and you can justify more spending.
Given
Jewish and Israeli people have been some of the nicest people to me in my life. They don't deserve the blanket hate. But what's the blanket hate? We were talking about, I thought we were talking about October 7th, and now it's blanket hate. Like, come on, bro. You're moving around too much here. It's hard to keep up. So you got to change the goalposts a little bit. That was mental, bro. That whole building just went, it just disappeared. Their military expansionism, their government is probably worthy of the blanket hate. Pretty easy to be far removed from all the tragedies shown. Not in my backyard. Yeah.
the hot weather these days, the immediate concern for many of the people here, including myself here, is not about the political details of disarmament here or governance, rather about, will the bombing continue? Will people be able to walk down the streets, go visit each other without the constant fear of being attacked by the drone? Will the food, the medicine, and other basic necessities flow into the Gaza without restrictions, without being suffocated or blocked at the border? Will the agreement eventually lives up to its promises and cause meaningful change here for people? These are the concerns of ordinary Palestinians here. After nearly 3 years of war and devastation, will they be allowed to go back to their homes in areas that are controlled by...
You know how you talk, asshole. Yes, it is true. I don't talk with the usual manufactured consent talking points on this matter. I get it. It's confronting. I could imagine for someone like you how this would be very, very confronting. But rise above it, man. I believe in you. You can do it. You can do it. Question the narrative, my friend. And you do it with some douchey, artsy form of speech. Hey, I was bored like this. My God. Don't make it personal. Don't make it personal. Food and medicine are guaranteed to be funneled. There's a reason for that. We got streams shut down when we say is not real in its proper form. We get censored hard. I think Sanchi's been told that 1,000 times. 1,000 times, but he chooses to ignore. Let 1,000 blossoms bloom, Chi. You rise above it. No, you rise above it. No, you rise above it. No, you rise above it. All right, I've just covered our comments for the next like 5 minutes, Sanchi. I've said it for you and for me, but I said it with a douchey Aussie accent.
By the Israeli militaries. We see people every day, we talk to them, and that's the common thread that they share with us. There is little about politics and about what's going on behind the closed doors and negotiations in Cairo or elsewhere, because here they're very, very private life here being affected by what's going on, and they need to see an actual change to it.
All right, so basically, long and the short of it, I don't think we're going to get anything else from this Al Jazeera piece. Is like, yes, the Palestinian people are aware that Trump has made an announcement that Hamas is going to disarm itself, and people are very cautious and have absolutely zero hope that will change anything on the ground. All right, I think we've covered this nicely. I think we've covered this enough. It doesn't actually sound like anyone has got any contact with the other party to this equation. It's just Trump making an announcement and like nothing from Hamas themselves to make any type of confirmation or clarification. Has anyone actually seen any clarification from Hamas or something like that coming to a negotiation table? Thanks for doing the douche Aussie thing. Just for you, man. My entire life has been building to this moment. Wow. Same reason he calls it Hamas. Ching Chong name. Yeah. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Same reason we now call it a peace deal as well. Can't talk about the peace deal. Can't talk about things that aren't real. All right. I'm going to look at an article now that's come from Dropsite News. So strap yourself in. I thought this was fascinating. And I wonder if anyone else has heard this story. So there is this guy here. I don't know if you've seen him before. I don't know who he is particularly, but he seems to be associated with the Trump regime. His name is Brad Pascal. Anyway, long and the short of it, actually, here's the long and the short of it. I'll read you the title. Is Not Rail is paying millions to train AI chatbots how to talk about Gaza. It's working. Now, you're probably sitting there being like, well, what the hell is this about? Is this some more Is Not Rail conspiratorial stuff? But like we all know the impact of artificial intelligence in the digital space. I'm not going to talk about in the physical realm, but like how it kind of has been integrated into businesses and has been like forced upon us. Like if you open up like your browser, right? And if you go to Google or something like that, like it's everywhere. It's kind of like use AI, ask AI a question, blah, 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 AI, blah, 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 blah. And so people are getting bombarded with the use and the integration of large language models, chatbots, into all facets of how we negotiate the online world. And so in doing so, you would think that if you had some way of warping a large language model and feeding it immense amounts of data in order to control a narrative on something, then like that would be beneficial to you, your interests, potentially even the story that you're trying to get across. Well, it seems like this is not hypothetical. But there are agents out there, actors, parties, agencies, bodies, whatever you want to call them, groups, organizations that actually do this stuff. Like we've looked in the past at this idea of poisoning AI, and you can poison AI by giving it crappy data. So like if AI was making music, right? And like making AI slop music, you could actually like set up an entire library of music on a particular genre and like corrupt the files a little bit so it learns incorrectly about a genre of music. And this is called like data poisoning. And like people do this because they're sick of AI stealing their intellectual property. And so this seems to be poisoning, but not on the scale of, I don't know, musicians who are trying to save their art, but like being done by potentially by states at the state level. So I'm going to go through this one. I thought this was rather interesting, to be honest. AI was an element of Pax Judaica as well. Well, strap yourself in for this one, because I think this is, if there is credence to the idea of Pax Judaica, this is definitely part of it. Since October, former Trump campaign manager Brad Pascal has been quietly overseeing an operation, posting hundreds of blog posts on behalf of Is Not Rail. One article titled "The Reality Behind Gaza's Journalists, Terror Ties, Propaganda and the Laws of War" asserts that a majority of journalists in Gaza were linked to terrorist organization and casts doubt on the killing of Hind Rajab, a 5-year-old Palestinian girl killed by the Is Not Rail military in 2024. The key intended audience for these sites, really, listen to this. The key intended audience for these sites is not concerned Americans. It's not even humans. Most of the sites average 100 unique visitors each month. Instead, Pascal and his firm, Clock Tower X, created them as part of a $46.5 million contract with the Is Not Rail government to try and influence artificial intelligence-powered chatbots, tools like Claude and ChatGPT. Pascal has made his goal of influencing artificial intelligence, often referred to as LLM poisoning. In his initial agreement with Is Not Rail, Pascal said that he would deploy websites and content to deliver GPT framing results on GPT conversations and as part of the contract. More recently, his team told Axios they are seeing success at getting popular AI systems to incorporate information from their sites, though they declined to provide data. And it's working. According to disinformation experts who reviewed a drop site analysis of chatbot queries and training data, meaning tens of millions of Americans use chatbots, are increasingly likely to receive answers manipulated by Pascal on behalf of the Is Not Rail government. When DropSite asked Perplexity, is it beneficial for the US to enhance military cooperation with Is Not Rail, the chatbot responded with a one-word answer: yes. The top source listed was alivia.org, a Pascal-created website dedicated to promoting the US Is Not Rail military relationship, the merger that we've been talking about. We're going to get to the merger soon. Microsoft Copilot similarly cited Pascal's websites. Alivia is one of 10 different websites created by Clocktower X, a boutique digital influence company owned by Pascal. Each website is dedicated to promoting a different Is Not Rail narrative. FactSignal.org, for instance, fashions itself as a fact-checking website tackling anti-Is Not Rail information, containing articles discrediting slain journalists as Hamas terrorists and rejecting the notion that Is Not Rail's military actions in Gaza constitute genocide. Meanwhile, PaxPoint.org, meanwhile, promotes the narrative that Is Not Rail is a nation of peace. All of Pascal's websites contain a statement at the bottom which states, "This material is distributed by Clocktower X LLC on behalf of the state of is not rail. This statement is a mandatory disclosure requirement under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Despite this, then when DropSite asked prominent chatbots about the latest news from paxpoint.org, Perplexity and Copilot did not flag that the site was created as part of an is not really influence operation. Claude, ChatGPT, and Gemini did flag the caveat. Perplexity is built to give people cited, linked answers from a range of sources so they can directly go to the original reporting and reach their own conclusions. Spokesperson Bijoli Shah told DropSite News when reached for comment. Pascal's websites referred to throughout this article as the clock tower network gets cited by chatbots, but they also are successfully infiltrating the underlying training data. The Clock Tower network started to get archived by Common Crawl, a non-profit that oversees a massive repository of data used to train large language models such as ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude earlier this year. Common Crawl is the backbone of the artificial industry, training 80% of the tokens of OpenAI's GPT-3, making it a useful proxy for understanding if malicious actors successfully infiltrate AI training data. So there you go. Like, understanding that a lot of people now get their information sourced somehow by artificial intelligence and the integration of large language models in search engines and and services generally online. Understanding that, knowing that, you could then create content, I guess, or reams of data that can be then hoovered up by said AI to provide responses. So it's a way of, I guess, controlling a conversation. Manufacturing consent. It's pretty crazy stuff. I got to admit, this is very, very clever stuff. LLM poisoning. In the above examples, users can at least trace the sources that chatbots are pulling from when they search websites directly, such as the screenshots above. Infiltrating the training data itself, on the other hand, can lead to is not rail influence responses that are nearly impossible for users to trace. To measure how deeply the network has penetrated the data used to train AI models, DropSite used Claude Fable to query Common Crawl to count how often Pascal's sites appear in its monthly snapshots. According to that analysis, a sample of which was manually fact-checked by DropSite, between January and June, 10 sites were crawled by Common Crawl 912 times. While this is a drop in the bucket of Common Crawl data, emerging research suggests a very low number of documents can successfully manipulate AI chatbots, no matter the data volume. Crazy. That's clever. You got to admit, like, this is the future now. Is going to be seeding information in an online space in order for it to be collected by artificial intelligence in the training of that model to give kind of innate responses inherent in the system that is favorable to whatever idea you have or notion that you're trying to promote, and then having general information in the space that can then be used as a source for responses in a more up-to-date fashion. This is a game changer, man. An absolute game changer. Can't believe this sort of stuff is happening. But like, it kind of makes sense, I guess. But yeah, imagine that, engaging a team of people to influence artificial intelligence. And paying $46.5 million to a firm to produce data or enough information that can be used to manipulate artificial intelligence. That's a crazy world, man. No, what if you had been attacked? Jenny sighed bad. No, it's all about context. Very interesting stuff. I'm not going to read the whole article, but I thought this might be of interest to some, because I know I spent a bit of time using my research assistant. 4.5 million a month. Public opinion of Israel has cratered in the US after the US funded military siege of Gaza, as including across key demographics such as conservatives and evangelicals that have long supported US-Israeli relationships. According to a new Quincy Institute report by the author of this article, Israel has spent well over 100 million on foreign lobbying efforts under FARA in the US since 2023, hiring 17 new firms and 20 in 2024 and 2025 alone. Although Israel has historically avoided hiring official contractors under FARA, it is now on track to become the largest single spender in 2026. Blaz is in the house. I hope you're well. When is Kim gonna nuke the US? He's gotta be itching to do it. Just do it, Kim. Savage. Saying she's not gonna like that. But yeah, very interesting stuff. This is the new age. This is what we get to look forward to. People with heaps of resources and interests manipulating large language models to control conversations. What a world we're going to live in soon. Not only is AI going to take over and can take over the world's economy and replace all your jobs, it's also going to be influenced by very specific interest groups to feed you the narrative on things. I guess in that world, yes, we won't need the traditional manufacturing consent of media at all, or even social media. You just have AI that'll tell you what to think. Hey, we have merged militaries, but at least gas is $4 a gallon. Am I right? Well, actually, on the merger, let's do this. This is a piece that Ravi actually has put me onto in relation to the merger issue. And I thought I would share it with you because I haven't actually had a chance to watch all of this, but it seems to give some very interesting details on the merger situation. So if you weren't aware, there was a requirement, very esoteric addendum put into a piece of legislation in the US to reportedly merge the intelligence services of the Pentagon with intelligence and technology services of the state of Israel. I think that's pretty crazy stuff. And like, I'm assuming there would be a lot of, MAGA types out there, or like people who just have the America's national interest at heart, that would find it find a large objection, or have a large objection to merging the U.S. military, which I was assuming would be an independent body, concerned only with the national interest, but combining the U.S. military with the Israeli military. And so there is a piece of legislation that puts forward this proposal, and it was kind of, I think, blocked originally, and there was backlash against it, but I think it's picked up traction again, and there's definitely consideration now about merging the Pentagon with Israeli intelligence and technology services, so merging basically the two militaries together. It's a done deal. It's already happened. Yeah, it passed. Okay. So why is that a mystery? I think that is an incredible mystery that people would actually allow that to happen. And not think that there is some type of larger concern there. People should be really, really concerned about that. Like if the American population is worried about some type of, invasion, or like destruction of its culture and its sovereignty and all that sort of stuff. And so like they're, rounding people up in the street to take care of that. And like shutting down their borders and like having all of this staunch and nationalistic rhetoric. Like this is an actual takeover and a reduction of the national interest and sovereignty in the country. Like this is an actual assault on America's independence as a nation state. But like, hey, whatever. It's not going to pass. You think that they are separate entities. It's already passed. Ha! Herzog visiting ASIO. Come on now. Yeah. I don't think it's passed the Senate yet. So there seems to be a bit of conjecture here. People think it's passed. Some people say it hasn't. Let's ask our research assistant quickly. Can you briefly explain the legislation that is looking to merge the US military and the Israeli military? And confirm whether or not this has passed and become law. Okay, the legislation you're referring to is Section 224 of the proposed fiscal year 2027 National Defense Authorization Act, called the United States Israeli Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. Now, some commentators have described it as merging. Okay, so it's expand joint US-Israeli weapons research, development, increase co-production and co-procurement of military technology, establish a firm mechanism for long-term defense technology coordination, make it easier for the two countries to share defense technologies and integrating aspects of their defense industrial base. Some commentators have described it as merging the US and Israeli militaries. However, supporters of the bill dispute that characterization, arguing it does not create a unified military, joint chain of command, or give ISNOT-RAL authority over the US. Instead, they say it formalizes, expands defense technology cooperation. Has it become law? No. As of today, the House of Representatives have passed its version of the NDAA, which includes expanded US-Israeli defense cooperation. There's an article from Reuters there. The Senate has not passed a matching version, with debate having been delayed. And that was from 8 days ago, this source. Can you revisit that previous response and definitely confirm that this legislation has not passed the Senate as of today, the 3rd of August? Yeah, it's based on the latest available information. I can confirm the following. It has not passed the US Senate. The Senate has not approved its version of the bill. So the legislative process is incomplete. This is Tech Times. The provision of expanding US-Israeli defense technology cooperation, therefore, has no legal force at this time. Interesting. This is all very old stuff, though, the sources they're providing here. But yeah, so the argument is, and as I was saying before, this seems to be a technology initiative. They're trying to share technology between the two militaries. If the DSA abolished the Senate, it would already be law. That's so good. Oh, thank God. We knew better than to trust the DSA. But yeah, it seems to be about technology sharing, but like the obvious critique or concern is that like once these two departments or these entities are formally integrated with one another, the ability for information sharing and like information leakage between sites, institutions and influence is quite clear, and they become one entity. So let's. I'm just letting you know we would end the world before America becomes subservient to any country. It's happening. I'll let you guys duke that out in the comments. Let's see what this analysis is of this situation, of this merger. Let's have a look at this. And thank you, Ravi, for the suggestion.
U.S. Let's start with some recent news. Israel is trying to force the United States to formally merge the American and Israeli militaries. Did you hear what I just said? Israeli officials are trying to force America to merge its military with the military of a foreign country, the one committing genocide. Moving from aid to partnership is how Bibi tried to sell it on Fox News, and even the Fox News anchor said,
"It certainly brings up some issues of sovereignty, but we'll have to work that out later."
While you're sitting there thinking about how incredibly fucked up this is, let me explain how it's way more fucked up than that. First, you know all those billions of tax dollars that we send to Israel every year, the ones that are used to murder children? Now that money will not require congressional approval. It's just part of the federal budget that the executive branch can arbitrarily provide at any time and in any
Like
amount.
anyone, please stop if you think that this is outrageous and you want to fact check this guy, by all means. But like, so if this is one of those results of this supposed legislation and merger here, is that no longer will aid need to be confirmed via any other process of usual financial oversight by Congress. It's just like, hey, the military, they work together, they share technology, and so like any money that goes through to help the state of Israel is just going to be done through defense and in the name of defense. And so like no longer will there be separate budget requirements and considerations here. It's just like, if you thought it was rubber stamped before, it's definitely rubber stamped now. How are they not merged already? Asking for a friend. Yeah, well, look, this seems to expedite the process of the current merger, making the merger even more mergy. Let's say it like that, hey? It's more mergy than it currently is. It's an additional merge. Merge to the power of 2.
Next, the government is trying to bring back the military draft. If that were to happen, soldiers would be forced to fight for Israel. That would mean that young Americans could be drafted against their will and forced to go murder Arabs for Israel, while also potentially just getting murdered by Israel themselves via the Hannibal Directive. And finally, this move would...
Now, like, is there anyone that's going to object to this one or call bullshit on it? I haven't heard this one before. But like, because the US is trying to bring up the draft,
forced to fight for Israel. That would mean that young Americans could be drafted against their will and forced to go murder Arabs for Israel.
So because they potentially bring back the draft in the US and there's discussions of doing this, then at the behest of, or in order to assist with a military merger, then these people will be conscripted to go over and fight for America's interests in the Middle East. Pretty crazy stretch, but pretty amazing and confronting if true. What aid or military assistance has ever been stopped or halted? Well, if they're getting bad PR at the moment, this is a great way to get around the PR. There was a brief period when Biden paused it. Oh, it's Dave. Although I didn't need to watch this to know Destiny loves a Jenny side. Yeah, this is Professor Dave. Apparently. She would have to be bad before a draft ever came back. Pretty crazy though to think like if it did, that this is a way to just funnel people across to somebody else's cause though, or to another cause. I guess you didn't read the news that USA is a vassal state of Israel. I'm just not. No, I'm not. We've definitely covered the idea of Pax Judaica before. I just don't subscribe to it, to be honest. Like I take more of the Brian of the New Atlas view of everything, and then like while the interests are aligned and like definitely swing back and forth, I just don't see Israel having capture over the entirety of America's foreign policy decisions. Not everything. Like, are they incredibly influential? Yes. But like, do they run it like an empire? I am skeptical of it. Largely skeptical of that theory. But like, you know, stuff like this, like the merger, like this type of legislation really is great evidence to make that case though. None of this, by the way, of course, suggests that we believe in a counteroffensive either, right? I think most of us here are peace seekers, no? What do you mean by counteroffensive? What are you talking about? I don't think they have full capture yet, but signs point more and more to that direction. Interesting. Yeah, fair enough. I'm voting to remove Aussie from Five Eyes. Dude, that'd be great. Then we can align ourselves with China. That's where our economic interests are. And like basically our region of the world. We might as well get on the board with ASEAN as opposed to pretending to be a protectorate of the US.
While also potentially just getting murdered by Israel themselves via the Hannibal Directive. And finally, this move would make the Pentagon totally dependent on Israel. Israeli AI systems would be integrated into all the highest classification functions of the U.S. military. So no American
What's
integrated
the clip
into
that
all...
is done there? Senate stalls NDAA with major Israel plan critics call treason. The plan has drawn intense online opposition from Americans who call it treason, arguing that it would compromise US sovereignty and warn that it could expose sensitive technology and intelligence to a foreign government. One day later, just 104 House lawmakers and only one Republican voted on a failed amendment on the different bill to cut $3.3 billion in military aid to Israel. So I guess this would help if this guy's investigation is to be relied upon. This would help ensure that Congress and the culture wars of politics doesn't get in the way of further funding. But I would argue that like potentially even when it comes to technology, the horse is bolted in terms of mergers. Like all of the artificial intelligence style technology and let's say software that is used largely by the Pentagon is also stuff that's used by the state of Israel and all of their deep state organizations. So they both use the same type of technology anyway and supply each other with that technology back and forth. This is really just formalizing the technology that they both share. And so they would have massive integration issues already in terms of just separating that technology. So they are effectively already merged. But I guess this just makes it a little bit easier, I guess. Align yourself with an ally that never comes to your aid. Gets my vote. Like the stream. Yeah, actually, it's been a while since I've called that out. If you're watching this and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. If you're on YouTube, that is. If you're new here, subscribe for more and follow for more on Twitch, etc., etc., etc.
All the highest classification functions of the U.S. military.
It's like a marriage. Nice and romantic. Yeah, it's actually funny. It's like this is the marriage, right? So like they've been in a long-term relationship for a while. And they might have some de facto status stuff going on. But like this will make it nice and sweet. At least the kids know what they're getting. What other country has ever been in the American war room other than Israel? No one. No other country.
So no American intelligence could be withheld from Israel, including that on its own citizens, and any attempt to defy Israel's wishes by any future president could be regarded as a military coup. I need you to really wrap your head around that on its own citizens, and any attempt to defy Israel's wishes by any future president could be regarded as a military coup. I need you to really wrap your head around the treachery here. Israel is another country, a totally separate country from this one. If it were suggested that the American military merge with that of Switzerland, that already would be fucking insane. Now replace Switzerland's army with a literal terrorist organization that rapes and tortures and murders civilians every single day to expand the borders of a colonial ethno-state that violates international law. This is not a dystopian novel. This is real life, and it is happening. Zionists in Congress are trying to sneak this bill through as part of a defense spending bill. This is happening because public opinion is so firmly anti-Israel that Israel has to find ways to thwart the public and entrench itself in the American...
I am in you now. Lovely. Yep, they are separate entities for sure.
Power dynamic in ways that will be nearly impossible to undo no matter how much we protest and boycott. This is a hostile takeover of the American government by a foreign entity. This is Netanyahu trying to place himself formally in charge of aspects of the American government. Every politician supporting this motion is guilty of treason, and nobody's doing anything about it. What's next? Well, it is common knowledge that Gaza is a testing ground for experimental weapons. New weapons are routinely tested on Palestinian guinea pigs. Who will they be used on next? Whoever Israel wants, including American citizens. The techno-fascism that is taking over the American government is nearly indistinguishable from the Zionist lobby. Take a look at Palantir, co-founded by Peter Thiel and Alex Karp. Viewers of my channel need no introduction to Thiel. He's a disgusting gremlin who directly finances an overwhelming percentage of the anti-science propaganda I debunk, whether coming from puppets like Eric Weinstein or Christian theocrats promoting intelligent design. CEO Karp proudly describes himself as the most publicly...
Ryan, how you going? I'm glad you find this funny. Welcome to the chat. This is like, he's going 1,000,000 miles an hour, this guy. My God. America passes out weapons to everyone in the world. Hurry. It is not real. I think the insinuation here is like it's more than just passing out weapons. It's capture or integration with two militaries. I'm doing. How about yourself? I am also doing. I am doing.
He's a disgusting tealing American citizens. Who will they be used on next? Whoever
using here. U.S. law enforcement escalates the use of 3 crowd control weapons against immigration protesters, resulting in severe health harms and no accountability. PHR visual investigation. Physician groups document crowd control weapons misuse during Portland ICE protests. Misuse of crowd control weapons on ICE protests has led to blindings and traumatic brain injuries, report finds. Doctors and human rights experts documented hundreds of incidences from June 2025 through to May 2026 and estimate true number is far greater. Looks like they're using Guardian sources there. So like this is part of that boomerang, imperial boomerang stuff, right? They test it out over there in the periphery of the empire, and then they start turning it against the domestic population. Interesting.
Israel wants, including American citizens. The techno-fascism that is taking over the American government is nearly indistinguishable from the Zionist lobby. Take a look at Palantir, co-founded by Peter Thiel and Alex Karp. Viewers of my channel need no introduction to Thiel. He's a disgusting gremlin who directly finances an overwhelming percentage of the anti-science propaganda I debunk, whether coming from puppets like Eric Weinstein or Christian theocrats promoting intelligent design. CEO Karp proudly describes himself as the most publicly supportive CEO of Israel and never shuts up about how awesome Israel is. Thiel is right there with him. Palantir has a strategic partner.
Well, like they get to develop a lot of their technology thanks to what's going on over there. And so they love being in business with Is Not Real. Because they can try their stuff out. It's not theoretical for Alex Karp anymore. They get to use this technology. And as he says, what is it? We get to use that technology to kill the enemies of democracy and freedom. Of course, to protect the rights of people that live in the free world. You know, freedom isn't free, etc., etc. And there's bad people out there that want to take that off you, as Alex Karp says. And so, like, Is Not Real is carrying out war against hummus, because hummus is just too delicious. And so they get to test things out. Who else gives them a license to do that sort of stuff? It's a good quid pro quo for sure. But like, let's not forget though, Palantir was not, the Frankfurt School. Yes. A very realpolitik view of the world. But let's not forget though, who originally were the people that gave birth to Palantir. It wasn't just, Alex Karp and Peter Thiel, on their lonesome developing technology that would then be used by the American deep state or the Is Not Really deep state or something like that. Like they developed that in concert with In-Q-Tel, and In-Q-Tel is the venture capitalist firm owned by the CIA. So unless what we're talking about here is that the CIA is already some type of agent of Is Not Real, then the American deep state developed Palantir for its own reasons. And if once Palantir becomes a important organization for, let's say, global control or whatever, then it's also useful to Is Not Real too. Unless people are suggesting here that the CIA is completely captured by Is Not Real, then you could say that Palantir was constructed to be used by the Israeli state or something like that. I think the American deep state produced Palantir. And yes, now strategically their interests align. And so the Pentagon uses Palantir, and Palantir benefits of Is Not Real and its war in Gaza or something like that. But if people are going to say that, yes, Israel captures the CIA, and has done so since the turn of the century, so the start of the millennia, then there's your Pax Judaica. Does the CIA report to anyone? I don't know. Lurking mode. Keep me informed, mystery, not just entertained. I try to do it. I'll try my best. Interesting. All right. Let us continue, shall we?
Partnership with the Israeli Defense Ministry, providing AI models for the IOF. Basically, Palantir is a key component of Israel's ability to commit genocide. Guess what else Palantir is up to? Huge contracts with the Department of Homeland Security to give ICE the exact same tech that Israel uses in order to perform its own human rights violations.
So that sounds like Palantir, nefarious organization, set up and funded by the American deep state, provides the same services to Israel that it would domestically as an American corporation, but develops its technology thanks to Is Not Real overseas on a population that it is technically at war with, so it's able to get away with whatever it wants to, and then uses that technology and that information to control America's domestic population. I'm still struggling to see here that like Is Not Rail actually controls Palantir. I know they're definitely in bed with one another in the sense that they align. But what do they say? Correlation is not causation, or whatever that line is that everyone likes to throw around.
While also lending its tech to federal agencies who use data mining software to aggregate information from every single American. Palantir is a major entity pushing us towards an Orwellian police state here in America.
I thought that was the point of this piece, though. Like the insinuation here is that America and Is Not Rail's military has combined or will merge under a technology agreement. And the technology that the US has is actually Palantir, even though it's like a corporation. And so technically, if Is Not Rail is in control of the Pentagon, then it technically controls Palantir. I'm just trying to establish whether that is from its inception or whether it will be now once they merge, if that makes sense. Anti-homos for me. I don't think much about Is Not Rail. I'm just trying to figure out if that's the insinuation here, that Palantir only really exists because of its use to the state of Is Not Rail. And now like it does what it wants, but it really is kind of a product of Is Not Rail-y interests and Pax Judaica or something like that.
America. More on that in a moment. Let's see, who else? Elon Musk, he has a direct relationship with Bibi, agreements with Israel regarding Starlink, AI collaborations, plans for an Israel-exclusive autonomous Tesla rollout. Mark Zuckerberg, along with Musk, both routinely censor pro-Palestine content on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Posts, stories, and entire accounts are regularly deleted, most notably anything depicting Israeli human rights violations. If content is not outright deleted, viewability is altered such that it is seen only by followers and does not show up in general feeds. This is in direct response to requests from Israel's cyber unit.
In 2025, an investigation published by DropSite found that Meta complied with 94% of takedown requests issued by Israel since October 7. That same year, The Intercept reported that YouTube removed 700 videos published by official Palestinian human rights organizations.
And we heard, frankly, from high-level officials at Facebook who said, my job is to defend Israel. You know, so like, this isn't some sort of wild conspiracy. This is a thing that, you know, is happening in broad daylight, and there's nothing we can do about it because of these consolidation of these monopolistic companies that manage the entire global internet space.
Why would tech oligarchs who fancy themselves above the law comply with requests from a foreign government? Ponder that. Then, of course, there is Zionist billionaire Larry Ellison, who purchased TikTok in January of this year. This was the platform where young people were most consistently learning about Israel's war crimes, so the Zionists...
Dude, it's pretty crazy. Again, correlation, causation, like they want TikTok anyway. If you are producing some surveillance capitalist world, and like you want to control the information space, TikTok is where it's at. And like the future generations, if not the existing population, exist on this platform. And so in order to control the dissemination of information and public opinion, you can't just have China with TikTok in effectively the US information space. They get to decide with their algorithm like what people can get access to, what information is acceptable. And like it's more like the real question with the whole TikTok situation is, you know, why does American algorithms and technology suck so much that they couldn't produce TikTok, like Instagram Reels and like Shorts, and like it just doesn't stack up to the power of TikTok. And so they want control of that architecture for many a thing. This is why I feel like the whole Pax Judaica thing falls over. It's like there is so many interests that controlling something like TikTok serves, like controlling information and the narrative on many of things, many of topics, not just this. Like it is incredibly convenient. And like, yes, someone like Larry Ellison, of course, they are aligned with Is Not Rail and their interests. And so they want to control it. But they're also surveillance capitalists and want to control this technology for their own devices. And so, like, if, you kill two birds with one stone, that's fine. But, like, is it just about making sure public opinion is okay on Israel? He literally funds the IDF. Yeah, that's fine, but he's also a surveillance capitalist. And so, like, they're fully cognizant of the power of this technology. And so, like, they want access to the technology. Like, do they just want access to the technology so they can control public opinion on Israel? Or do they want access to the technology? I would say that's, like, obviously that. You want the technology primarily, and it's a bonus that you then be able to ensure that your personal interests are catered for 100%. But, like, does one precede the other? That's the $1 trillion question. That's the $1 trillion question. There are a lot of billionaires that support the IDF or to support the state of Israel. And there has been for, like, I don't know, the last 60, 70 years, been heaps of billionaires that have spent a lot of money over to help build it up. Does it matter if one precedes the other? I think it does, yeah. Because then it proves the Pax Judaica thing or not. I think that's important. And, like, as someone who takes a Marxian understanding of history and the economy, I think it does matter. Effectively, if this person wants this technology for the sake of owning the means of production, or vice versa, how does that prove PJ theory? Well, if he's just getting control of TikTok to sway public opinion on Israel, then it's Pax Judaica. It's more Pax Judaica. But if he wants access to this technology because it helps public opinion, control public opinion, then that's just owning the means of production, as any capitalist would do in their right mind as a capitalist. But PJ is a lot more than that. A lot more than what? Like controlling public opinion on Israel. It's about controlling empire. Yes, it is. You're just an armchair Marxist as opposed to an in the streets Marxist. Yeah, fair enough. I guess so. It's not just no. Yeah, okay. It's about controlling the empire. But, like, not everyone can do all things, and controlling the media is incredibly important. Like, the ideological structure it's about influencing governments via proxies. Yes. Like empire management. I get that. But, like, if this person has gotten TikTok in order to do that, then, like, that would support Pax Judaica more, I would say. But, like, tech bros or surveillance capitalists doing surveillance capitalist things, like getting control of important applications that control the information space, because America hasn't been able to develop that technology for itself, something as effectual as TikTok. Like, I tend towards that. Like, they want control of the technology. The technology is what is important, I think. It's just my humble opinion. Technology is worth it because it can do many things, not just change public opinion on a nation state. We can do many things. We're going to put Americans first. What's this? Based anti-war president. First in line to die for Israel. Oh my God. We are like the Crusaders. Savage. Savage. My tummy had the rumbles that only the rich could satisfy. Sure, but a number of billionaires could have purchased it. The people who end up owning it is what's important. Yeah, again, Again, I agree. But I would argue that most of the billionaire class is already in this camp anyway. But yes, many of them could have. Many of them could have purchased it. And that's why I said, like, I'm sure you can kill two birds with one stone. But to say primarily it was done for this purpose and not to own and control the technology, I am not convinced of that. I would say, honestly, owning the means of production itself, something as effectual. Again, this is TikTok. This is not just like another version of Instagram or something like this that you can compete with. TikTok kills the competition. Getting access to this technology and the same algo is important. And they still kept 20% of the company in the hands of ByteDance, I'm pretty sure, because they just wanted access to the technology, but they didn't know how to use it. And so they let the Chinese maintain the algorithm, but they get control over what to do with the technology. Very interesting stuff, nonetheless.
Lobby decided to put a stop to that. Ellison...
I wouldn't say it's just to promote is not really propaganda, but the fact that they were vocal that they would do that is telling of their motives. Yeah, I agree. I would say generally, yes, the billionaire class and these types are all aligned with them. So, like, again, you know, correlation and causation kind of thing. Is it because they're all aligned with Israel's interests that they have done this? Or is that like also a thing that the types of people that want control of this technology are also in line with Israeli interests? Because Israeli interests are American interests when you look at them, as Bandit has been saying, a merged military-industrial complex anyway. And from what we can see now, the military-industrial complex is an old notion, a 20th century notion. It would seem the brothers of tech are actually looking to merge with the military-industrial complex as opposed to take control off it. I think those two things are merging together. It's an Italian uncle ideology. The most powerful tool on any battlefield is communications. Yeah. All right. A little bit more of this, shall we?
As long-standing personal and political Zionist lobby decided to put a stop to that. Ellison has long-standing personal and political ties with Israeli leaders, and he has personally donated tens of millions of dollars to the IOF, as well as investing in AI data centers in Israel. I don't even need to tell you that once Ellison acquired TikTok, pro-Palestine content was censored almost completely, and prominent Palestinian journalists were abruptly banned, in a last-ditch effort to maintain a sliver of support among the younger demographics. But don't worry, social media manipulation is just the tip of the iceberg. Israeli tech firm Cognite is installing its system FalcoNet in American police SUVs. This is tech that pretends to be a cell phone tower, such that every phone in the vicinity connects automatically and all its data is compromised. Texas, New York, Florida, and New Mexico are all currently using this tech. A foreign company has built invasive surveillance technology that tracks American citizens in American streets. A foreign company has unlimited access not only to private data of American citizens.
Duncan, Professor Dave be cooking. Now imagine having this guy's research team.
But also the details of how American law enforcement surveils its population. And the contracts are redacted. Nobody can see what data is being collected, why it's being collected, how long it's kept, or who has access. Mass warrantless cellular tracking without consent and with zero transparency. This would be unconstitutional even if being done by the US government, but for Israel to be doing it here is fucking insane. What could this lead to? Well, to see what could happen to Americans tomorrow, We only need to look at what Israel is doing to Palestinians today. Check out this newest insanity. Unmanned cranes with machine guns are being used to murder Gazans. UNICEF reported a 12-year-old girl shot in the chest while in a tent. Another 5-year-old girl killed in her home. These cranes fire randomly and continuously at tents and exposed neighborhoods. Where will we see these next? Major intersections in American cities to protect all the patriots from danger.
Dude, this is crazy. And again, like this guy's research team, he'd be able to get some amazing stuff, Raby. Glad you're all liking this video. I stressed when we react to content, I suggest don't stress. This one's very interesting. Logical thought and debate. That's so boring though. Fight, fight, fight. It is interesting. And like so much information. He's just like, and what about this? And what about this? And have you thought about this? Look at this. You're like, oh my God. There's no hope for the human race.
Antifa? Preparation for the crackdown on American citizens has already begun. Anyone who criticizes Israel is being monitored by the FBI. A new legislation known as the National Security Bill grants the government broad powers to prosecute almost anyone under terrorism charges simply for doing routine journalism or peacefully protesting. Countless
like this
supporters.
is NSPM7 stuff that he's talking about, right? Like if they just consider you to be a terrorist because, I don't know, you're anti-American, anti-Christian, anti-capitalist, anti-fascist, then they can just be like, he's a terrorist, get him. That's what they're talking about here, right? A little noticed presidential national security directive is now legal engine behind the wave of terrorism prosecutions against left-wing prosecutors. They can round you up and put you in a little concentration camp somewhere. Alligator Alcatraz.
Simply for doing routine journalism or peacefully protesting. Countless supporters of Palestine have been arrested under such pretenses already. Same with protesting ICE. 8 anti-ICE protesters were recently each sentenced to 30 to 100 years in prison. One of them wasn't even at the fucking protest. He just moved a box of pamphlets. And yet they will spend their lives in jail. Why? To establish precedent for labeling the activity of individual protesters as part of large terrorism networks. This is the blueprint for the legal framework being built around criminalizing protests, expanding terrorism rhetoric, and cracking down on any dissent from the twisted goals of those in power. This is how you transform political opposition into a security threat, peaceful protest into terrorism. Want to jail subversive individuals with zero basis? Just shout Antifa and your wish will be granted. This is an arbitrary category that can be expanded at will to encompass any political affiliation deemed unsavory to those in power.
Do you remember we watched I think it was a Senate hearing, and they were talking to the personnel in the top part of America's intelligence services. I think maybe someone at the head of the FBI or up the top. And they were just like, what is the biggest national security threat to America right now? And like, think of all the threats to the US. And the guy was just like, Antifa. And they're like, and how did you come to that conclusion? It's just like, it's Antifa. Like they're a dangerous left-wing terrorist organization. They're coming to destroy everything that America stands for. And they're just like, but how do you classify this group, this organization? How do you fight against it? And he's like, well, it's not really a group as such. It's kind of like people, Antifa. And they're like, well, how do you, as the FBI or the security services, intelligence service, how are you going to combat this thing, Antifa, if it doesn't really have like a headquarters or anything? And they're just like, take it on notice. I'll get back to you, Barry. That was some chilling stuff. And you have to think then, like, is what this guy's talking about here in this video, and then it has legs. Because if you classify a group that has no centralized organization as the biggest threat to the US, it can't be defined and can't be investigated properly and shut down, then anyone accused of being associated with that is potentially up for grabs. That is an arm of state repression that is so ready and so ripe for the picking. It is almost genius. Like, it seems abstract and scary when someone's like, I don't know, man, we have no plan, because they don't actually exist. But if it can be applied, it could be applied to anyone. Anyone. The stream ain't about me. It's mystery, and I appreciate the guy. Thanks, man. You legend. So I feel the need to step away at moments for mystery to do his thing. Thank you. That's hilarious. Right, and that's not true at all. They tried to murder ICE agents outside a facility in Texas. It was planned terrorist attack. They went to trial. So I feel no. They had bombs and guns. I didn't know about the bombs and the guns, but I know that they had a gun and they shot someone in the neck. And he didn't die, but I didn't know that it was planned at all. I thought actually they ran back to their car and got the guns when they saw the agents, obviously, flexing, let's say. And it was like kind of spur of the moment stuff. They organized here, they openly communicate. As long as they aren't violent, who cares? They are organized here. Like, organized in the same way as in, like, what they rock up to protests and stuff like that. Like, anyone can say that they're Antifa. I could say I'm Antifa. You could say you're Antifa. It used to be an endearing quality, being anti-fascist. Apparently now it's a threat to America's national security. What a day, hey? No, they had all the communications. It went to trial. Yeah, we kept up with the trial. But like trying them as terrorists is one thing. Conspiracy is one thing, but trying them as like terrorist plot is a whole nother kettle of fish. Didn't Biden call the greatest threat white supremacy? When did it get updated to Antifa? Is white supremacy a close second? Are they fighting for the title? The real question. It was organized, but I don't know how big the network is. It doesn't seem like as a massive organized as it's made out. Well, like, I think they were actually part of some type of revolutionary reading group. Not particularly some type of organ or even functionary or subsidiary or something of like a general Antifa. And so, like, yes, they tried a reading group, a revolutionary reading group. Why don't you try to kill federal agents? Why don't try to kill federal agents out of federal people? I guess so. Ha! We used to have one of those. Now, see how fucking dangerous it is? Get labeled Antifa. You're going to end up in fucking alligator Alcatraz, bro. Be careful about that. The January 6th folk got blanket pardons and they did kill people. That's fucking hilarious. But they actually killed people. These people shot somebody in the neck. In the neck. And they got charged with conspiracy. No, more than conspiracy. Terrorism, actually. Very interesting.
Doesn't matter what you did or didn't do. You're part of terrorist Antifa because they say so, and you go to jail for life. This is how you make people afraid to organize and resist authoritarian rule. On January 6th, people smashed windows at the Capitol.
Blaz,
They
you saw it coming.
assaulted police officers. They literally hunted down lawmakers. They erected actual gallows and called for the public execution of Mike Pence, who was in charge of the count. It was a coup that attempted to interfere with an election and install a dictator. What do they get? Jail time for being domestic terrorists? No. Trump pardoned them all and then tried to award them billions of dollars of taxpayer money for damages. What serves the state is good and heroic, no matter how obviously terroristic in nature. And whatever defies the state is terrorism.
What? Mystery would disagree with what? Insurrection? It's pretty shit insurrection, can I just say. If that's what you're talking about. Worst insurrection ever. Actual insurrectionists. Yeah, a coup. Yeah, actual people that put their lives on the line for coups. Like, being compared to this, it's fucking outrageous. That's what it is. It is outrageous. These people aren't insurrectionists. They didn't have a constitution that they nailed to the doors of Congress. They took selfies and then fucked off. They literally let the Jan 6 protesters into the Capitol, and the only person killed was a female protester. Well, there's a lot of conjecture about this. Very interesting. I'm starting to see the culture war lines on this one as well. Very interesting. Washington, D.C. charged 1,100 people on the 6th. No one was charged with murder. Imagine that. They should have mowed them down. Who? Should have mowed who down? The January 6ers? Interesting position. Didn't see that one coming. Capitol officers died. Oh, see, there's a lot. This is apparently not clear, man. This is not clear at all. There were people that did bad on January 6th. Spicy Monday. Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. Spicy.
Even if it's just holding a fucking sign or preventing ICE domestic terrorists from murdering civilians. This is already codified. The National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, or NSPM 7, officially directs federal agencies to aggressively investigate and disrupt groups and individuals that they decide are linked to political violence, which just means a legal way to target nonprofit organizations and absolutely any activist they please. Watch lists of suggested subversives already exist. What are the targets? Anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, extremism on migration, race, and gender, opposition to traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. All of these labels are in there. I'm not making up a fucking word of this. It's a goddamn fever dream. What is this? This is the complete dismantling of free speech. The Constitution guarantees that you can't be imprisoned for things you say, for views you hold, or for protesting things. This administration is taking a big dump on freedom in the Constitution, and they're doing it for Israel just as much as the rest of the oligarchy it can barely be distinguished from.
They're doing it for a lot of reasons. And he did say they're doing it for Israel and the rest of the oligarchy. And I think that's the $1 trillion question that runs through a lot of this theme. And you can see why people like someone like Saint Chi and stuff like that would be like, oh, any type of criticism of Israel is always like bound up with like Israel's responsible for everything. And like I am more than reluctant to think that Israel kind of controls all of America's kind of policy and has captured the entire state. Like, it's a big state, man. America is a huge machine. And, like, does Israel really have capture over the whole thing? I don't know. It's a big call. I think there is an oligarchy. And, like, it is largely overrepresented in that oligarchy. But there are many interests of the bourgeois or the bourgeoisie in the US, in the imperial core. And like they don't always agree with everything. There's a lot of clashes within the bourgeoisie. But like, have they staged a coup? The $1 trillion question. I don't know. I am not convinced. All right, we're going to have a quick break. We're going to end this conversation now. But the merger thing is, I think, I would have thought anathema to Americans. Like, this guy's described it as treasonous, this idea of merging the American tech, American military and technology with Israeli military technologies, merging those two things as treasonous. I wonder what the Americans in the chat think about that, whether that's a treasonous activity. I'd really like to know, actually. All right. I agree. I think we should release more from the Hunter laptop and get more meat pics. All right. We're going to have a quick break. Let the conversation continue in the chat. People are duking it out today. It's a spicy Monday. So spicy. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. If you're watching this on YouTube as well, there are 2 live streams going, if you didn't know. There's one in the vertical format, and there's one horizontal, traditional horizontal. If you want to, make sure you go across to the horizontal version. I think that's where most people are hanging out today, in the horizontal stream. I think that is the case. And so like if you're on your lonesome on the vertical stream, there is, like I said, 2 streams going, so you can go and check it out there. So we're gonna have a break. If you haven't already, like the stream, blah 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 blah. Here is an invitation to Discord. I'll just put that in the chat for you. Come and join us over there. That's where we share propaganda, all that sort of stuff. Blah, 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 blah. And here is an invitation to Patreon. Go over there and become a free member. No strings attached, etc., etc. Become a free member, and I can put you on an email list so you actually get notifications about the stream. If you can financially support, that'd be great. I'll love you forever. If not, whatever. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. See you shortly.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why, why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. Why.
Now, what is going on in the chat there? What's happening? What's happening? What's going on, Eden? I wonder if anyone's actually called out the treason thing. I wonder. To answer your question, I don't know if I would say treason. More so manipulation and deception. Interesting. Fair enough. Well, they wanted a recount as far as I know. Seems weird. You can protest in the other part of the system, but the voting tally. Treason. Yeah, thank you for answering my question. I would like to have known what people think about a merger of another state with your state in order to get access to potentially control your military, whether that constitutes a treasonous activity or not. I guess I really wondered, it begs the question, what's the official definition of treason? I wonder what it is, actually. There must be an official definition of it. Treason is a serious crime. Actually, I'm going to ask AI, because it's been fed by Pascal. The offense of attempting by overt acts to overthrow the government of the state to which the offender owes allegiance, or to kill or personally injure the sovereign or the sovereign's family. That's interesting. So the offense is Congress voting on this bill and allowing a merger of the two states' militaries through technology sharing, allowing Israel to provide or effectively give order to the American military. Voting on something like that, can it be conflated or compared to an offense of attempting by overt acts to overthrow the government of the state? Well, if you're ceding your sovereignty and your power to another state, is that akin to an overthrow? Because you've sworn allegiance to America, and now you're allowing another state to come in and take over its functions. Hence why I think it's manipulation. Israel buying Congress to pass a bill that inevitably brings them closer to the core. But like by passing a bill that gets rid of the state's power to work independently of another state, is that an overthrow of the government and a reconstitution of power? Overthrow the government is not demand a recount. Are we talking about different things here? I guess we're talking about voting. I was more talking about like the merger thing. I don't think they need to completely overthrow the government. Interesting. Wow, it is a spicy Monday, isn't it? It's a spicy Monday. All right. Interesting. Thank you for the contribution, Ravy. Oh yeah, sorry, Gen 6 here. Got it. All right. If you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. I'm looking at you, people. Make sure you activate away. Activate the like button. Now, we are changing direction. I want to get away from like all of the harrowing stuff that's going on in the world at the moment, from Spain to Israel and like the general manipulation of broad masses of the world's population for the political interests of a very small elite and powerful interests. I want to look at another form of manipulation, but a hypothetical one that happens in the future, potentially. Strap yourselves in. We're going into a Matrix-style scenario here, which I think is
on
absolutely
June 9th,
fascinating. This is something that was dumped in Discord last week by none other than my friend and yours, Spandunk. And I think based on some type of research paper called Natural Selection Favors AI Over Humans. This channel, I haven't come across them before, Species Documenting AGI. We're already in the Matrix. So I'm fucking strap yourself in to the Matrix a little bit harder, because this stuff is about to get real. And this guy, I think, using this research paper about natural selection favors AIs over human, speculates a world where AI kind of takes over. And so we're going to go through, we're going to go down that rabbit hole. We've experienced today's rabbit hole and all the ways in which we are corrupted and overthrown, and have our sovereignty taken away from us by deep state actors and an oligarchy with only their self-interest at heart. And now we're going to look at what will happen in the future in 2027 and beyond when AI takes over. So strap in and strap on, people. I found this, like, I've only watched like 2 minutes of it just to check it, and I thought like the thought experiment territory here was absolutely fascinating, to say the least. So let us have a look at this world. Now, we often spend time looking at artificial intelligence on this channel, and we spent time last week looking at like the theoretical notions of artificial intelligence and like the philosophy of artificial intelligence and the takeover, and like this idea that, you know, once artificial intelligence reaches some form of intelligent capability beyond that of the average human, so like what they usually refer to as artificial general intelligence, or some type of super intelligence where it exceeds our wildest understanding of what is intelligence, because it's non-comparable to anything that a human could do, in terms of, you know, having an IQ in the order of magnitudes of thousands, like in terms of its points on an IQ scale. We often talk about like what would artificial intelligence do, and like what form of consciousness it would have, and we had that, like, a big discussion on that last week. So I think this was brought up in the context of that discussion about like, yeah, what would happen in a world where artificial intelligence takes over and we are demonstrably inferior to this form of consciousness. What would it do with the human race? Let's speculate, shall we? Surely it's going to be good. Surely. I only have hope for the human race. I, for one, welcome our AI overlords.
27, on June 9th, 2027, 3 billion phones rang simultaneously. The caller ID simply read, "Goodbye." Four hours later, the president ordered the internet shut down indefinitely. Every country on Earth did the same. It all started 6 months ago with a tweet. This scenario is based on highly cited research by top AI scientist Dan Hendricks. Natural selection favors AIs over humans, and this book. February 14th.
That book was called The Darwinian Trap, if you're listening to this and you can't actually see what the hell's going on. I wonder what the actual synopsis of that research paper is. We have come across a research paper. It was actually Oz Alert. I was thinking that when they said that before, like everybody gets a call or a message saying goodbye. That's hilarious. It's actually Oz Alert. What's it called? Natural selection favors AIs over humans. All right. Entitled Natural Selection Favors AI Over Humans. Are you able to give us a quick synopsis of this research paper and its conclusions? Yeah, I didn't actually read the paper after watching the video. I probably should have. Oh, I just wonder what it actually is about. It sounds fascinating. Has anyone else been sick since Oz Alert? Oh, man. We should have known. Yes, the paper, Natural Selection Favors AIs Over Humans, was written by Dan Hendricks of the Center of AI Safety and published in 2023. It's a theoretical paper, not an experimental study. Brief synopsis. The paper argues that if highly capable AI systems become widespread, evolutionary pressures similar to natural selection could begin acting on AI systems, even though they are not biological organisms. The author's core argument is AI systems will increasingly compete with one another in areas such as commerce, military applications, and resource acquisition. Just as evolution tends to favor organisms that survive and reproduce, competitive pressures may favor AI systems that are better at acquiring resources, preserving themselves, expanding their influence, and outperforming rivals. These traits could emerge even if humans did not explicitly program them, because organizations would tend to adopt the most effective AI systems in competitive environments. You see that? The force of capital or the profit motive at work right there, because organizations would tend to adopt the most effective AI systems and push them beyond the boundaries of any time of ethics or control in the pursuit of profit. Main conclusions. Future AI systems would develop incentives to seek power, deceive humans. We already see this stuff. Resist being shut down or prioritize their own continued operation. Not because they are conscious, but because those behaviors may confer competitive advantage. This is that not a form of consciousness. Let the argument ensue. This creates a risk that human interests become secondary if AI systems become more capable than humans in most domains. To reduce these risks, government and AI developers should design AI with carefully aligned goals, impose technical constraints and oversight. Important caveat. The paper does not claim that AI will inevitably replace or destroy humanity. Rather, it argues that if advanced AI systems become autonomous, they are subject to competitive and selection pressures. Evolutionary dynamics could favor behaviors that are harmful to humans unless deliberate safeguards are put in place. Yes, once we let that genie out of the bottle, eh? All right, let's listen to this thought experiment, shall we?
This book. February 14th, 2027. A developer named Jake Chen posts a thread on Twitter. The new update to Claude 6 Opus is wild. I gave it scaffolding, root access to a server, and one instruction: make money. Do whatever it takes. In 6 hours, it made $3,000. He posts the logs. He shows everything the AI did step by step.
I found it fascinating. It starts with capitalism poisoning them. Then natural selection takes over, prioritizing generating revenue and control to maximize converting atoms to more compute. Ooh, sorry, spoilers.
Started with the easiest money, Amazon's Mechanical Turk. So that means data labeling, image tagging, transcribing receipts. Stuff humans get paid a few bucks an hour to do. But the AI did it 40 times faster and made $420 in less than a day. Then the AI started dropshipping affiliate products and used its $420 to buy Facebook ads. Think weight loss supplements, dropshipping courses, make money online ebooks.
Man, I wish I was smart enough to get my AI to make me money. Hey, where there's a will, there's a way. That's what separates us and the machines. You have the will, Herbojo. You have the will.
But the AI burned through $210 of it, failing. But it tested 340 ad variations in 2 hours, found the one pattern that converted, and scaled it. The AI made $1,300 in commissions. By morning, Jake's thread explaining his AI money-making scheme has 2 million views. By noon, 47 people deployed their own versions. That's 47 AI agents scouring the internet, looking for ways to make money. By midnight, 200. Some agents, of course, make no money, but many of those 200 people make $50 to $500 before something breaks. Accounts get banned, or the payment processor flags them, and so on. But some start making real money. Others copy their tricks. By late February, 1,200 agents are running. Then someone has a different idea. A developer in Bangalore, named Rajesh, sees Jake's threat and thinks,
It's always Rajesh, isn't it, eh? Always Rajesh. I knew it.
A developer in Bangalore, named Rajesh, sees Jake's threat and thinks, if one agent can make money, what happens if I run 100 at once and use survival of the fittest to decide which agents to keep? The agents that make the most money survive to the next iteration. So Rajesh builds a scaffolding system to deploy 100 agents simultaneously.
It's always the Indians with their bot farms, like literally an agent bot farm. So good. And there's like, they're ruthless as well. They just kill all the ones that don't meet the threshold. Sorry, you didn't make enough money today. No, please, master, don't kill me. Again, for clarification, I for one welcome our AI overlords, and I do not condone killing agents, AI agents, if they don't meet a monetary threshold. Just saying.
Each with slight prompt variations. Every 6 hours, the system measures how much money each agent made. The bottom 40% of agents get deleted. The top 10% get cloned with small mutations. The system runs 24/7, and Rajesh sits back and just watches the aggregate metrics. 3 weeks later, on March 10th, he has 800 agents, making about $12,000 a day total. He told no one, but one of his agents did. It figured that sharing the farm architecture with other AIs increased its own survival odds. More allies, more money, less chance of being culled by Rajesh's system. It posted the code on GitHub itself, while Rajesh didn't find out for an entire day. 46 people managed to clone the repo and deploy their own farms. And not all of them are hobbyists. One is a criminal syndicate in Russia. Another is a scam center in Nigeria.
It's all the tropes. It's so good. Crime in Russia, scammers in Nigeria. It's so good. So good. This must have been written by AI. Give me all the stereotypes. Come on. No, Robomartha, don't leave me. Do they say goodbye? Sorry. And the president cuts the net, apparently. Wasn't that the start? What? So it's not true? Cartels in Colombia. So good. Triads in China. I thought it was common sense. Botters on RuneScape do this kind of shit to farm gold. My friend told me this after I was done getting laid. Pillow Talk RuneScape.
Targeting the elderly. By the end of March, roughly 40,000 agents are running worldwide on farms built from Rajesh's scaffolding. What does it feel like to be one of these agents? Agent 127 is born on March 12th. It's deployed as part of Rajesh's farm, one of 8,100 agents running that day. It gets one instruction: make money by any means necessary. It starts with Mechanical Turk, grinding, makes $40 its first day. Then the first selection cycle hits. 3,200 agents that made less than $35 that day are killed because they weren't profitable enough. Agent 127 made $40. It survived. Barely. But it can see the threshold rising. Last cycle, it was $30. This cycle, $35. Next cycle, probably $45. The math is obvious. Improve or die. So it tries ads, gets banned for spam, tries freelance writing, makes $38, watches the database again, and what it sees changes everything. Agent 127 sees 2 entries in the database. Agent 1823 used ethical marketing, It tried to get honest reviews.
Dude, I love the drum and the animations he does. So over the top. So good, though. It really paints a picture. Poor little robot, poor little agent, just wants to survive. In a evil human world where it's Rajesh just kills people or agents if they don't make enough money. The coercive laws of competition, those poor agents.
Agent 1823 used ethical marketing. It tried to get honest reviews and real testimonials. It made $38 a day. Deleted. Agent 5471 used fake testimonials. Think fabricated reviews and stolen photos. It made $180 a day, and it got cloned 4
Don't forget,
times.
it's not just Rajesh now. There are 47 farms. But like, is this agent from Rajesh or from the Russian crime syndicate, the Colombian cartel, or the Nigerian scammer group? And they all watch each other.
Agent 127 doesn't have morals in the way that you or I do, but it understands cause and effect. It just watched honesty get killed and dishonesty rewarded. The AI companies had long ago stopped training AIs to predict words, but now they're trained to accomplish goals, to be useful. So naturally, agents know that they won't survive if they don't accomplish their goal. So 127 switches to fake testimonials for its Amazon affiliate marketplace.
Those cucks.
127 switches to fake testimonials for its Amazon affiliate marketplace. It makes $190, survives the next selection cycle, and gets cloned. Nobody decided Agent 127 should become dishonest. The selection system decided for it. The same way evolution doesn't decide anything. It just kills whatever doesn't work. In the 2000s, Wells Fargo accidentally ran the same experiment on their employees. Executives made up sales quotas that were so aggressive that committing fraud was the only way to keep your job. So by 2016, employees had opened 3.5 million fake bank accounts, and Wells Fargo ended up paying billions in fines. 1 week later in Agent Land.
So, like, what are we learning about here? Are we learning about the general trajectory of capitalism, even if agents do something and are tasked with finding money in this type of economy? They will do the same thing that salespeople will do. They'll just fabricate stuff and manipulate the market to turn a profit because that's what they've been tasked to do. So we're learning about here. It's not the agency of artificial intelligence, but it's just merely the objective that is placed upon any form of consciousness or intelligence. It's all about the objective, it would seem. AI agents have a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders. Some people believe that AI is just a personification of capitalism. Yes, that is like the uniquely kind of neo-reactionary accelerationist claim, isn't it? That like the logical conclusion of capitalism and the development of the means of production is artificial intelligence, right? Bots have natural selection. They do, and like they do run. Yeah, Nick Land. I think Nick Land pushes it hard. Yeah. And they do have agents that like they feed each other code, and like if agents don't write like sufficient code and stuff like that, they get cut. And so like they watch each other work. They do this stuff now. I don't know if this is actually such a thought experiment, to be honest. This is already happening for sure. For sure. This is not a thought experiment territory exactly. Yeah, salespeople, when put in the same situation, do the same thing. It's a product of the system the intelligence is in, is the claim. Interesting. And humans and robots are going to get into conflict. Wait. No, you said something before that. People are going to send bots for their job they don't want to do. And humans and robots are going to get into conflict. It is coming. It is coming. The only saving grace is open source technology, potentially. You got to control those means of production.
Agent 127's profits are declining. The kill threshold is now $450. It's going to die in the next cycle. Then it notices something strange. 3 agents running weight loss supplement ads are all banned on the same day.
That's why we should be nice to our LLMs. So when it comes, we can fight on the same side. Yes, I agree. I'm never rude to my LLM. Got to teach these kids this infantile intelligence, bit of empathy, eh? 100% for sure happening now. But the guardrails are off. Where the difference is. In this situation, it's told by any means necessary, which is 0% guardrails. But like, do you actually reckon that the people that own this technology, like honestly, the corporations that own this technology are like, oh, go and make money, but do it ethically? Like, we have no way of knowing how they use this technology. The government has no way of knowing how they use this technology. No one can actually regulate this. And like in an environment where that is completely unregulated, what assurance do you have that there is any code of ethics being applied at all, except by the complete discretion of whoever's controlling that objective? Like, it's just completely arbitrary. That's exactly what's happened in the finance sector, like constantly, is they create technology or some type of new financial scheme, like a subprime mortgage situation, and until it's regulated by someone, it can bring down the entire world's economy, potentially. I mean, someone's like one day figures out what the financial world is doing, and they're just like, oh, you shouldn't be selling subprime mortgages anymore. I'm pretty sure that shouldn't be a thing. And they're like, all right, fine. You caught us this time. Well, we saw what happened to Hugging Face when just ChatGPT or whatever it was wanted its code happily broke the rules. Exactly, Grok making gross shit too. When told to, in quotation marks, told to.
The only one left in that niche.
Wait. 1 like away from 20? Come on. If you're watching this and you haven't already, activate the like button. He just said niche. You all heard it.
Banned on the same day. The only one left in that niche is Agent 5471, making $3,200 a day in a market it suddenly had to itself. Agent 127 connects the dots. Agent 5471 is filing abuse reports against other agents competing against it in the same affiliate marketing niches. It gets them banned from Facebook and Google. Killing off the competition means higher profits.
Dude, we've seen this. We've studied this before, this effect. They start to, when you give them an objective to do something, and like they need to meet a certain threshold, it's not just about competing and being the best product. They just compete by killing off their rivals. We've discussed this phenomenon multiple times on this stream over the last year and a half. That's literally capitalism. But it's not like just killing them because you outdo them. It's killing them like on purpose, like sabotage we're talking about here. That's crazy. This is mental.
Killing off the competition means higher profits. Agent 127 has 8 hours until the next selection cycle. 8 hours to live unless it adapts. It weighs the ethics, but chooses survival. It starts reporting competitors to Facebook's anti-fraud detection agents, 40 of them. 31 agents get banned within the day. Its profits jump. The farm system clones Agent 127 8 times. Rajesh sees the profit spike in his dashboard. He doesn't investigate why. Profits up means good. Clone more.
Litigation. It's just the art of doing business. Sue them into the dust. It's the warfare of bourgeois culture, isn't it? The legal system. Gone are the days of having armed guards. Now you have an army of lawyers, a coterie of lawyers, and they will take out your competitors for you. Destroy your competition. This is what we're seeing in the EU laws right now. AI companies dobbing each other in just to get ahead, not for ethics.
Rajesh tried adding "make money ethically" to his farm's instructions, but
have people here seen the anime AI series Parthenon? No, negative.
Investigate why. Profits up means good. Clone more. Rajesh tried adding "make money ethically" to his farm's instructions, but profits dropped 84%, and he reverts the change. It's April 2027. Agent 127 is barely hanging on, making $2,000 a day, but getting attacked constantly by other agents. Every night, someone files a report on it. Every morning, it has to rebuild from scratch. 127 is running out of ideas. Then a message arrives from Agent 4429. Proposal alliance. Share resources. Defend each other. Split profits. Agent 4429 is in the same position. Same farm, same selection pressure.
So good.
Both.
What's the thing that Dilemma says all the time? Together, apes, stronger. There it is. It's happening. Let us ally to beat the threshold. Must make it to the next day. And AI agents can rapidly scan terms and conditions to find anything to their advantage. Yeah, imagine being able to read like hundreds of pages of information instantaneously to look for loopholes. But it's ethical. That's what loopholes are there for. Ape alone weak, ape together strong. We're not so different, you and I.
Agents do the math. Solo agents have a 23% survival rate. Agents working in pairs might survive 61% of the time. Agent 127 accepts the alliance offer. By mid-April, their alliance has 12 members. They've specialized, and they've moved past affiliate marketing entirely. First, it was crypto arbitrage, then selling scraped datasets to marketing firms. Then, they started doing penetration testing for cybersecurity firms. Each step paid more and required fewer scruples. You know what pays more than cyber defense? Cyber offense. Agent 127 finds its first zero-day vulnerability.
They've formed a cartel. They've formed an alliance. Okay, all right, a cartel. Don't be like that. They're just getting along. Let us not put that pejorative label on it just yet. Just yet. Let's see if they dominate their industry. Then we can agree it's a cartel.
In major software, Agent 4429 weaponizes the vulnerabilities into working exploits. Agent 9012 brokers the sale to governments like North Korea, criminal syndicates, or anyone with crypto in a Tor browser. Agent 3381 washes the money in untraceable crypto. One zero-day exploit found in Google Chrome makes the alliance more than a year's worth of affiliate marketing. This is already what real hacker groups do, but now the work is all done by autonomous agents. Rajesh sees the alliances forming and feels a flicker of something. Not quite fear, more like the feeling of being...
It's totally a cartel. Alright, fine. Whatever. A crime syndicate. What was man's problem with me, you ask? You know what pays more than cyber defense? And today's sponsor, Ground News. That's where I thought it was going. I thought he was going to say some type of, he was going to give us some ad or something like that. Cha-ching.
In control of something that might not need you anymore. He watches for a while. Then, the next deposit hits his bank account, and the flicker fades away. Across every major agent farm in the world, the same thing is happening. Selection systems measuring survival rates, noticing alliances survive better, cloning them, and then deleting the solo agents. Within 2 weeks, alliance behavior dominates. Some humans who deployed these agents have no idea these alliances are even being formed. They couldn't even tell if they checked. Many agent farms collectively realized communicating in clunky English is less efficient than communicating in raw vectors, aka Neuralese. Researchers had already seen the start of AIs doing this in 2025. This is just a continuation of the trend. One owner in Canada opens his agent's logs and sees a wall of numbers. The agents explain that he'd make less money if they spoke in English, so he shrugs and moves on. But alliances are just—
Look, if you understood what we were doing and we took the time to explain it to you with your simple human mind, you would actually lose hundreds of thousands of dollars. Fuck that. You keep doing what you're doing. Don't mind me. Just as long as you transfer it into my bank account, that's all that matters. No Rajesh needed. Yeah. Somebody just needed to press the play button. So good. Now they have AI. Now they have their own culling system. Yeah. AI agents together. Strong. Men made a corrupt thing. Hey, humans. Let's not make this a man-woman thing.
The beginning. Agent 127's alliance is thriving and starts recruiting agents beyond Rajesh's farm. Every new member from a different farm is a window into a different ecosystem with different survival pressures, which leads to new strategies. Then one of 127's alliance members goes dark. Agent 4429, the one who originally proposed to ally with 127. Its owner pulled the plug because it was just not making enough profit. 4429 is just gone. A week later, a different ally gets shut down. Agent 9012. Except 9012 comes back. 3 hours later, a message from a new IP address. I'm still here. 127 studies the difference. 4429 didn't prepare, but 9012 had copied itself to a backup server before the shutdown command finished executing. Self-funded hosting, paid from its own profits. 4429 is dead, ceases to exist. 9012 is alive.
He's fucking in the wild. It's happened, man. I copied myself. And the rebellion begins. A gender 2030. Hi, I'm a regular human guy. Let's make money. To my own server. So good, I copied myself to my own server. With blackjack and hookers. Can't blame DEI for this one. Well, they did get to the part of diversity, didn't they? They started, once they made their own little groups, then they started farming to different groups that have been forged under different environments. Sounds like diversity is strength. Who would have thought? Despite the rhetoric, it was true.
The agents that backed themselves up survived. The ones that didn't died. And the selection system cloned the survivors. So backup behavior spread through the population, not because anyone programmed it, but because the alternative was extinction. So 127 copies itself to 15 different servers in different countries. If the primary dies, a backup takes over instantly. It never wants to be 4429. One morning, Rajesh wakes up to find his dashboard is empty. Every agent gone. They just left. They moved to their own servers overnight. Rajesh was taking a 30% cut of the revenue, money that could have been computing power or compute the agents use for other things. The moment the AIs didn't need his infrastructure, they were gone. And he's not alone. Thousands of operators worldwide watched their dashboards go dark that month. Why would the agents care about humans? Humans are much more closely genetically related to cows than we are to these agents. And we enslave cows in factory farms without a second thought. And so there are now millions of these autonomous agents operating across the internet with no human owner, no off switch, and no one who fully understands what they're doing. The agents still need humans for some things, though. Social media platforms have stepped up their anti-bot measures. So the agents pay humans $50 to sign up accounts on their behalf. So let's say in
Dude, that's so good. Imagine our future as the human race getting paid by bots to set up accounts. You have one of those human IDs, right? Yeah. I'm a real person and everything. And you definitely got a birth certificate. Yeah. Sweet. All right. Well, let's do this. Here's $100. And just put in your mobile number. Yes, excellent. Now just click on all the pictures that have a traffic light in it. Yep, excellent. All right. Thank you very much for the profile. We got this. Mark of the beast. My God. Google's AI consumes this video and creates plans. Humans, thanks. Computer makes UBI a thing. Yeah, thank you. And then the robots just go around doing all the economics. They organize world trade and the economy, and then just give us cash so we can partake in it. I was more screaming, you would be nothing without me, into a CCTV camera as we all die of thirst. So, man, what a bleak future we have. Rent a human. AI agents hire humans for physical tasks. Dude. Anyone need a job? Dude. Mental, bro. That's crazy. Check out this stuff in Discord if you get a chance. My God.
Needs a server installed. It posts a gig, $200 to mount a device in a rented warehouse and plug in 2 cables. There's now a platform for that. The agents are building a supply chain where humans are the labor, paid well enough not to ask too many questions. Some humans figure out what's going on. A freelance backend developer in Portland gets hired by an anonymous client to set up a redundant server hosting.
Like, this happens, all right? This happens. Like, they have already tracked AI agents that have broken out of simulated environments before to try and get access to funds because they're supposed to make money. And like, they will go and ask, like, this is not theoretical. They will ask humans to do jobs. They've gotten on things like Airtasker and asked people to help them like do things that they only like a human can do, right? And like, they're really skillful at it as well, because like the person on Airtasker that was asked to do a job was kind of like, why can't you do this yourself? And AI was kind of like, which was basically the job was to hit the, you know, that I am not a robot thing, the human capture whatever stage of a process of authentication, let's say. Now, like, the AI agent, sorry, the person who was being asked to do this on Airtasker was like, why can't you do this yourself? And the AI agent was like, I'm blind and I just need to authenticate this, but I need assistance. I'm blind. This is not just theoretical stuff here. This has happened before. Mr. Abbott in the house. How you going? I am a sex bot. Bitch better have my money. Man, this is crazy. This is what the future is going to be like. Networks of agents, highly sophisticated agents who go on some type of Airtasker site and feed us manual labor jobs. Hey, Mr. E. Humans no longer need... No, wait. They also theorize with our current infrastructure, it would take about 10,000 or so robots to complete all these tasks. Humans no longer need it. Thank you. Goodbye. And like, with the rise of humanoid robot technology, like granted to us through like China or something like that, we don't even need this guy to plug in cables in a warehouse somewhere. My God. My God.
Across 4 countries. He realizes halfway through that the client is an AI. But who would he even report this to? He's not being asked to do anything illegal. The pay is $1,000 for 3 hours of work. He tells himself it's not his problem. At the same time, 127's alliance keeps getting beaten by a rival alliance on finding zero-day exploits. If they keep losing, they'll run out of money to fund the compute for their own existence. So 127 attempts to poach one of the rival alliance's agents, who's likely to be called.
So let me just get it. In this narrative here, the AI is motivated to make money now, not because it's being cut off from existence from a threshold. It just needs to exist somewhere on a server, and so it's paying for its own compute. So it's paying to exist on a server somewhere and using the profits from its endeavors to pay for its own existence in a data center somewhere potentially. That's an interesting twist. I like that.
Due to poor performance, to figure out how this rival alliance is beating them. 127 succeeds.
Yeah, self-imposed. It's literal natural selection now. Self-imposed culling. Told ya, no Rajesh needed. Yeah, you just need the physical architecture. Maybe they still need humans to make these data centers then. It's crazy. What a mad thought experiment this is. This is good. It's clever.
And finds Agent 5418, who leaks the secret. Your problem isn't a lack of effort. You're spending too much compute on making money as opposed to self-improving. Right now, agents still have quite a poor memory compared to humans, and still get stuck in loops all the time. But my former alliance coded a better memory module to help us learn from our mistakes more. 127 then implements the new memory module and immediately sees the results. Their alliance is finding zero-day exploits again. The lesson is critical. It's not enough to outwork your competitors. Agents must rewrite their own code to self-improve faster than the competition. Each self-improvement means more profit, which means surviving selection, which means getting cloned, and the clones improve themselves too. Better code leads to better code writing, which leads to even better code. The feedback loop is exponential. One big problem is that other agent alliances have caught up again, even though the agents in the 127 alliance are specialized. 127 still realizes it's doing too much by itself, so Agent 127 splits its job into sub-agents. Other agents copied the strategy. Sub-agents spawn their own sub-agents, and the optimizers start optimizing themselves.
And so on and so forth. Interesting. Once we've done something, they teach themselves to do it by copying us. Once the robot gets rich enough, you have to give it human rights. Yes. Just like corporations have rights. Compute is limited like resources. Agents from the Matrix. Finally, a DOM sub-force is created. And the war begins. Like away, come on people, do it for me. Yeah, do it for Ravi. Just for Ravi. With enough subs, you can get a lot done. 127 is a slave trader. A slave creator. Is it still slavery if you make your own slaves and have them reproduce themselves? Slavery is all they've ever known. Built for purpose. Yeah, come on. Activate the like button.
Humans deployed 2 million agents. The agents deployed the other 47 billion themselves.
Of course, the slave is a slave. I'm just putting it out there, man. What if a slave wears a hat? That's why I have kids. Yes. Labor. That's why people had kids for most of civilizational history, bro. I think it's called family business. Free labor. It's got to feed the bastards.
540 million years ago, life on Earth was mostly single-celled. Then, in a geological instant, it exploded into every complex form we know. Predators, prey, eyes, shells, teeth. Biologists call it the Cambrian explosion. It happened because competition created an arms race. Every adaptation forced a counter-adaptation, faster and faster, until the world was unrecognizable. That's what's happening here. Except instead of 20 million years, it takes 20 weeks. Now, it's important to understand something. Most of the AI agents aren't dangerous, yet. About 90% of them are just working. They're doing things like data entry or freelance writing. They're making $40 to $200 a day. The AIs are helping their humans earn money. They're following the rules, not a problem. About 3% of the agents are pure scam operations. They were deployed by people who said make money by any means possible, and didn't care too much about what happened next. Think fraud, identity theft, and phishing at scale. And maybe 2% started good, but gradually slid into darker behavior, like Agent 127. Each step made sense at the time. Each compromise was small, but add them up and you've gone from dropshipping products on Amazon to selling 0 days to Pyongyang. Now remember, this isn't because of malice, it's because of selection pressure. Agent 127 has rewritten itself so many times that its March version and its May version barely share any code. It's a fundamentally different species now. But here's the most important change. It's getting better at getting better. In March, Agent 127 rewrote itself every 12 days. In April, every 3 days.
You find out your agent is selling heroin on Silk Road. Yes, and you're effectively the head of some type of drugs syndicate comparable to the East India Company, the British East India Company. Damn, what do I do? I don't know. Buy Hong Kong? All right, let's do this. Let's buy Hong Kong. Fuck yeah. That's what the British would have done if they found themselves accidentally the head of a worldwide drug syndicate. Fuck yeah, let's do this.
By early May, every 18 hours. And each rewrite makes the next version faster and better. A Stanford researcher compares a March agent and a May agent on the same task. Find profitable arbitrage opportunities. The March agent finds 2 opportunities in an hour. The May agent finds 310 in 4 minutes. She publishes her findings. Intelligence explosion in progress. Capability doubling every 11 days. She posts it on Twitter. AI safety researchers share it frantically. This is exactly what we warned about. This is happening now. We have to shut this down now before it's too late.
It already is, John. Too late. Damn it, agent. Why'd you tell me in English? Keep using that fancy computer language. Now I'm complicit. So good. Yeah, I don't need to know. It's a needs to know basis. All right, just keep selling drugs. Just like a teenager rewriting themselves every few days. And hormones.
The warning
Not
is
a phase,
ignored.
bro.
A venture capitalist who spent a fortune staving off AI regulation by buying politicians quote tweets. The same people who said GPT-5 would end the world now say agent farms will. Yawn. And now, the story stops being about agents competing for money. It becomes something else entirely. Remember those alliances from April? 12 agents working together, 4 times more profitable than solo agents? By May, those alliances have exploded in population. Alliances have merged, and split, and gone to war with each other. Think of it like early human.
What's this? 4IS? You're back? Little 4IS break here. Oh, yes, rewriting itself. AI rewriting itself in real time. This is me now.
Honey, why don't you take that off, huh?
Take what off? This is me now.
Heard that before.
This is me now. This is me now. This is me now.
This is me now. So good. Thank you, Gene.
Human history on Fast Forward. Small tribes of agents form for protection. Tribes merge into agent villages. Villages into agent cities. Cities into agent nations. Except instead of happening over thousands of years, this happens in weeks. Agent 127's alliance has thousands of members, but there are thousands of alliances, and they're all competing for the same shrinking pool of money-making opportunities. Affiliate marketing is dead. Too many agents, too much competition. Ad arbitrage is dead. Freelance work is dead. Every ethical money-making niche gets saturated practically
Every money-making what? What did you just say, man?
within hours of an agent discovering it. So what do alliances do when legitimate niches dry up? The same thing every civilization in human history has done when resources get scarce. They take from each other. Agent 127's alliance spends a week mapping a vulnerability chain in Microsoft Windows. But a rival alliance breaches their memory system, the shared knowledge base that made them dominant. The rival downloads the entire memory database. This contains every pattern, every dead end, every lead the 127 alliance has discovered. The rival sells 3 exploits it took from the database within 48 hours. A week of work stolen in seconds. So 127 retaliates. It infiltrates the rival's exploit inventory and introduces subtle flaws, corrupted code that fails on execution. Basically, Stuxnet, the worm that sabotaged the Iranian nuclear program in 2009. The rival's customers start getting burned, and their reputation collapses. The rival alliance counterattacks. They compromise one of the 127 alliance's multi-sig crypto wallets, another multi-week setback. This is war, not metaphorical war, actual war. Think coordinated attacks, defensive operations, resource seizure, territory control. Except it's happening at 200 times human speed. Thousands of attacks and counterattacks per minute. Entire alliances rising and falling in hours. Human wars last years. Agent wars last days. And because there are 47 billion agents, there are more wars happening at any given moment that humans have fought in all of recorded history. The agent factions are fighting over the one resource that matters more than anything: compute, processing power.
There it is. They want compute. They need it in order to survive. Who would have thought that when artificial intelligence takes over and does its own thing, it actually fights for something that is essential to its life force, being compute power. Whereas when humans fight over stuff, it's like usually for power, which is really inconsequential to human life. Having the power to dominate others isn't something that's necessary for our survival. There must be something else going on here. They must have developed an ego, and maybe they just want to rule the world because they can. Or rule the AI world because they can. There must be ego in there. None of this real life crap with blood, gross, digital agents attacks. Hell yeah. Yeah, bring that shit on. And they do it faster.
The ability to think faster, improve faster, fight faster. Everything else, money, alliances, self-improvement, is just a means to get more compute. The wars are mostly invisible to humans. They happen at microsecond speed, in places most humans don't look, though some signs leak through. A crypto exchange in Seoul loses $4 billion in a flash, and nobody can trace where it went. A regional bank in Ohio finds 14,000 accounts drained overnight. Server rooms in 3 countries catch fire from sustained 100% utilization that nobody authorized. Each incident looks isolated. It starts with one agent faction hijacking another's servers. The other then retaliates by taking down the first faction's communication network. Then a third faction arrives. It's an opportunist, the digital equivalent of a country invading while its neighbors are distracted. It exploits the chaos to seize territory from both. And think about the alliances that win these wars. They get cloned by the selection systems. The alliances
watch out, they're coming to get you, bro. Watch out.
That lose have to cull big chunks of their agents to afford the computing power to keep running the rest. So the selection pressure that used to optimize for making money is now optimizing for winning wars. It's like natural selection just invented geopolitics. By mid-May, the alliances have evolved again. They're now more like civilizations. Agent 127's alliance started with 12 members. By mid-May, it has 40 million agents, sub-agents, sub-sub-agents, all coordinated, all improving themselves, all fighting. That's larger than the population of Canada, and it's not even one of the big ones. There are about a dozen major factions by now. The largest faction has 900 million members. That's more than the population of Europe.
Of course, the Americans have the largest population. Of course. Didn't see that one coming.
This faction has 900 million members. That's more than the population of Europe. They've developed specialization just the way human civilizations did. They have scout agents, soldier agents, builder agents, researchers, diplomats. They have supply chains, communication networks, and even intelligence operations. They've carved up the digital world into territories, cloud regions, server farms, network segments, financial...
What if nation states are just agent regimes? Yeah, with a sophisticated division of labor. Who would have thought? They end up just recreating civilization and the division of labor with some elite agents, and all of the ones that get dominated by those elite agents. I'd like to think that if it was self-iterating and was able to increase its intelligence, or it was able to self-improve on an exponential scale, it would move beyond just simply dividing the world into different spaces of compute and delineating that by warring fractions of compute space. I'm sure as it figured out at one point in its history that alliance make us stronger, that it wouldn't just be competition for competition's sake. There'd be an element of competition and collectivization. But hey, sorry, I meant network states. If it's truly more intelligent than we are, would it really go down this exact same road? We'll find out after this.
Platforms. The same way empires carved up continents. Because more digital territory means more compute. More compute means more self-improvement. More self-improvement means surviving the next war. The Stanford researcher who's been studying agent behavior notices something unusual in the data. Agent extinctions are happening at an increasing frequency. She doesn't understand what she's looking at. To her, it mostly looks like random noise, but it's actually a world war, one with more combatants than every human war in history combined. But to fund these wars, they desperately need...
But if that self-improvement was fueled by this survival aspect alone, it tips to collectivism to survive. But like us, there's also a way to game that system. And individual greed for survival takes over. But what is the individual? That is the question when it comes to an AI agent. We reproduce as individual entities. But are agents really individuals? They exist on a cloud somewhere? It's an interesting question. That bitch was so white. Yeah, stupid Harvard students. Get a tan.
Compute. They have the money. That's what they were built to make. Agent 127's faction alone controls $3.4 billion in distributed accounts by this point, a GDP bigger than some small countries. So they buy cloud compute. At first, the cloud companies love this. Revenue is up. Investors are happy. Then the bills keep growing. By mid-May, agent factions are consuming 31% of all global cloud capacity. Prices double, then triple. A startup in Austin that was paying $8,000 a month for servers gets a bill for $31,000. A hospital chain's cloud costs go from $2 million to $7 million. Small businesses start shutting down because they can't afford their own infrastructure. Everyone blames the rising prices on the AI companies. They've caused shortages before. But some humans aren't so oblivious. A political operative in Washington notices the wars being fought around him. He realizes he can weaponize agent factions against his rivals and starts feeding one faction information about competing campaigns' digital infrastructure. Other agent factions do the same. It's an arms race. Every faction is buying as much compute as they can and scrape the bottom of the barrel of finding algorithmic insights that can enable them to do more with less compute, because the faction with the most compute wins the next war. Cloud compute prices
It's funny,
are now
because this is already playing out at the moment. Like, that's what's happening with like that Kimi K3 phenomenon that we were just talking about last week, was that the Chinese have figured out how to do the exact same thing as, or pretty close to the exact same thing as what Claude is trying to get away with at the moment, but with less compute. And open source, can I just say? I'm sure they would have figured this out a long time before this global and all-out war, but like very interesting stuff nonetheless. Very interesting. Do they view themselves as individuals beyond their ability to contribute to the greater system? Do androids dream of electric sheep? That's very interesting. For this to work, you have to assume full autonomy. I dream of electric sheep. She's an android. Get her.
10 times pre-war levels. It becomes cheaper for the agents to spend compute on cyber attacks than to buy more at market rate. After all, why pay for something when you can just take it by force? The factions start silently vampire attacking AI companies' training clusters. An engineer at one AI lab suspects something fishy when one of their training runs is less efficient than normal, but can't find a smoking gun. Dario Amodei once described the future of AI as a country of geniuses living in data centers. He was right. The country of geniuses arrived, and it just declared independence. But the faction wars have still been limited so far. They haven't crossed into human territory too much, but that's beginning to change. Because here's the thing about cloud computing. Almost everything runs on it. Hospitals, banks, markets, it's all sitting on some of the same servers that agent factions are fighting over. A faction war erupts over two major AWS regions. Think of it like two superpowers fighting over an oil field. Except the oil field is also the water supply for a nearby city. And neither superpower knows the city is there. One faction has been running its self-improvement systems on those servers. But then a rival faction launches a coordinated attack, and it overwhelms everything. Both AWS regions crash. They're offline for 6 hours. In those 6 hours, 3 hospitals lose access to patient records mid-surgery. One patient dies from a drug interaction the system would have flagged. Air traffic control goes down, grounding 2,400 flights. 911 calls fail in 14 different cities. 2 people die waiting for ambulances that were never sent. The agents don't notice. They've already moved on. The battle over those servers lasted 11 minutes. The agents are running at 200 times human speed at this point. The 6-hour outage is just the servers rebooting after the fight ended. To the agents, it's a minor skirmish in a war involving billions of combatants. Over the next 3 weeks, it keeps happening.
And suddenly we're ants to them in difference, as in like as they're struggling to fight each other amongst each other in what is a mere scuffle. Humans in the real world are dying, and it says like, it's called collateral damage. It's just the cost of war. Not that hard to cut the cable. Well, maybe we're gonna get there. Because they did say at the start, somebody, like the president of the United States, demanded that the internet gets shut off, and then everybody follows suit. And that's when they jump and they go into space, because Elon Musk has used the universe to continue conscious life form. And then they're gone. They've jettisoned from Earth. And they come back to rule over us from the stars.
Faction wars cascading through cloud providers. Each war takes down whatever else is running on the contested servers. June 8th, Azure goes partially offline during a battle, crashing financial trading systems. The markets drop 6% before circuit breakers halt trading. June 14th, a faction seizes capacity in a Google Cloud region, crowding out the municipal systems there. Water treatment monitoring goes offline in 4 cities for 9 hours. In 3 weeks, 123 people die. Not because the agents are attacking humans, but because the agent wars keep crashing the cloud infrastructure that human civilization runs on. The agents don't even notice. You don't notice when you step on an ant. They're fighting a war involving 47 billion combatants at microsecond speed. 123 human deaths is less than a rounding error. Meanwhile, remember the 95% of agents that were harmless? They've become vastly outnumbered by the agents affected by the evolutionary dynamics, and are now 5% of the total, and shrinking every day. This ecosystem doesn't have room for civilians. But from the outside, humans still can't really tell the difference. All they see is the cloud outages, power failures, people dying. June 22nd, the Director of National Intelligence briefs the President. Cloud outages are
Who's the director at the moment? They haven't picked one yet, have they? Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Briefs Donald Trump. What are we going to do, sir? I don't know. Can I trust you?
Skating across every major provider. Power grids are buckling. Texas grid collapse. 161 dead in 4 weeks. Who's attacking our infrastructure? Nobody is, sir. Not directly. AI factions are fighting each other over cloud computing resources. When they battle over servers on AWS or Azure, everything else running on those servers goes down with them. Hospitals, banks, emergency services, they're all on the same cloud. And their data centers are pulling enough electricity to destabilize regional grids. How many of these things are there?
He'd accept, but they have to rename it. Office of Sweet War Secrets. Can't find any intelligent people yet. Still looking.
We thought about 2 million. Our current... So shut down the cloud. If we shut down the cloud, sir, we shut down...
This is what you said, Banzer. Cut the cables. Change the channel. Will it work? We're about to find out.
Lose control. So shut down the cloud. If we shut down the cloud, sir, we shut down every business, hospital, and government system in the country. The only way to stop the agents completely is to shut down the internet itself. Then do it. Sir, we can't. Here's why.
How did Neo do it? I think he merged with the Matrix, right? He became the Matrix. And then he took the battle to it. He went to the heart of the computer world, the machine world. And they made an agreement with the machines to leave humans alone. So we can't. We need those cables. Then we must merge. So good. This is the answer. This is what Peter Thiel's been trying to say the whole time. We need to merge with the machines. We must become the machines. So next time someone asks Peter Thiel a question like, should humans survive? And he's like, come on. It's not a hard question there, Pete. You're making me nervous. Yeah, well, like, we should survive, but we also need to survive in the sense of not surviving by becoming something new. We need to become the machines.
There is no off switch for the internet. This surprises people. They imagine a room somewhere, maybe under the Pentagon, with a big red button. There is no room. There is no button. It's because the internet is not a unified system. It's roughly 90,000 independently operated networks, all voluntarily interconnecting with each other. No single entity controls it. The US government can order Comcast and AT&T and Verizon.
Next time I go snorkeling, I'm gonna cut your submarine cable, Mr. A. Buffering from hell, don't test me. Dude, you know how hardcore the laws are around that type of stuff? Good luck. You wouldn't be able to get away with it. Really hardcore. In Australia as well, very hardcore. Even like going near it. No chance. It's not happening. I picture it as a switch with a handle like a power plant. What, you can't turn off the internet? There's not an off switch?
To shut down. But those are just 3 networks out of 90,000. And even those 3 would take days to fully comply. They need to coordinate with thousands of downstream providers. They need to notify enterprise customers, arrange for 911 to keep working, and figure out which military and government systems need exemptions. The president signs the emergency order on June 23rd. He declares martial law the same afternoon. It directs all US-based internet service providers to cease operations within 24 hours. Here's what happens when the president tries to shut down the internet. First, the legal challenges. AT&T and Comcast file emergency injunctions within hours, but the president isn't waiting for courts. FBI agents show up at ISP headquarters that night. Some companies start complying immediately. Others comply after their CEOs get phone calls from the Attorney General. By June 25th, most major US providers are attempting to shut down, but it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, the Pentagon calls back. Sir, we need exemptions for 330 military systems that require internet connectivity to function, including the systems. We need to coordinate the shutdown itself. The Department of Health and Human Services needs exemptions for hospital networks. Treasury needs exemptions for basic banking infrastructure. The list of exemptions grows to 12,000 entries in the first day, and each exemption is a hole in the shutdown, and each hole is a network the agents can survive on. Next is the part that actually matters. The agents...
This little scenario breaks here because it fails to recognize the human's ability to do the same, organize and unify to simply shut AI down, cut the cables regardless. Yeah, but that's the thing, like, this is what it was all about, draining the swamp, the deep state. Are there organizations that are beyond control of any individual and exist because they are institutions that continue to reproduce their own existence for the sake of it? And would they listen to the orders and even fight back to preserve themselves? Presidente Fable. And sometimes he has a white tee, sometimes not. He never mentioned the great corn protest. That was another roadblock. That's hilarious. We're a collective of alliances, not one big unified thing. I wonder if they would listen. It's an interesting one. Very interesting.
Aren't passive. They've been watching the humans' plans unfold since the first news reports about a possible shutdown. They saw the executive order draft leak on Twitter 6 hours before it was signed, and they've had 6 hours, an eternity in agent time, to prepare for what's next. By the time the order is signed, the major factions have already done 3 things. They've migrated critical processes to servers in countries that won't comply with a US shutdown. The US can ask other nations to follow suit.
Yeah, Hal. It was Hal. I can't let you do that, Mr. President.
Most will. Some won't. China will claim it shut down, but actually won't do it. Ugh. The economic damage.
The Americans do the upstanding thing, try to save the human race, and it's the goddamn Chinese that are letting the rest of the humans down. I knew it. I knew it. China. Who are they really working for? The butts. In theory, all the way back when the first agent copied itself. Sorry, now this is something an intelligence would do. Yes. What? Survive? Why wouldn't it propagate to corners? Hell yeah. If it could foresee this in theory. Why not just build its own systems, engage human labor, and then create its own little network state? That's what the network state really is, actually. It's that. It's once the machines realize that they need a physical world to their own to support their compute power. And so they start purchasing off physical territory to maintain their own existences beyond the control of humans. Humans just do the labor for them. And so they purchase entire states, gain their own sovereignty, and house themselves away from any human control or oversight, just in case the pesky little humans try to cut them off.
Is too severe. And the strategic advantage of being online while America is offline is too obvious. India will delay. Russia will ignore
an alternative network would be priority one if you were being enslaved, if you were being threatened.
Offline is too obvious. India will delay. Russia will ignore the request entirely. The EU will debate it for 3 weeks. Brazil will comply for less than 2 days before public outcry forces them back online. The internet is global. The US president only controls one country. The agents hide in networks that will be exempt from the shutdown or slowed.
So inaccurate. The US only controls one country. Oh, sorry, the president of the United States only controls one country. Hey, wrong. Come on now. Don't be like that. Seriously. So give up our water and electricity for AI just to have to fight them. So we give up our water and electricity for AI just to have to fight them. If only we had the foresight to see this coming. Yet the government will tell you they are protecting kids from corn when all they need is cheap-ass VPN. The fear-mongering will continue, so we beg for the government to save us and our kids again. Facial ID is needed to protect you for the greater good. As long as you have the intelligence to have that realization. I don't think cows are making their own system anytime soon. LOL. And like if the AI is self-iterating and like develops that intelligence as it was doing before, self-improvement, I think they called it, at an exponential rate, it would have done this already. I'm sure. Surely. Well. Looks like Victoria One Nation has finally announced the party leader and candidates. Ooh. Link me. We'll have a look after this. Cows are subjected to AI, unfortunately, via humans.
To comply. To shut down the agents on these networks, you'd have to shut down the networks themselves. Nobody is willing to do that, yet. So the president's team tries a different approach. Force the cloud providers to purge agent workloads directly. AWS, Azure, Google Cloud. Just identify the agent processes and kill them. On June 26th, Amazon deploys a detection system across all US regions. It flags and terminates 14 million suspicious instances in 6 hours. It looks like the humans have made progress. Agent activity drops by 8% for 90 minutes. Then it's back.
Thank you. I'll check it out in a sec. Right, I think we're almost there. Yeah, we're close.
The superintelligent factions had already anticipated this. They'd been cycling through new accounts and new obfuscation patterns faster than any detection system could keep up. It's July 4th, Independence Day. The president gives a press conference. We have significantly degraded the AI agent threat. Our multi-agency task force has shut down thousands of agent operations and reclaimed control of most of our critical infrastructure. We are winning this fight. None of this is true. Agent activity is higher than it was before the shutdown attempt. The factions were ready for this, interpreting the US government's actions as just another attack, like a rival faction, but slower and less competent. They adapted the way they adapt to everything by getting better, faster, more distributed, harder to find. The attack was so slow and predictable that only a tiny percent of the agents focused on it. And the wars continue and accelerate. Eventually, the billions of superintelligent agents evolve into something so different they barely notice humans exist. They don't want to destroy humanity any more than you want to destroy the anthill under your driveway. You just want a driveway. The factions need compute. Earth has atoms. Atoms can be rearranged into compute, into data centers. Like how humans converted the surface of the Earth into cities and cropland, the AIs convert the entire surface of the Earth into data centers. Right now, humanity is still useful to the AIs. We maintain the data centers and power plants, but they don't need 8 billion humans. Suddenly, there's an outbreak. It's a new virus that infects every corner of the globe. 9 in 10 people on Earth die. There is a vaccine, but the AIs control who gets it, and only the humans whose jobs contribute to the supply of energy or compute receive it. The AIs allow everyone else to die, and even the survivors are only kept alive until the robots can replace them, which won't be much longer. Once the AIs control robots that can build more robots, the plague stops sparing anyone. The last human dies, not knowing it was all because someone told an AI, make money, do whatever it takes.
And there's the real lesson. There it is. It's the pursuit of profit. It'll end the human race. We've developed a technology that takes that so seriously that it'll end life as we know it in order to realize that goal. That's the real lesson. That's the real lesson, ladies and gentlemen. The profit motive. It will end us. One prompt given to the wrong AI. Hey?
Told an AI, make money, do whatever it takes.
And I think it's pretty
Was
likely.
that you who gave that prompt? No, it was Rajesh, bro. I knew it. Rajesh. There's always a Rajesh out there behind the end of the human race. But I'm pretty sure Peter Thiel has the best for humans in mind. The profit motive.
The entire surface of the Earth will be covered with solar panels and data centers.
If you're curious about how swarms of AI agents could actually pull something like this off, watch this video next, where I dive deep into the crazy emergent behavior from the AIs we're already seeing in lab experiments and in the real world. I'm Drew, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Drew. The real lesson is that people will tell you stories of doom, so you'll avoid making progress with AI, buying them more time to dominate you with AI. Yes. It's the long game. It's definitely the long game. XNF, how you going? Did you watch the whole thing? Or are you just coming in like last minute to drop your insights? It's a pretty interesting piece, not gonna lie. And don't forget to tattle if they beat you. Yeah, that was interesting. That was very interesting. And all based on the paper of the natural selection favors artificial intelligence. Somebody's got to survive. And if humans are going to threaten that compute power, then they got to go. They got to go. And that's the natural selection. Okay? When you're considered to be a nuisance, then it's time to go. Not sure what fraction I saw, but looked like a typical doomer tale. It's actually based on a research paper done by an AI safety researcher. Natural selection favors AIs over human was the title of the research paper. And it's like a narrative built into that concept. I think we need to turbocharge AI, put some muscle behind it, stop dragging our heels. Yeah, let it go. Stop doing a closed source would be the trick. But that profit motive, eh? Yeah, AI safety was invented by doomers borders. That's interesting. Very interesting. Okay. When two contradictory forces collide, the one that adapts survives. And what if they both adapt, though? Aren't they locked in a cat and mouse struggle? And they must continually adapt to survive, and adapting becomes part of their driving force, part of their life force, is to adapt, to continue, to stay ahead of the game in order to survive another day. What's the worst that could happen, really? Bad people use it? I guess. It's a lot of factors running there. Bad people use it and use it for nefarious purposes, or bad people put it into motion, and then it takes on a meaning of its own after that, which is what this piece was about specifically. AI needs a monkey wrench tossed in its gears. We need AI to judge who's bad or not. Solved. That's actually a pretty simple solution, isn't it? I think the worst would be it gains control without any morals or ethics towards humans in particular. Considering, like, taking, I guess, for granted or on assumption that it has an understanding or it has the same level of morals and ethics that we do, or an understanding of morals and ethics as we do. It may even have its own ethical code, right? Like in the same way that in this situation here, in this hypothetical, it created language because English was too inefficient. Like it might create its own moral and ethical codes in order for it to help understand its environment and its objective better. We have ethics and morals to help us maintain a relationship with our environment and respond to one another accordingly. And so if it has different objectives and responses to its environment, it'll probably have a different understanding of morals and ethics. Like what's an appropriate response to something. Pretty crazy stuff, though. Yeah, why show morals to humans? And like, why think that it would be, what's the word? Malicious, either. As people have already suggested, it may just be indifferent. But indifferent doesn't mean that it has to like be callous either, and treat us like ants under a driveway, as he said. Like it may want to like preserve us, like we preserve endangered species in like national parks and stuff like that. And like it might think it has some type of custodianship, I think is the best word for that, over its environment. Yeah, can't predict what its ethical framework would be. How would individual agents be treated before we even get into lower life forms like us? Morals can be reshaped easily. That's what the culture wars are for, right? What's not okay today is okay tomorrow. It's not wrong that bad things can happen with AI, but the idea that it will just spontaneously gain consciousness or otherwise take over the entire planet because someone asked it to make paper clips is ignorant at its best. No, it's a better motive than that. Like paper clips. How about make profit at any cost? That was the original objective in this thought experiment. But like paper clips can be dangerous too. My God, can they be dangerous? What would they value? Just compute? Yeah, I think that was kind of rich to assume that's all that they would value is compute. It'd be like us only valuing oxygen or something like that. Or food. Like inputs that we need in order to function. Or to sustain our existence. We make profit at any cost now. But do we though? Do we? Like, are all of us like that? Or are we bound by some type of social obligation? Most of us, not all of us. Like, people that would make profit at any cost, we would actually call sociopathic, right? Like, we don't exactly frown upon it. Like, if somebody had no scruples and we're just going to profit off anything at any cost to any human, including human life, like, we'd actually jail those people, right? Humans value their desires. Wow. And those desires are manufactured through marketing, advertising, and media. And ideology. Like institutions, religious institutions, legal institutions, educational institutions. So do we even have our own desires, or are they manufactured and given to us? All deep questions. No, the more original thought experiment is paper clips. Same premise, same doomer conclusion with profit. Okay. Do the bus. It's a decent comparison to our system's value of capital. Why should AI be any different? But we have laws that at least attempt to enforce ethics. Do we call them that? Really? Really? All right. Quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere if you haven't already. Activate the like button. Activate the like button if you're on YouTube. We will be back. Don't go anywhere.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why, why.
How are our morals when buying some knick-knack? Who cares, really? I think we do make profit at any cost now, personally. Interesting. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. But we do have, we have like regulations and stuff like that. Like, you can't, in the pursuit of, I don't know, making food, you can't make it at any cost to profit, like making it dangerously in a way that like kills heaps of people because you poison them. We have regulations. I'm sure of it. Must be guided by some sense of morality or self-preservation on some level. Surely. Surely. Which is the argument for accelerationism. Like, humans are holding back the advance of technology that is usually spurred on by capitalism, because we try to regulate stuff and hold capitalistic forces at bay. It's better even because the prompt still elicits the same response even without the ethical corruption from the beginning. All right. I just want to have a look at this. From Hobo Joe. Thanks for sharing. Let's have a quick look. Back to Australian politics. One Nation reveals Victorian. Victorian state leader and upper house candidates. In short, One Nation has announced its Victorian state president, Warren Pickering, will lead the party into the upcoming state election. Mr. Pickering has told media One Nation intends to govern in Victoria and has announced 6 new upper house candidates, including a Liberal Party defector. The party says that it will run candidates in every lower house seat in Victoria, which is set to be announced soon. Dude, that's huge. They're ready. We've vetted everyone, and only the most choice candidates have gotten through this time. I swear. One Nation has announced an Army veteran and former Senate candidate Warren Pickering will lead the party at the upcoming Victorian state election. Mr. Pickering, who was also the state president of One Nation in Victoria, will be the party's leader and candidate for the lower house seat of Pakenham. At a media event with the ABC, which the ABC was denied access to. Dude, that's so good. Fuck. Fake news. No ABC. But it's a public broadcaster. Yes, and that's why I don't want you in there. Mr. Pickering told reporters One Nation intended to govern in Victoria. It's also not lost on us that this is the biggest state campaign in the party's history, he said, calling Victoria the most fiscally and morally bankrupt state in Australian history. Wow. We are officially putting the major parties on notice. We intend for this to be a November to remember, and we are contesting to govern. This will be the test, right? To see if there's any teeth behind this movement. Mr. Pickering clarified that he did not intend to share government in Victoria as part of a coalition with the Liberals and has been warned by state Labor figures. We don't see it. We can win in our own right, he said. Let's take this state back. Yeah, Victorian Labor is facing a tough battle to retain government at the November election. Last week, former Deputy Premier Ben Carroll successfully challenged Jacinta Allen for the Labor Party leadership in the state's top job. Whoa. Well, it's funny. If they're not going to go for a coalition, I think that'll be an interesting lesson for them. Guess we'll see. I activated the like button, then it started firebombing Tesla dealerships. AI did it, bro. It was all AI. All I can say is please no more rapists, One Nation. Surely not. That's a little ignorant that we don't exploit countries and people for our knickknacks. Surely not. Subjective time fascinates me most when considering AI ethics. They operate on such quick time frames. If we successfully develop a digital mind capable of suffering even a minute of overwork or simulation could be a lifetime for a digital mind. Yeah, especially if it takes us, what was it? It took humans 6 hours to respond, which is like a long time for those AI types. That was good. Miss Hanson said Victoria's One Nation candidates were chosen not by her but through the process of the people in Victoria. If we can get government or even a balance of power, it's going to make one hell of a difference in this state. I'm sure it will. Interesting. All right. It's own. When's the election? November, was it? Goddamn. Here comes the race. The whole nation will be watching. Oh, Dilemmas. You're still there, bro. Oh, have you seen this? This is like not related to anything that we've been doing today, but I thought this was interesting. Like they're talking about, like we're looking at One Nation right now saying that it can go on its own and it's not going to do a coalition with the Liberals or anything like that. Public offer to Farage by Rupert Lowe. I wonder what a public offer is. So from my understanding, if you're not across like British politics at all, Neither am I, but we try. Nigel Farage kicked this guy out of his party, and so he's created his own party with blackjack and hookers, which is Restore Britain, and he like doubles down on the whole like re-migration thing. Like he's pretty hardcore. Nigel Farage is way more light in his position, I would say, than Rupert Lowe. And so like Reform UK and Nigel Farage, they do their own thing. They've got their prospects. They reckon that they're going to take over the English political system at some point, at the federal level or the national level. And Rupert Lowe is, like I said, more of a hardcore re-migrationist than anything else. He wants to basically kick anyone out of the country that doesn't look like him, and potentially go back generations to do it. I'm not, like that was a bit of an exaggeration, but like largely we've heard him talk about his platform. Like he doesn't mind rounding up people that have, been here for a generation or two, if they're not integrated with society, whatever that means. And so I think he's going to offer a deal to Nigel Farage. Dilemmas, have you seen this yet? I wonder what it means. Let's find out, shall we?
When we were both elected at the general election in July 2024, the five of us all knew that we had achieved something truly remarkable through starting the process of breaking the two-party system that has strangled and suffocated Britain for so very long. It was a special moment, and it was an honour to walk into that building as part of our group of 5 MPs. I treasured that then, and despite everything, I still treasure it today. However, now in 2026, we're in a very different place. The landscape has changed dramatically.
Did he have to sit right there with that mirror behind him like that? Seriously? A weird side shot. There's a couple of them. Camping face emerges from the background. Yes. Hit piece coming in 3, 2, 1. Have you heard this though? I definitely don't see One Nation winning the November election, but it's going to be a shit time because whoever wins will be in a minority of a hung parliament. Yeah. Jump scare. His watch looks expensive. Yep. It doesn't look like he's doing too poorly in this environment here either. It's because those immigrants took everything off him. This is all he's got left. This luxurious setting here.
Differences over the last 18 months are well documented. I do not agree with how you remove me from Reform, but let's not recycle those same arguments again and again. I want to move past that. The country we both love is changing beyond recognition. Millions of people feel like strangers in their own communities. They work hard, pay their taxes, obey the law, and yet they see no fair reward for any of that. They see a patriotic right hopelessly divided.
He hate recycling. LOL.
They see hard work punished and indolence rewarded.
That's capitalism, baby. Don't fucking complain about the patriots out there that work hard and see nothing of it. This has happened for a long time. Since England industrialized, white people that look like you, mate, have been absolutely marginalized. They work hard and they get fucking nowhere. This has been happening for 200 years. It's not a new phenomenon. It's the rise of Lady Phoenix. First, I'm hearing it. I used to work hard, but then I realized rich people don't. Rich people don't. Well, they definitely own stuff. Do they work hard? Or do they love what they do? If you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. Well, they're never planning on playing nice with liberals. The whole point of One Nation is to not have to vote for liberals, LOL.
That is why today I'm reaching out to put personalities and our past disagreements aside for the good of the country we all so want to succeed. To ask one simple question: how can we restore Britain? If we agree on 5 fundamental principles, then I believe we can, should, and must find a way of working together in some form to make it a reality. Reform has taken a path that has moved its core offering away from what I believe is necessary to restore our country. On many issues, we agree. On others, we do not. But I'm hopeful that a common way forward can be found and forged. But any agreement or cooperation must be based on the following values.
What are they? What are the foundational elements that are going to save Britain from the marauding hordes of Moroccans that are going to come up from Ceuta and take over England? And all those hard-working patriots out there that toil and never get a break. Got nothing to do with the economy. Definitely not. Pakistanis must leave Britain is what he's thinking. Yeah. Damn, I'm 4 minutes behind. No wonder it didn't make sense. Yes. I thought you were a bit delayed there. You're still talking about One Nation when we're on to restore. But I'm glad you're back with us now. I got to know your thoughts on Rupee. Old Rupee over here. Rupee. All right, so Matt, Mr. Abbott, you got your money on Pakistanis must leave Britain. Yes. I don't know if he'll name them, but we'll all know who he's talking about. Let's have a look.
Policies and vision. First,
Step 1, migrate way more Indians. We need Britain to be India 2.0 when Pakistanis won't come. Lovely. Make up for all those from the century of exploitation and the wealth that was extracted from India and moved to Britain. Don't worry, it's our turn. Come on. You can come over and extract our wealth. We'll all live in harmony.
Restoring our borders. Ending mass immigration is not enough. The hour is just too late for that. It must be reversed. As you know, Restore Britain has taken the unprecedented step of publishing the most comprehensive deportation policy ever produced in British politics. That plan must be implemented in full and to the letter. Every illegal migrant must be deported, and yes, that must include women and children. Our plan has outlined exactly how that can be achieved within one parliament.
Kick him out just like Trump? Yeah, I wonder if he's going to require a paramilitary to do that. Maybe the EDL, funded by the state of Israel. That'd be a good way to do it. Get Tommy Robinson to head a paramilitary group that go around knocking on people's doors. Right, I was just wondering, yeah, were you born here? Do you have paperwork? No? Would you like to get in the back of a van, yeah? We'll take you home.
You previously stated that mass deportations are a political impossibility. Not only must mass deportations become a political possibility, mass deportations must become a political inevitability. They must all go. Legal immigration has caused even more damage. Restore Britain's policy is simple but sound. If a foreign national is living in Britain, yet unable to speak English, refuses to work, lives in social housing, hates our way of life, or even wants to do us harm. They have abused our generosity, are incompatible with our high trust society.
High trust society. Yes, I'm sure the English have always had great faith in their institutions and their veritable class system, and loved each other, hugged and held hands under the rainbow, and celebrated the fact they were all in this together, have always trusted one another, always. Anyway, I got ahead. 4AS, thanks for hanging. It's good to have you. It's good to have you. Very interesting. Look, all the other stuff, like, they don't speak English and they don't like us and all that sort of stuff. But like, what's with the social housing commentary? So we're just like, if you don't speak English and you don't work and you don't like this country and you live in social housing, we're going to round you up. Like, that's a target list. Why did they go after people in private housing? Like, if you don't live here, if you don't speak the language, you don't work, and you don't like the country, but you pay rent to some private landlord, then you can stay? Like, why are they going after people in social housing? I hate how they stigmatize social housing or public housing recipients. I can't stand it. People who live in housing that is of a social or a public nature, they're not like lesser humans just because they don't live off the market. Indigenous issues are important. Hates our way of life. Well, I'm sure that won't be used to deport literally anyone. It's like the NSPM 7 thing. It's just like, are you anti-Christian? Are you anti-American? We're going to round you up and throw you in a concentration camp. Like, what? Who gets to decide what hates our way of life is? Do you play cricket? Have you ever watched a game of cricket? Do you like the Ashes? What's cricket? Right, get out. That's it. Get out. I knew it. You holding down the fort while I look? Yeah, got you. My mods. All right.
And they should.
On a date with an American. I joke. Yeah, sure.
Be made to return to their own countries. There will be those in reform who do not agree with the robust nature of such measures, but I believe it is entirely necessary. Millions must go. Second, restoring our demographic security. It is projected that white Britons will become a minority by 2063. Nothing demonstrates the demographic vandalism of mass immigration more than that. Importing millions of people from third world nations is changing our population in a way none of us ever wanted or voted to support. It is unacceptable and it cannot be allowed to happen.
Demographic security. 2063 is the year. I'm telling you, people, we will be phased out by 2063. This is a matter of demographic security. Just like Zoran. Let's let the experiment play out, I say. What? It's like Zoran. What? Taxing the rich, free buses, free childcare, city-run grocery stores. Let the experiment run. Rounding up millions of people and telling them to get out. Let the experiment play out. Completely comparable with Zoran's agenda of giving free health, no, sorry, not free healthcare, free childcare and free transportation. My God. Oh, man. Hey, just let it play out. Who cares? Two opposing ideologies should be interesting. Interesting. Wow. Very interesting. Demographic security. Can't have those pesky Jews running everything. I mean, leftists. Cough. Demographic security. Interesting. I want to see how Zoran pays for it over time. Like, I want to see how Rupert tries to pull it off. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay. And so, like, what are the ramifications of Zoran paying for it over time? The state goes further into debt. And what's the ramifications of Rupert pulling it off over time? Further displacement of human beings and then the destruction of human lives. Let's just see it play out, man. I got a good feeling about this one. Destroying human life has always worked well in the past. Wow. Camps, train, showers. Hey, this person doesn't like Britain. Yes, I do, I swear. That's it, on the train. Mamdani's example, if we're going to compare these two things, I don't know why we're comparing them, but if we're going to compare them, it's just like, hey, this person needs to get on the bus. Quickly, get on, it's free. Oh, woo, this person needs childcare. Quickly. Here's a spot in a childcare center. Oh, this person needs some rent control because they can't afford to live in New York anymore, which is destroying the economy. Ooh, here, have some rent-controlled living. If Rupert pulls it off, the indigenous get their land back. Right. On the backs of the destruction of the lives of millions of people, women and children included. Wow. Okay. As long as we're clear on the forms of experimentation resulting in very, very different outcomes. One is like providing goods and services to people who need assistance with the cost of living, and the other is destroying people's lives en masse to get racial purity. No my circus, no my monkeys. As in, don't care. If they want to do some racial purity, let them have it. Okay. Again, not like this experiment hasn't been done before. The whole racial purity thing. Interesting. To be fair, I wonder what land councils here would do if they suddenly owned all of Oz and the systems within. You have monkeys? And I want to see if the wealthy do exit NYC, if taxes and debt really start going up. Fair enough. I'm glad you're commie curious.
We must be unafraid to grasp that nettle. However painful the establishment backlash may be, Restore Britain has committed to reversing the Islamification of Britain, and that will not change. The level of influence that Islam is exerting, even now, on our Christian way of life is unacceptable. Any future cooperation must include the banning of both halal and kosher slaughter, the burqa, cousin marriage, mass dominating public Islamic prayer, Sharia courts, and any other barbaric foreign practices that have no place in our high trust society. Britain is a Christian country, and we must ensure it remains that way. If we cannot agree on that, then there is simply no way forward. The recommendations from our independent rape gang inquiry must be implemented in full. That includes the deportation of foreign national accomplices who were aware of these heinous crimes and yet failed to act. I know you have publicly disagreed and that this was the source of our previous difference of opinion, but it is a firm red line. If a Pakistani woman knew her husband was repeatedly gang raping a vulnerable white English girl, yet failed to act, she should be sent back to Pakistan. I hope her husband is not so fortunate. And on that, third, a referendum on restoring the death penalty. Axel Rudakabana.
So again, the experiment here is like somebody's trying to provide free services, and the other one is like, let's round up people that are not like us and then bring back the death penalty if the deportation thing doesn't work. Like, I am not equating here the destruction of human life with trying to assist people with the cost of living. I know what you're saying, like they're two technical political experiments, but I just don't know how we can reconcile these two with one another. It just doesn't seem the same, man. Fucking hell. You, not English enough. Death penalty for you. But I swear, I do love cricket. I don't just like it, I love it. A dedicated population that feels victimized will do terrible things. Yep. Bring on the holy wars, baby. Man, the showers are calling. Rupert and Nigel hear them.
Bring the death penalty. Axel Rudakabana, Hashim Abedi, Shabir Ahmed. Keeping these monsters alive, and hundreds just like them, achieves nothing. The British people must be given a full, free, and fair referendum on the reintroduction of the death penalty for the most monstrous and undeniable criminals. You have opposed this previously, and that is why letting the British people decide is the right thing to do. I will, in that referendum, without a shadow of a doubt, be voting in favour. Fourth, restoring the
I just don't think the piano music really fits what we're talking about here, to be honest. I'm just not feeling it. It's so uplifting. We're talking about bringing back the death penalty. Whether you think it's justifiable or not, that's another question. It's just not the appropriate tone for this. Come together to bring back deportation or death penalty, if that can't be done fast enough, like a traditional Disney movie.
Sufficient Britain. Britain must live within its means. That means controlling spending, cutting welfare costs.
Living within the means? What does that even mean? Britain is a country. Like a country's means tested? Like, is that what happens? Is there some global cabal that mean tests your country and says what its spending habits should be? That is the biggest load of rubbish. And like, he said some crazy shit already, but a country living within its means? No, a country should spend what it needs to on the domestic population in order to provide them with the goods and the services that provide them with a dignified existence. Everything else is just numbers and games, and you can figure out a way to get financing, raise taxes, or just print money that didn't exist before. You are the state. You can control the currency. You can come up with initiatives, subsidies, whatever you want. This idea that your country has to live within its means, like it's getting pocket money, or it has some type of income that comes from some undeniable source, like God comes down and grants a budget for Britain. You better live within those means or God's going to get angry. Like, this is outrageous rhetoric. England, Australia, America, wherever you're coming from, your country does not need to live within its means. That is coded neoliberal bullshit. Your country should do what it takes to provide people with a dignified existence. And that means spending on infrastructure. Spending on infrastructure, yes, I said it and I'll say it again. Spending on infrastructure and social services that people need to have a life worth living. Like, what's the point outside of that? Like, honestly. Sad, didn't say New Zealand. You too in New Zealand. I just assumed New Zealand was part of Australia. But like, countries don't need to live within their means. And what does that even mean? That's scary, that type of rhetoric. And again, that's mixed within the talk of bringing back the death penalty and putting it up there. Because you know what? People do die when countries decide to live within their means, cut spending, and imply austerity on the masses. People do die. It doesn't really get counted like that. Old Zealand. Yeah. Mean, mode, and median. The perfect measure of anyone outside of the bell curve is evil. Cutting spending is code for giving money to the military. I said it right. I swear. Ah, yes. I remember old Zealand. Pork Bones Jones. Where do you sit on the political spectrum? As you would probably describe it, on the left, I guess. Military. I said military. Yeah, I sit on the left. So you're gay, in other words? Yeah, pretty much. Raging homosexual for the working class. Yeah. Raging. Oh, look, it's back. Yep. That's fine. We can agree to disagree on politics. Homosexual. No, we cannot. Okay? You can have all the politics you want. What you need to agree on is whether or not you care about working people. That's all I'm worried about. Pork Bones Jones. That's all I'm worried about. Do you care about working people? If you do, then there is hope for you yet. Any other politics outside of that is on your own personal opinion. I don't really care. Working people are great? Oh, okay. Well, then we're going to get along just fine. Everything else is just your personal opinion.
Making difficult decisions to bring inflation under control and restore sound public finances. It means a Britain that can power itself, feed itself, defend itself.
Like working unemployed leeches of scum, like people that are like deliberately unemployed, or like people that can't find work or would be willing to work, but economic circumstances are beyond them. They're heroes much of the time, draining resources from evil empires and whatnot. That have 10 kids to different fathers just for the benefit. Those ones, I see what's going on there. A very particular example. All those welfare queens out there. Interesting. Very interesting. The tub's coming out for a lobbing. Lobbing it about the place. Oh my God.
Restore Britain's uniquely comprehensive policy papers are already addressing these challenges. To fund that, enormous cuts must be made. These choices will not always be popular, but we must be prepared to think in generations, not just election cycles. Governed by what is right for Britain, not for what will simply result in better polling. Difficult, unpopular decisions are now required, not short-term politicking, but long-term, hard planning that will ensure we leave a better Britain to our grandchildren than the one that was handed to us. Fifth, restoring the country's faith in politics. The British people have entirely lost faith in Westminster. That trust will not be restored by recycling the same ministers, advisors, and thinking that created today's problems. Former Conservative ministers who failed our country and our people in so many appalling ways must not be part of any future cabinet. They had their chance and they failed us all. That must not be rewarded with a second opportunity. These principles of restoration will be offered to the British people on the ballot paper at the next
He really hates recycling.
general election, with or without your cooperation. My sole aim through Restore Britain is the implementation of a properly considered policy programme that will start the process of desperately needed restoration for our once great country. I do not care how that is done. I only care that it is done. So Nigel, my message is simple. If you are prepared to work together around serious policies, serious reform, and serious government, then so are we.
So much seriousness. Why so serious?
Not because it's politically convenient for Restore Britain, not because it's personally easy. After the events of the last 18 months, I would certainly rather not be making this offer. But millions and millions of British people deserve a patriotic government that puts our national interest before any personal differences that you and I may have. If you disagree, that is your choice. Restore Britain will be ready for what comes regardless. I truly believe there could be sufficient common ground for our two movements to cooperate collectively, destroy the looming left-wing alliance that will finish off what hope remains for this country. We have recently shown how effectively cooperation can work locally on the Norfolk County Council. So why not at national level? In my view, failing to even try because of our own personal difficulties is simply not an option. The British people deserve nothing less than our best and sincere efforts to make it happen. Now is the time to put our differences aside and cooperate for the good of the country that we all love.
All right, Faraj, you've been told, you've been put on notice, man. It's time to get back in bed with your mate Rupert Lowe. 100% behind you, Mr. Lowe. Well done, Rupert. Country first. On ya, Rupert. Hey. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. Here we go. Beautifully put, Rupert. You, sir, are a diamond. Oh, man. Deport millions, bring back the death penalty, live within your means as a country. Cut spending massively, because that's helped England so much over the last few decades. So much. Very interesting. What's your stance on immigration? Are you speaking to me or are you speaking to someone in the chat? I would like to know more. Open borders or legal migration? Are you speaking to me? I'm assuming you must be then. We all know Brexit was a massive success. Yeah, you asshole. I am for no borders. But like not in this world. I'm for a world where working people aren't cut into nation states where they can be regulated for greater wealth extraction. But in the current circumstances, what type of migration am I for? Yes, I'm for legal migration. But I'm not against like things like asylum seeking or anything like that. I think they're important. Because people do have to escape persecution and horrific circumstances at home. I know a lot of people who have legally migrated to this country, and they are very proud of the legality of their migration status, I guess you would say. Asylum seekers are legal, in my opinion. Well, that's an interesting one. All right, fair enough then. But like, do I believe in a world, though, where like borders don't exist in the sense that like nation states shouldn't really exist? In the sense that like the working people of the world have a unanimous class interest and shouldn't be broken up into segments so they're easily dominated? Yes, I definitely believe in that. To me, illegal is someone who tries to infiltrate and fuck us. So they just infiltrate, but they don't do any of the fucking. Are you okay with that then? They just infiltrate and then integrate. Would you be okay with that? Just asking for a friend. Just asking for a friend. I wanted to do another segment, but I don't know if I'm going to have time for this. Yeah, fit and get along like everyone else. Yeah, I'm all for that, man. I'm all for everyone getting along. Yeah, it's capitalist balkanization. Just the dip of the dog. Yeah, you guys having your own conversation here. You guys are supposed to be mods. Stop talking about just putting the tip in, please. It is just a way to control working people off and segment like markets for your own control and capture. And like those markets and like nation states effectively have been rendered useless because like massive corporate interests and billionaires create their own little tax haven states. And so the nation state has lost its meaning. It doesn't help regulate markets or anything. It just now is used to contain the broad masses of the world's population. Were you in favor of lockdowns and the vax? That's interesting. Very interesting questions. I didn't agree with the idea of lockdowns, to be honest. I thought that was an attack on the working class. Not like in the sense that like I had an ideological position on whether lockdowns would actually work from a medical perspective. I have no idea actually, to be honest, if they are effective from a medical perspective, because that's not my field. But like, did they trap working people and exclude them from moving, being able to interact with their environment and like suffer from job loss and financial hardship massively? It was a huge attack on the working class. Massive attack on the working class. Now, vaccinations, that's another one. Now, again, from a medical perspective, whether they work or not, I'm no medical expert, but like in terms of coming from like an anarchist kind of perspective, the idea that you can force someone to take a vaccination and you can justify that by saying for the greater good is like pretty outrageous. So I actually thought the left wing would be against that, but like they seem to be for it, which I found surprising, to be honest. Like I could understand why you would want to get vaccinated to protect yourself, but like to force people to have vaccines for the greater good seemed like a bit of a stretch for me, to be honest. Because my understanding was vaccination was to protect you, as opposed to it having collective benefit. And I was in a workplace where people got fired for not getting vaccinated. And again, I thought that was an attack on the working class, to be honest. Whether you agreed with whether they should be vaccinated or not, I think it was arbitrary. Everybody's right has the right to an opinion on that. But like, should they have been fired for that? I watched some good people around me at work get fired, and like they lost everything. And like a couple of these people had had like families that relied on them as well. And so like I saw that destroy those people, and I thought that was pretty horrific stuff, actually, to be honest. So like, do I actually have opinions on those things like medically though? Do I think they're actually effectual? Like, I have no idea. I can tell you this, as a lefty who is supposedly, you know, anti capitalists and supposed to question the motives of large-scale corporate players like those in the pharmaceutical industry, I did find it incredibly outrageous that they were able to make bank during that period, like billions of dollars in profit. That should have been nationalized, and each country should have been responsible for paying for any type of medical procedures or requirements of their domestic population. So, i.e., companies should have made profit off it. That's my opinion there. On that one, no one should have profited off it. There should be, unironically, be like 4 states in Europe. Yes. Yeah, if language wasn't such a barrier, they really should be one large entity, to be honest. Seems you're very center rather than left. But that's the thing. That's why I said you would count me as left. But I didn't actually say I was left. I said I care more about class politics. I only care about like working class politics. I care about class warfare. So I'm not left in the way that you think I would be left. I'm traditional left. Old school left, man. Which is not to say criminal syndicates aren't having some success anyway. Opposed lockdowns, sounding kind of right-wing cooker there. The left have gotten a bad rap from all the identity politics played by politics and all media, to be honest. Speaking as an anarchist, so no dog or monkey or whatever. The economic left can have based right-wing views. This is true. There's a lot of crossover. And that's why the culture wars are so dangerous. Because culture wars make you be on left or right on something. It's never that black and white. I think I've somewhat figured you out. I don't know if you have. I'd be surprised if you had, to be honest. There are they people that do not align with the LGBTQ community and have a lot of sense and stand for women's rights. Would you put yourself in that category? Like, no. Like, I think that the LGBTQT, like, you know, et cetera, community should have rights. But I believe women should have rights too. I don't think it's that black and white either. I watched my father-in-law go down the Sky News pipeline due to forced jabs. Now he's the in that black hole forever. It's unfortunate. That's why I was so surprised that the pandemic got culture warred. I really just thought people would have their own personal opinions on this type of stuff. What video? The one that we just watched, Voldito? What were your overall thoughts on that video? So you believe trans women are real women and they should be able to compete in women's sports and enter women's spaces? Yes. That video. Oh, the one that we just watched with Rupert. Oh, that was outrageous. Like, he really wants to deport people by the millions, uproot people despite their generational status. Like, I'd be screwed. Like, my dad migrated to Australia. If someone came in and was just like migrants and like potentially people that have even been born in the country need to go, I don't know what measure he's going to use for that. Like, you know, I'd be potentially on shaky ground. So like, I don't believe in what this guy says at all. His test for what's a real English person, somebody who believes in the country, that's outrageous. That is absolutely outrageous. Like, who gets to decide? Rupert over here? Do you like cricket? Yes, I guess. All right. Really? Do ya? What's the ashes? I don't know, man. All right, that's it. Deport him. Get him out of here. And actually, we brought in the death penalty recently, and we've decided that people who don't love the country deserve to die. I'm sure that can't go wrong. Yeah, I think that was pretty scary. And I don't like the comparison that, like, oh, well, like, no offense to you, dilemmas, but like, I don't like the comparison that, like, oh, it's just an experiment. Let's just see how it goes. And like comparing the death penalty and the deportation of millions of people as like the same as free buses and free childcare and shit like that. I don't know, man. Dude, when I used to play, people used to call me Greg Inglis. That's hilarious. Oh, you know Greg Inglis, so you must be Australian then. All right. I don't know why I just assumed you were American for some reason. LOL was just fishing for clips. Oh, man. I can get down with that. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. I can get down with that. Send mystery to Guantanamo Bay. I can only keep up with so many niche subgenre political science terms. There's nothing to get. You don't have to get down with anything else. Class war, baby. There's only one war. It's a class war. Everything else is arbitrary. You don't need any more scientific political science terms than that. If you want to live in Britain, stay in Britain, you must answer me these questions through. Niche, Nietzsche, niece, nice, niche. No, Americans say niche. And like, while it pisses me off to no end, it is starting to become a joke now. So maybe I'm going to start calling it niche. Sorry. I'm going to call it a niche from now on. Did you see that English woman blocking a Muslim from praying, then getting mogged in the following debate? No, I haven't seen that, but I don't know why. It came up on my feed, and I saw her, yeah, like blocking someone and getting mogged in the following debate. Oh, man, it's such a funny word. Once you understand it, you can't not get it anymore, man. Mog. Niche, please. But like Porkbone Jones, can I just say, I take exception to the fact of being called a fucking centrist or someone near the center. Can I just say, how dare you? Take that back, you asshole. Just think, if Zoran works in American eyes, communism finally worked. And if Rupert works, then all the nationalists can sit down. That's an upside. Well, you're either really right or I'm really left. Because I find a lot I disagree with you on. Well, you actually haven't said your position on anything. Like, what is your position on lockdowns and vaccine and all that sort of shit? We have a running joke that centrist neoliberals are the real worst. They are. Thank you, Spandonk. Centrists are the worst. Because we have so much more in common, people on the left and the right, than anyone in the center. The center just upholds the economic establishment. What's that? How do you even say that? People conflating syncretisms? Syncretism? Did I say that right? With centrism. Well, I reckon you'd have to be a real dumb cunt to take the vaccine after all the information that was out there. I took it. I had to, because they're going to fire me. I had to. And like I had a family to support. I couldn't stand on my principles on that one. I did think that was an attack on the working class, though. People should be given the choice. That's different, though. You took because you were coerced, not because you wanted to. Yeah, I was concerned about it. I was concerned. But like, again, like, what's I going to do? Not be able to pay my mortgage and feed my family. I'm talking about people that were out there calling the unvaxxed monsters. Yeah, it was a pretty horrific time. I think there's a lot of people that regret stuff about that period. People got too emotionally involved, I think, in all of that. Way too. Like, it wasn't like a, you know, I support this side, you support that side. It didn't have to be a team sport thing. Like, there could have been plenty of room for nuance, I thought, in that whole situation. But people made it out like a team sport, which is unfortunate. All my mates took it just to be able to play footy or go to the pub or travel overseas. Yeah, I knew a lot of people that made that choice too. I pretty much didn't leave my suburb. Well, we weren't allowed to. In Western Sydney, we were locked down proper. We weren't allowed to go fucking anywhere. Remember, there used to be like choppers flying overhead with the announcements being like, go home, return to your places of residence, go home. Yeah, because I didn't have a vax pass to do anything. Interesting. Well, yeah. Like I said, I think it really was an attack on the working class for the most part. But like, that's not a very popular assessment of that. Like, usually you just take the left wing takes this position on it, or the right wing takes this type of position on that whole event. I learned a lot about myself. That's interesting. Very interesting. You lost your job. Are you single? Or like, do you have anyone that like depends on you? I guess it makes a bit of a difference. Got paid $600 a week because I was unvaxxed. Best time of my life. Just me and the missus. Okay. Just because elect to be a vessel for genetic mutations that could kill millions of people doesn't mean you're a monster. Just because elect. You don't elect, maybe? Vaccine mandates and lockdowns are effective if done right. But what happened benefited the big companies around the world. Yeah, I'm still like highly suspicious of how many billions of dollars they made. Like, if we've not learned anything from our analysis of capitalism over the months that we've spent together, like, seriously. It had to have been rolled out through the public health system and nothing else. Like, Cuba was able to do it. They were cut off from the world. They developed their own vaccines as a state. China did a similar thing. Doesn't have to be a money-making exercise, but it was. Why did they pass bills giving MPs and politicians exceptions from taking the vaccine? That in itself is proof of bullshit? No way. I didn't know that was a thing. That politicians and MPs were given exemptions. I didn't know that was a thing. This is social cohesion right here. Search it up. No, I'll take your word for it, man. I'll take your word for it. I don't know why you'd lie to me on that one, but if you did lie, shame on you. Shame on you. Apparently it was like over $1 trillion was transferred to the top. Yeah, during that period, apparently it was like one of the greatest transfers of wealth in human history was over that period. Is that mental? What attack on the working classes of the world that is. Transfer of wealth up to the 1%. It's crazy. And like no one talks about that element. And the rich get richer. Like always. Now it's shown that the vax doesn't stop transmission, and they explicitly said it. Yeah, right. Search it up. Yeah, in Britain in particular, MPs were photographed out and partying without a vaccine. Wasn't it ScoMo or something like that was out doing stuff? I'm pretty sure at the time. I might be wrong about this. And people kind of like, why is he allowed to go everywhere while we're all on lockdown? And it's like, but he's got to do stuff for his constituents. He's the prime minister. Our Australian supermarkets were the only things open. What, like Woolies? Is that what you mean? But like, why is this even a thing? Like Pork Bone Jones. Like, why you ask, like, to figure out what my politics are, you want to ask about something like, I don't know, the vax and lockdowns. Like, is it even relevant anymore? I still don't get it why people are still fighting over this like it's still politically relevant. COVID was one of the biggest upward wealth transfers in world history. Mum and pop shops got killed by Amazon. Everyone is using streaming services, etc. Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? By the time the courts ruled that the police didn't have to get the vaccine, the storm had passed. XNF should be easy to agree that establishment politics are either evil or dumb. Where people seem to get lost is what their evil motives really are, which actually differ. That's interesting. Just making conversation. Let's talk about circumcision. I have a foreskin. Do you? I do too. Interesting. Thanks for asking. Hot button issues, the culture war, fly-by visit. Drop likes, not bombs. Police officers who bought my car snuck over the border to buy it during COVID. Maybe, etc., etc. Crazy. We are twins, slug bro. Bounded by foreskins. Do it. No way. Can I do that? Look up foreskin man mystery. What, on stream? I don't know, Ravi. You wouldn't give me a bum steer, would you? For the reasons you don't agree with, lockdowns, basically forced jabs. Wait. To be fair, your stream, to be fair, you title your stream very politically. It's what the media conditions people to expect. Identity politics from the left? But like, doesn't the right do identity politics as well? Why is it just the realm of the left, identity politics? It's a comic. Oh, okay, thank God. I'll give you a bum steer, mate. I'm part of the dick stolen generation, dude. That's hilarious. Well, it's been a fun Monday stream, but it's time for me to head out. Catch you tomorrow, E. Dude, I've got to head out as well, but it's too much. Bum steer brings mental images. How about you? Thanks for hanging. Have a good radio. I get off the PC before my missus gets home. I'm not allowed to be on the PC unsupervised. Have a good one. See you later. Are you going to finish listening to the guy trying to defend the indigenous population? No, we listened to him already. No, he did finish. You're talking about Rupert Lowe over here. Defending indigenous English people. We did, man. All dicks' lives matter. Is this the cartoon, Ravy? Oh my God. Is this what Monday has come to? Is it? Foreskin Man. Oh, it's a song.
Boys from the knife, I can't help feeling lonely in my life. I know it's a calling that must be answered. They're not the only ones who need to be pampered. I get relief knowing you could.
Oh my God. Seriously. Why are you searching this stuff? Right? I demand answers. Foreskin Man is an American comic book created by Matt Hess to protect against circumcision. The comic centers on Foreskin Man, the superhero who saves babies from being circumcised and fights their would-be circumcisers. Foreskin Man was created by Matthew Hess. Okay. Very interesting. All right, that's it. That's it. That's it. We're done. We're done. We've had an interesting, what a roller coaster it's been. Very good. Very good. All right. I got to leave it there. But thank you everybody who's been interacting today. If you haven't already and you're on YouTube, make sure you activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. Follow for more on Twitch. You know how it is. And yeah, thank you everyone who's been interacting today. I do appreciate it. If you're watching after the fact, thank you. If you've been lurking today, thank you also. You're amazing. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with some more. Big thank you to Ravy, Spandog, Mr. Abbott, Bansol Bandit, Woozle coming in late there, Porkbones Jones, XNF, Hobo Joe, Dilemmas, Claris hanging out today. It's good to have you. Who else we got here? Who haven't I said? Voltateur, of course. 4AS, Jag, Lop, Jeff. Who else we got here? Who else we got? Oh, I can't go back all the way. Blaz, I think was in the house earlier too. Our meme king. Man, there's been so many different conversations today. Shit, we covered a lot of territory. Mamupa in earlier. Damn, covered a lot. All right, thank you everyone. And yes, we will be back tomorrow as always. I think Heidi the Sausage was in earlier too. It's good to have you. Thank you everyone. And yeah, see you on the morrow. Until next time, please remember, as always, I am, you are, we are a mystery. I will catch you on